701. When the old scholar was sent out of the fifth world by Bai Yi, it was the third year of Jiachuan. The old Shoutsai paid a visit to Bai Zi and returned to the Central Plains Confucian Temple in the fourth year of Jiachun. When the old Shoutsai came to the capital of the Li dynasty in the middle of the Baoping continent and reunited with his former first disciple, it was already the beginning of spring in the fifth year of Jiachun. Willows rustled, flowers bloomed, orioles flew, children left school early, and kites flew high in the sky. The warm spring scenery eased the old scholar's frown. He asked Kui Dong if he had any ideas about the name of the fifth world. Kui Dong said no. Kui Dong Shan, who was following behind the two, had some ideas. Unfortunately, the old scholar did not ask him. He only said that the Confucian temple wanted to name it with the word rules, but the sage of rites did not agree. He said that rules were like a spring breeze and did not need to be written on paper. The 100 schools of thought each had their own ideas. For example, the school of yin and yang, the school of agriculture, and several other ancestors proposed Daoyuan. There were many who agreed with them. It was a beautiful name and could let people remember the great merit of the Confucian school for opening up a new world. Moreover, there was a peach tree in the southeast of the new world. It only bloomed but did not bear fruit. It had been a long time, but when Bai Yi brandished his sword and separated the world, it immediately bore fruit. However, the quasi-sage still rejected the proposal. Therefore, the fifth world still did not have a proper name. Kui Dongshan sneered, "Can a place of peace and tranquility be considered a real Daoyuan? I don't believe that there are many people in the fifth world who can be at ease. Once the situation stabilizes and they gain a foothold, they will enjoy a few days of blissful life. Then, they will definitely settle the score with those from the Tongye continent. They will start with their own families, cursing the Yugue sect and the Tongye sect for being trash for not being able to protect their homeland. Then, they will curse the Confucian temple in Central Plains. Finally, they will curse the Great Wall of Swordchi as well. Although they don't dare to curse verbally, they don't dare to curse in their hearts. What kind of paradise is this place that is filled with foul air?" The old scholar nodded and said, "That's more or less what quasi-saint meant." Kui Dongshan immediately changed his mind and said, "Then let's call it paradise. I fully support this proposal. If it's not enough, I'll pull brother Gao over to make up the numbers." The old scholar turned a deaf ear to him. Strange, when Kui Dong traveled to the shabby alley years ago, he did not seem to have such a temper. Before Kui Dong left, the old scholar handed over the natal word that he had borrowed from the Grand Chancellor of the Record of Rites Learning Palace to Kui Dong. Kui Dong did not refuse. The old Shoutsai said that the word mountain was borrowed by me. Kui Dong nodded. The meaning of the old scholar's words was that whether or not he would return the natal word, when he would return it, and how he would return it were all the old scholar's business. It had nothing to do with Kui Dong and Dali. After Kui Dong left, Kui Dongshan swaggered to the old scholar's side and asked in a low voice, "If the old bastard doesn't return the mountain word, are you going to use the merit of creation to make up for the lineage of the Sage of Rites?" Kui Dongshan had never doubted the old scholar's ability to clean up a mess. In the past, the lineage of the Sage of Literature had always been filled with the old scholar patching things up. He went around apologizing for his students, or standing up for them. He was the kind of person who would jump up and down to reason with others. In Pei Qian's eyes, his little brother walked like a big white goose, with his two big sleeves swinging blindly. The answer was obvious as to who he had first learned from. There was an old man who was like an old hen, protecting its chicks with all his might. The old scholar cast a sidelong glance at the young man in white. This little bastard, no matter how he looked at him, was not pleasing to the eye. Kui Dongshan shrunk his neck and obediently called him Grandmaster. The teacher of the teacher, whose seniority was higher than the sky. Kui Dongshan walked sideways, holding the mountain walking stick in his hand and gently poking the ground, hinting to the old scholar that he was now his grand disciple. Even if he wanted to use words, he should not use force. Disciplining students was the responsibility of the master, not the grandmaster. Kui Dongshan said with righteous indignation, "Kui Dong, this fellow, did not even fart from beginning to end. How disrespectful. Later, I will help you scold him a few more times." The old scholar said slowly, "After all, you are two people. You should cherish it. I have taken you through so many mountains and rivers. You should understand that water of the same origin, after diverging, many rivers will disappear just like that. You must have a long history." Kui Dongshan pecked at the rice like a little chick. In addition to the endless stream and the reflection of the clear and deep pool, one must learn from Grandmaster to be indomitable and not be destroyed by the wind and rain. In this way, even if there is a feeling of passing away is like passing away, there is nothing to be afraid of. Every place is a place for future generations to rest at ease and travel further and further with peace of mind. The old scholar smiled knowingly. The atmosphere of Luopo Mountain was indeed led astray by you. However, after the reflection of the clear and deep pool, to be calm and collected in thought, was indeed a very good saying. Among the direct disciples, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ping were both worthy. Kui Dongshan said sickly, "Since the teacher said so, and Grandmaster thinks so, then so be it." The old scholar asked softly, "What about Luopo Mountain?" The question was rather random, but Kui Dongshan immediately understood. He walked a few steps closer, and answered softly, reporting to Patriarch, "We are still short of money, but our family's wealth is getting thicker and thicker. Consecrated Ju Fei is more generous. The quality of the lotus root-blessed land did not decrease but increased. Mr. also brought back a long-lived Dao friend from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She is the ancestor of the gold and copper coins in the world. She is a manifestation of fortune. She is in our Aquarius continent, and came to Luopo Mountain. She came to the right place. Moreover, in Lotus Root-blessed land, there is a female spirit born from the condensation of literary qi. Now, our Luopo Mountain has both literary and financial qi." The old scholar raised his chin. Kui Dongshan immediately said, "Brother Da Feng has already gone. Pure martial artists of the Golden Body Realm are not allowed to enter the New World. This is a good rule." The old scholar nodded and said, "Scholars do not need to be ashamed to talk about money, and also do not need to be ashamed to profit. It is as if earning some money with one's own ability is not refined. Honor and disgrace are great. A gentleman loves money, first righteousness and then profit." Kui Dongshan asked curiously, "Then the fifth world, is there a lot of good fortune now?" The old scholar nodded and said, "Like that peach tree, it is a great fortune that can be ranked in the top 10. Bai is also there. He hastily built a temporary cottage and left the immortal sword there. He wants to repay the debt of lending the sword to Daoist son of the Da Xiandu temple. Bai also wants to wait for a certain Daoist of the Dao sect's sword immortal lineage. Once the person returns the immortal sword, Bai will return to the vast world. Therefore, no one dares to snatch this cottage." Kui Dongshan laughed and said, "The Daoists of the Beko Keikyang building are in groups. It is better if we all go head first." Of course, the old scholar had been there as a guest. The unique peach tree with deep roots was actually not very conspicuous. It was no different from a mountain peach tree. At first glance, it did not have any auspicious signs. However, the old scholar and Bai could even separate heaven and earth. Naturally, their eyesight was not comparable to that of an ordinary deity. Bai had also contributed greatly. Not to mention one peach blossom tree, even if there were 10 of them, he would be able to move them to wherever he wanted. Bai also kept his sword and began to read. The peach trees in the cottage gradually bore fruit. The flowers between the trees were a low-grade immortal sword. When scholars occasionally travel, they would leave a long sword behind to guard their home. The old scholar picked up a big bag of peach petals under the tree and said that he would use it to make wine. He also asked Paper Bai to make dozens of peach blossom letters. The old scholar also secretly grabbed a few handfuls of soil beside the tree. It was indeed 10,000-year-old soil. It was rare and would be useful to his last disciple in the future. Therefore, the old scholar took more. Of course, the old scholar had informed his master Bai beforehand. He asked loudly if he could do this. At that time, there was no response from the cottage. The old scholar took it as Bai Yi's brother being loyal and agreed. In fact, Bai Yi only returned from his travels a few days after the old scholar left. At that time, the scholar looked at the clean peach tree and then looked up at the tree. In the end, There was Bai Yi's sword that sent him off. Of course, the old scholar's words at the Central Plains Confucian Temple were actually Bai Yi sending himself out of the country. At the birth of heaven and earth, he was the first to reach the pure jade realm. The first to reach the immortal realm, the first to kill a strange cultivator. He was favored by the heavenly axiom. The first to reach the immortal realm, the first to reach the immortal realm or the peak realm. He was protected by the martial arts fate. The first to build the ancestral hall, burn incense, and hang statues on the top of the mountain. The first to build a secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain. The first to be born in a new world. The first to form a contract in that world. They were both immortal couples of the middle 5 realms. He was blessed by humanity. In short, in the boundless world, the 3 talents were gathered together. Kui Dongshan was suddenly worried. My senior sister Pei Qian broke through the 6th and 7th realms too quickly. In the North Continent, she stupidly gave up the strongest 2 realms. If she reached the peak realm early in the immortal realm, she would definitely have to go to the Fuyao continent. That place is even more chaotic than the stagnant Tongye continent. I am worried. The old scholar asked, "Have you been to the Qingming world?" Kui Dongshan asked when he already knew the answer. "I am not an ascendant realm cultivator." "Have you?" It was all that old bastard's fault for being so persistent. He was used to being a pushover. Kui Dongshan realized that it was not good to talk to his grandmaster like that. He immediately made up for it. "Neither grandmaster nor teacher has been there. How would I dare to go first?" The old scholar did not mind Kui Dongshan's disrespect. He was not a narrow-minded person. He recorded it in his account book and borrowed it from Pei Qian when he went to the immortal realm. The old scholar looked up at the sky. The Confucian sage who guarded this place was ranked last in the Confucian temple. That was why the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyang building, Lu Chen, joked that he was 72. The old scholar walked slowly and said, "Not only in the Qingming world, our Haoran world is almost the same. In every Taoist temple, the first hall is the hall of the spiritual official. The statue of the great spiritual official is indeed majestic and imposing. When I first went on a long journey, I traveled to a small temple in my hometown. It left a deep impression on me. Even though I later gained some fame and title, when I looked at other magnificent sights, it was not as shocking as it was back then." Kui Dongshan knew what the old scholar meant and said, "So Grandmaster asked Pei Qian to stay by your side for this reason? To make you feel like you have been observing Taoist temples all your life. With Pei Qian by your side, it will be natural. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally and you will be closer to Shani." In the Qingming world, there were 4 great heavenly masters. Each of them was mysterious and had supernatural powers. However, they did not cultivate in the Beko Keikyang building. Instead, they were responsible for guarding the world. There was a story about one of them and the head of the spiritual official. According to the records of many Taoist scriptures, it was said that before the spiritual official attained Tao, he killed many people and was punished by a great heavenly master. After that, the great heavenly master beat the heavenly drum and the chief of the Beko Keikyang building ordered him to follow the great heavenly master and travel the world secretly for 300 years. He promised that if the great heavenly master made a mistake, he would change their positions. In the end, the great heavenly master did not make a single mistake in his words and deeds during the 300 years. The old scholar laughed. "Didn't Pei Qian also become kind? Is this not important? Do you think that if it were not for the teachings of my last disciple, Pei Qian would be the Pei Qian of today?" The old scholar patted his chest. "If I can have peace of mind, the world will benefit. Why not?" The old scholar said earnestly, "Achievements and knowledge are good, but are they good enough? I don't think so. If I only said 3 things, would I be able to get the Grand Chancellor to lend me his words? Would I be able to get Mr. Bai to take out the mountain-searching map? Would I be able to let the world have another girl of the far-travel realm who is kind and shuns evil? As a scholar, I can't just sit back and relax just because I've done a good enough job. If the world dares to ask for even a little more from me, I'll spit at the world and curse them for being stupid and heartless." The old scholar scratched his head. I pinched my neck and coughed a few times, then spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "Damn it, It's still a little disgusting. He was talking about the matter of smashing the idol. He remembered that there was a scholar in the Shao Yuan dynasty who was particularly enthusiastic. Actually, the old scholar was talking about two different things, but Kui Dongshan was smart enough to understand both. One was the pursuit of the legitimate affairs of the world, while the other was the grumbling of his own family behind closed doors. The old scholar said, now that Pei Qian's realm is high, he is afraid of trouble, which is a good thing. Because his fists are too heavy and he is still young, he doesn't have to think about changing the world too early. The world, is nothing more than a common person's path. The old scholar casually stretched out his hand and pointed. A road full of mistakes may seem like a shortcut, but no matter how many people there are and how easy the road is, every teacher has to tell every child in the school that they can't take such a path. In the future, when the children grew up and had more strength, they might have to block that path and tell others that it was wrong. What was wrong was wrong. Then, they might be beaten black and blue by some people. If your knowledge can reduce the number of mistakes that fall on good people, that would be the greatest good. It would be very good. Kui Dongshan said unhappily, why are you telling me this and not Kui Dong? The old scholar didn't say anything. Only the great crossing water in front of their eyes flowed slowly. Kui Dongshan muttered to himself, learn from the wise. After a long silence, Kui Dongshan grumbled, let's go, let's go. The old scholar said, I'm going to meet a certain senior. That senior had once asked the most curious question since the beginning of time. He asked, since ancient times, who was the one who taught the Tao? Just this question alone was enough to make some lonely sages shed tears. The old scholar also had a high-spirited youth. One time, he got drunk and shouted, I'll answer it, I can answer it. On the great wall of sword aura, beside him, he also asked his junior brother Chen Pinggan to go against heaven. Kui Dongshan hesitated and said, can you not answer heaven's question? It was still a question, but it still didn't sound like a question. If he didn't answer, it would be fine as long as he kept it in his heart. The old scholar pulled his beard with one hand and patted his stomach with the other. It's been a long time, I have to get it out. Kui Dongshan asked curiously, did Qi Jingchun know that person was at the calligraphy lake? The old scholar shook his head and said, I only knew this secret after I merged with the Wei. In the early years, the old man hid it from me. The old scholar suddenly slapped Kui Dongshan's head. Little bastard, calling yourself an old bastard all day long, is it fun? Kui Dongshan's eyes were full of resentment. You said it yourself, it's two people after all. The old scholar slapped him again. How can you talk to your grandmaster like that? Heh! After being slapped, Kui Dongshan raised his hand to protect his head. That's enough. The old scholar suddenly said, first, there was a sage at the calligraphy lake who looked at the world coldly. Spirit, the god of words. Equal, the tone. Yang Zhengping could rule, no more than heaven. He raised all things equally, no god on earth, so he was the most neutral and peaceful. Then, there was Bai who went to the country with his sword, traveling the world. I have an idea as to how the fifth world should be named. Fu Qingbai was straight to death, cementing the former sage's favor. Bai Yi's poetry was invincible, floating in the air. True Qingbai's spirit was vast and ethereal, like floating clouds in the sky. Kui Dongshan blinked. Good. The old scholar raised his hand and Kui Dongshan waved his hands wildly, blocking the slap. The old scholar withdrew his hand, stroking his beard and smiling proudly. How can the word good be enough? It's far from enough. So when it comes to naming, your husband has been taught. Kui Dongshan smiled mischievously. What about finding a wife? The old scholar rubbed his chin with his palm. That wasn't taught. Did you learn it by yourself? Kui Dongshan chuckled. If it was taught, there would be no chance. After the old scholar left, Kui Dongshan rode the wind to the sea of clouds and saw the Jikyu who had revealed her true form. She was walking majestically along the great Desecration River. Halfway through the journey, she was covered in cuts and bruises, but her momentum was not a big problem. The old scholar first went to the calligraphy lake and saw an old man who was so close to water that he drowned himself. He was Laurel and had a thin appearance. His knowledge was not in the literature of the Confucian temple. The old scholar bowed with his hands clasped in front. The old man returned the greeting with ancient etiquette, which was not so orthodox. Then the old man brought the old scholar to a mountain top. He had once been here with a haggard young man who was leading a horse. It was not easy for him to ask for some bamboo slips. The young man was young, but he was not easy to fool. The two of them had a dream question and answer session. Not asking heaven and earth, but asking one's own heart. The old man was silent for a long time and said, "I'm disappointed in myself. I didn't do well enough, but I'm not so disappointed in the world." The old scholar nodded and smiled. "Traveling with you, even if I can't catch up to you, I still feel honored. If I can eat 4 meat buns in Green Tong City, I'll have the strength to reason with others and continue on my journey." The old man said, "I can open a mountain for the world, and I can make you shut your door. Not bad." The old scholar said happily, "Not bad, not bad." The old man sighed. "I don't ask about the fickleness of human nature, but I hate myself for not touching books." The old scholar said, "My eyes are bright and my heart is warm. Heaven has made me an old scholar." The old man smiled. "Just like your disciple, you can chat." The old scholar shook his head. "When it comes to chatting, everyone in the world is a junior." The old man said, "Except for heavenly inquiry, you don't have to say much. As for mountain ghost and wading the river, just take them." The old scholar hesitated. The old man said, "The same goes for East Lord and evocation of spirits." The old scholar bowed again with his hands clasped in front. Previously it was a greeting, and this time it was a thank you. The old man sighed and disappeared, leaving only the 4 essays floating in the air. The old scholar put them in his sleeve and sighed. After that, the old scholar gave the 2 essays, Mountain Ghost and Wading the River, to Kui Dongshan, who was in charge of the Great Blasphemy. He then asked Kui Dongshan to give the East Lord to the medicine shop in the small town. After that, the old scholar only took the evocation of spirits and went all the way south to Old Dragon City. While the situation was dangerous, he sneaked to Tongya Continent and helped Taiping Mountain to stabilize some of the mountains and rivers formation. Then he went to the Great Quan Dynasty, where even the emperor had secretly fled. Outside the aquamarine palace by the buried river, the old scholar pulled his sleeves and stood there for a long time, but no one paid him any attention. The old scholar had no choice but to ask if the goddess of the buried river was there. A short woman swaggered to the door, holding the bottom of the big bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. She sat on the doorstep and frowned. She looked at the old scholar whose cultivation she couldn't tell. Finally, she asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know that the world is in chaos? My aquamarine palace can't protect anyone. Maybe I can't even protect myself. It's not that I'm stingy. You should go to Dafu Academy quickly. It's safer there." The old scholar had no choice but to tell her his name, saying that he was the teacher of Zhuozhuo and Chen Pingan. The goddess of the buried river felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her brain was in a mess, and her face was red. She was so stunned that she couldn't say a word. Like a drunkard, she slowly stood up and raised the big bowl above her head. She probably meant to invite Lord Wensheng to supper. After that, she accompanied Old Master Wensheng, who said that it was difficult to refuse such great hospitality and would just sit for a while. Together, they returned to the Green Touring Palace's main hall in a daze. In a daze, she asked Chef Liu to bring Old Master Wensheng a small saucer-sized bowl of noodles. Finally, somewhere in the middle of the Tongya continent, Zhuozhuo, who had left the territory of the Tongya sect, sat on the sea of clouds and guarded the door. The door was separated by 2 worlds. In the distance, Wang Shizi, a sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm, and a girl named Yushin were helping a group of disciples of the academy and cultivators on the mountain to deal with the matter of escorting refugees from all over the place to seek refuge. There were a lot of things to do and it wasn't easy. Even if Wang Shizi was an idiot, he could tell that the girl had feelings for Senior Zhuo. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to come here. Wang Shizi had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, which was similar to Cao Jun, the sword cultivator of the South Suro continent. He needed to break through the bottleneck by observing the sword. After all, Seniors were killed demons with his sword. Even if he looked at him from afar, it would be a great benefit to swordsmanship. However, when seniors knew that Miss Yu came here with him, he even patted him on the shoulder. At that time, the look in his eyes probably said that seniors thought that he, Wang Shizi, was enlightened. Today, Miss Yu asked him if he wanted to ask her about swordsmanship. Of course, Wang Shizi wouldn't be a fool anymore. He nodded and said yes. Then, he added that seniors' swordsmanship was not only the best in the world, but his Taoist skills were also extraordinary. Miss Yu, please don't miss this opportunity. Miss Yu glanced at him. Wang Shizi was so righteous that Miss Yu didn't glare at him again. In the end, when they arrived at the Sea of Clouds that seniors were temporarily used as a place for cultivation, Wang Shizi sincerely asked seniors about swordsmanship and then left. He didn't forget to remind seniors that Miss Yu had some questions about her cultivation and wanted to ask seniors for advice. Seniors shook his head and said that other than swordsmanship, he could barely teach others. Other than that, he didn't dare to talk about cultivation with anyone else. The secret method of the Tongyi sect's ancestral hall could reach the 5 realms. As long as Miss Yu cultivated step by step, there wouldn't be any problems. Miss Yu, who had just walked slowly towards the 2 sword cultivators, as if she was born under the feet of the clouds, immediately turned around and left. She had only taken a few steps when she hurriedly descended, hurriedly riding the wind back to the human world. Wang Shizi followed Miss Yu from afar. When a woman was sad about something, she probably didn't want others to see it. However, Miss Yu seemed to have collected her emotions very quickly. She stopped at the same spot and didn't go to the Sea of Clouds or the human world. Only then did Wang Shizi dare to approach her. Yushin raised her head and looked at the Sea of Clouds. She asked softly, "Is Mr. Zhuo unable to leave this place, but also wanting to return to the Great Wall of Sword Aura? Is that why you've been troubled?" Wang Shizi nodded and said telepathically, "Senior's little apprentice brother, our hidden official seems to have stayed there alone. That's why Senior Zhuo wants to go there. However, it's indeed difficult for Senior Zhuo to leave the Tongyi continent in its current state." Yushin muttered, "His swordsmanship is so high, but he's always troubled." He was in a dilemma. It was because he didn't know when he could go to the Great Wall of Sword Aura and fetch his little apprentice brother. She couldn't bear it. She didn't want to see that lonely figure that seemed to be forever alone in her eyes. She couldn't bear for him to leave one day and never return. There should be someone in the human world who didn't have to be troubled. There was an old scholar who went to the Sea of Clouds angrily. He came to the back of Zhuo, who was sitting. Zhuo was about to stand up when the old scholar slapped him on the head. "Are you an idiot? Sir didn't teach you how to find a wife, but Sir didn't teach you how to be a bachelor." Zhuo was slapped by Sir again. He was confused. However, he had to get used to it. Zheng Dafeng left his hometown early. His destination was clear. However, it was only until the 5th year of Jiachuan that he obeyed his master's orders. He didn't go to the blessed land of lotus roots. Instead, he slowly walked to the 5th world. This time, Zheng Dafeng secretly left his hometown and traveled across continents. He followed the old man's instructions. The route was strange. He first went to the North Continent. He went to the small town at the foot of Lion Peak to find his senior and sister-in-law to eat and drink for a few days. For the first time, his sister-in-law didn't scold him. Instead, she spoke to him softly. This made Zheng Dafeng feel sad. In the past, Zheng Dafeng didn't think much of it. However, after seeing his sister-in-law like that, he felt that he was really pitiful. However, when Zheng Dafeng was full of wine and food, he glanced at the empty courtyard outside the house and kindly asked his sister-in-law if she wanted him to help her chop some bamboo from the mountain and help her make a few strong clothes-drying poles to dry the clothes. Li Er was busy cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks and turned a deaf ear. If he didn't get scolded for a day, he wouldn't be her junior. The woman originally wanted to give him a good scolding. However, when she glanced at the bearded hunchbacked man who seemed to be much shorter, she was very abnormal. She didn't scold him and said that there was no need. She lowered her head and quickly walked out of the house. This made Zheng Dafeng sigh. He could only ask his senior in a low voice if his sister-in-law was being bullied by outsiders here. She didn't have the heroic spirit of her hometown. Leah just finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. He didn't expect the woman to return with 2 pots of wine and a few dishes. She said that she wanted the two of them to have a good chat. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and were going to be separated soon. It didn't matter if they drank more. It wasn't until this moment that the woman regained some of her former glory. She pointed at Zheng Dafeng and scolded him. Why didn't he stay in his hometown and guard the door? Even if he didn't earn much, he was still making a living. What was so good about the outside world? He was so ugly that he could ward off evil spirits by standing at the door at night. He was more effective than the door god. He didn't have any abilities. If he saved some money in his pocket, he only knew how to use his dog eyes to look at the women passing by. How could they help him give birth to a child? After the woman scolded him, Zheng Dafeng immediately felt refreshed. He quickly called his sister-in-law to sit down and drink with him. He patted his chest and promised that if he drank too much today, a drunkard would sleep deeper than a dead person. He wouldn't even be able to hear the sound of thunder, let alone sleepwalk on the bed and walk with his 4 legs. She was so angry that she left the house. After hesitating for a while, she didn't even stay in the shop. She went to find a few women who were on good terms with her and asked for their opinions. She wanted to see if there were any suitable women. She must be blind to think that her man's junior was okay. Maybe they could live together. In the early years, when Zheng Dafeng was guarding the door or drinking on the street, he liked to gesture to beautiful women. First, he would gesture to their breasts, then to their butts. His eyes, hands, and mouth were not idle. He would say that his soul was in their clothes and that he should look for it. It would be best if he could find it, but if he couldn't, he shouldn't blame others. It would have been fine if he had really been able to kidnap a wife. Unfortunately, he was a lecherous old bachelor. He always had evil intentions, but he didn't have the guts. In the end, he couldn't find a proper woman to be his wife. That's right. With his appearance and lack of prospects, which decent woman would be willing to suffer with him? The woman scolded him in the past, but she also secretly advised her man. If he really couldn't do it, he should help his junior to go to the Yang family's shop or the Dragon Kill and ask for a decent job. Then, he could find a neighbor who wasn't married and wasn't a bad person to play matchmaker. Even if he married into the family, as long as Zheng Dafeng didn't say too many dirty words, he would be able to support a small family, no matter if he was a shop assistant, a farmer, or a woodcutter. Once the woman left, Leah started to discuss business with his junior brother. Endure it first, wait till we reach there before you break through. You have to know your limits. Since Master has returned you the remaining spirit, don't waste it. If in the future, you accidentally break through, it will be troublesome. The Fuyao continent is too far from the Aquarius continent, and it will be hard for Master to help you. It is also not suitable for Master to take action. At the Lion Peak, Leah helped Zheng Dafeng feed his fists, and finally returned to the 6th martial realm. Although he was still a distance away from the peak of the martial path, but it wasn't a big problem. Furthermore, Zheng Dafeng had formed a new martial hero's courage, which was not low in quality. After all, he was a pure martial artist who had the title of the strongest. After suffering, the most important thing was that he did not lose his spirit. This was the best tempering for both fortune and misfortune. A pure martial artist, the level of his fist techniques depended on the length of his spirit. Before he punched out, he had to have the intention of causing the sky to sink and the earth to sink. Zheng Dafeng placed one leg on the bench, he took a sip of wine and nodded his head. I know what to do. When the woman returned home, she planned to tell the man a piece of good news. As for whether or not the good news would succeed, it would depend on Zheng Dafeng's luck. But the woman realized that Zheng Dafeng was no longer at home, and did not see him on the way home. On the table, there were only 2 empty wine jugs left, and a few dishes were finished. The woman asked suspiciously, "He left just like that?" Leah replied with an "en." The woman sighed. After sitting down, she looked out of the house. "Do you know what you men are thinking? Do you know what you like in the Jianghu?" She was talking about Zheng Dafeng, who was always out of tune, and also about the young man that she liked from the bottom of her heart, who she treated as half a son-in-law, Chen Pinggan. Li Er did not have anything else to say. He stood up and cleaned up the table, and bent down to pick up Zheng Dafeng's wine jug, and gently shook it. There was not a bit left. When the woman saw this, she laughed and scolded, "Look at you, you're so useless." Li Er wanted to say something but stopped. He looked embarrassed. There was a guest outside the door. The woman asked tentatively, "Why, are you going on a long trip too?" Li Er scratched his head. He was indeed planning to go to the skeleton beach, but his daughter was still there, and Li Er was worried. Moreover, it was reasonable for him to contribute a little. If not for his son, Li Huai, and his junior brother, Zheng Dafeng, who came here one after another, Li Er would have asked his wife long ago. Moreover, not long ago, someone came to Lion Peak as a guest, intending to go to the sea south of the skeleton beach together. One of them was the sword immortal who helped Qi Jinglong in the second battle with the Taihui sword sect, and the other was an old warrior who finally regained some clarity and freedom. Both of them were now waiting outside for news from Li Er. One was a sword immortal who had been famous for a long time in the North Continent, and the other was a level 10 warrior who had once been ganged up on by several sword immortals. They were waiting for Li Er. To be precise, they were waiting for Li Er to convince his wife to allow him to go on a long trip. It was not too strange. After all, the men in the North Continent were famous for being fearless. They were only afraid of their own women in the North Continent. The woman slammed the table and said angrily, "Did you become greedy after drinking some horse piss with Zheng Dafeng and listening to some dirty words?" The woman complained in a loud voice, "I have such a hard life. My son is the most filial and sensible, but he is not by my side all year round. My daughter is stubborn and stubborn. She looks like her mother and her achievements like her father. In the end, she has become an old maid and can't get married no matter what. If I blame myself, who else can I blame? In my early years, I foolishly found a useless man who has no ability at all. After drinking, he has lost even this little bit of honesty. In the end, he is still a heartless man who only thinks about the young women outside the house who only know how to shake their breasts and shake their butts. If I don't blame myself, who else can I blame?" Li Er kept silent, not daring to speak. The woman wiped the corners of her eyes. "You look like an honest and taciturn gourd. You're full of tricks and tricks. What kind of sin did you commit to find a man like you to be the pillar of the family?" Li Er glanced outside the house at the sword immortals who were watching the commotion. He mocked them in his mind. The old warrior added another sentence. Li Er ignored them and told them that he would go first. He would definitely not arrive at the skeleton beach later than them. The sword immortals turned and left. The old warrior laughed again. The sword immortals chatted again and chatted quite enthusiastically. Li Er frowned. "Are these two looking for trouble?" The woman saw Li Er's frown from the corner of her eye. However, this was something unprecedented. She was even sadder. She slumped on the table. Previously, it was mostly an act. Now, the woman was a little flustered. She was really sad. However, she lowered her voice and whimpered, "Now you dare to give me the cold shoulder. I can't live anymore. Although you don't say it, you're complaining in your heart that I'm an unreasonable old woman." Li Er sat beside the woman and patted the back of her hand. He explained softly, "Liu Er is now wandering outside alone. I plan to visit her. I'll be home soon." The woman raised her head. "Are you going to help Li Huai and Li Liu find a vixen to be their second mother?" Li Er shook his head. "You know that I can't do such a shameless thing. Even a man would not bear to say that his wife had said such a shameless thing." The woman looked at Li Er's expression and said softly, "Actually, Li Huai and Dafeng seem to have made an agreement. They always leave as soon as they come. When you're in a daze from time to time, I know that your mind isn't here. Go. Be careful on the road. Even if you learn from Dafeng's perverted nature, don't learn from him and get bullied outside. Of course, it's best if you don't learn anything." Li Er nodded and helped the woman wipe the corners of her eyes. The woman asked when they were leaving. Li Er said that they would leave today and return early. The woman went to help pack the bags. Li Er, who had been waiting patiently at the door, suddenly stood up and strode out. When the woman heard the commotion, the woman who had been packing up the parcel hurriedly asked Leah what he was doing. Leah said that there was a dog barking outside the door. Leah said that there was a dog barking outside. Zheng Dafeng went from the North Continent to the White Jade Continent. After that, he passed through the Liu Xia Continent, the Jinjiao Continent, and through the gate in the middle of the Fuyao Continent. Because he was a martial artist from another continent and was not in the Golden Body realm, he used a bag of gold coins to enter the Fifth World and came to the northernmost part of the New World. The Fuyao Continent was different from the Tongyi Continent, where anyone below the nascent Soul Realm could take refuge. Not to mention Golden Core Earth Immortals, all the middle 5 realms of the continent could not hope to cross the gate under normal circumstances. Otherwise, the amount of money needed would make a sect or a preacher of the upper 5 realms feel the pinch. Moreover, money was not enough. One had to have a senior of a higher realm or a fellow sect member who died in battle on the east coast of the Fuyao continent to win a place to pass the gate. This caused many old cultivators who had no hope of breaking through, especially those whose souls were decaying, to go to the coastal areas. It was to give their juniors a way to survive, to give them a path of cultivation that was full of risks and opportunities. The customs of the Fuyao continent could be seen from this. The people of the Fuyao continent were connected to each other at the top and bottom of the mountain. They were used to fighting to the death. Instead, they were far more courageous than the stagnant Tongyi continent. When Zheng Dafeng stepped on the ground of this world, he silently entered the Golden Body realm. However, there was no martial arts fate as a reward. The reason was simple. Among the martial artists of this world, there was a 6th realm prodigy who was extremely good at tempering his body. The reason why he came here was because he was destined to not be able to obtain martial arts fate as a reward in the vast world, so he came here to take advantage of it. Zheng Dafeng did not care to treat this kind of person as a fellow cultivator. Zheng Dafeng did not care about martial arts fate at all. It was not important whether he entered the 7th realm or the 8th realm or the 9th realm as the strongest 6th realm. He was not anxious at all. If the old man was anxious about this, he would have directly asked him to wait at the Tongyi continent before coming here. In fact, the old man had already reminded him that there was no need to treat martial arts fate as something that was already in his bag. It was meaningless. He only needed to break through quickly and enter the 10th realm as soon as possible. At the latest, he would need 100 years to reach the bottleneck of the peak realm. Otherwise, he would just eat and wait for death in that world in the future. Zheng Dafeng planned to go to the center of the world to take a look. He heard that the city left behind by the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the war through Ascension landed there. Around the same time as Zheng Dafeng entered the New World, the crown princess of the Tongyi continent, Huang Ting, who was at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul Realm, also stepped through another door and came to this world. She traveled alone with her sword on her back. She traveled quickly on her sword and only stopped after a month. She casually chose a mountain peak that was more pleasing to the eye and planned to nurture her sword will here. She did not expect to attract the attention of a strange being. Good things came in pairs. She broke through and entered the pure jade realm. She also found a blessed place suitable for cultivation. It was rich in spiritual qi and had treasures beyond imagination. In terms of luck and fortune, Huang Ting had always been good. Otherwise, He Xiaoyong of the Aquarius continent would not have been known as the second Huang Ting. After Huang Ting entered the pure jade realm, she erected a stone tablet on the mountain peak and used her sword to carve the words Peace Mountain. Then, she went down the mountain and went back the way she came to see if she could meet some familiar faces. She had always liked the feuds of the Jianghu. On the way to the south, Huang Ting met a young scholar in black who hid his strength. However, both of them only met face to face. The scholar in black seemed to recognize her. He took the initiative to close his folding fan, stopped, and nodded to greet her. Huang Ting ignored him. Later, as she met more and more cultivators from the north, Huang Ting learned that after the immortals of the Tongyi continent seemed to have moved the mountain, there were also some new changes. For example, among the Qi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought, there were the yin-yang school who could calculate the direction and choose suitable places to travel to. There were also the school of geomancy who could accurately inspect the feng shui treasured places. There were also the school of agriculture, the school of yarrow, and the merchants who were good at making money grow. All in all, the chi cultivators who could help to build the mountain would have their value doubled. As for the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain in the past, the sword cultivator, the military school, the legalist school, and the female champion of the saber division, as the inverted mountain became a thing of the past, the world's situation changed greatly. In today's world, except for the center, there were too few sword cultivators in the 4 directions. Most of the military school cultivators were forcibly conscripted to participate in the war in their hometowns, and the legalist school was no exception. As for the female champion of the saber division, not to mention here, there were probably not many in the world. A new world, in the 5 years of Jiachuan, had become more and more mixed up. Yang Ningzhen, who was a martial artist at the bottleneck of the Golden Body Realm and a cultivator, changed his name to Yang Hengxing, and his younger brother Yang Ningxing, who had already refined the mirror of the 3 mountains and 9 marquises mirror mountain, entered the 5th world one after another. The 2 brothers did not greet each other and did not even think of meeting each other. As the young heavenly lord of the cloud palace of the Chongxian Bureau, Yang Ningxing had already gathered the natal items of the 5 elements. He came here only to break through the realm and ascend to the immortal realm. There was an unknown chi cultivator named Xu Zhengxia, who was not even sure which continent he came from. He occupied a place with beautiful scenery and built a transcendental platform. He set up a restriction on the mountain and water, forbidding any earth immortal cultivators from entering within a radius of 300 miles. Violators would be killed without mercy. This person was followed by several maidservants named Zhaoping, Jiang Se, Cai, Daxian, and Hua Ying. They were all sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms. The Fuji sect's sect master, Ji Hai, had a fundamental spell of the sect. He could write poems and chapters to invite gods and ghost immortals. Ji Hai invited the next immortal general, Zhu Liu, and ghost immortal, Hua Ya. Both of them were in the nascent soul realm. They worked together to protect the next sect master of the Fuji sect and entered the brand new world. There was a young man in a white robe. After entering this world from the Tongye continent, he was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he began to wander around. He specifically chose chi cultivators who were poets, and poets. After entering this new world, these people began to recite their poems and poems loudly. They were bold and unconstrained poems, frontier poems, graceful poems, poems of traveling immortals, and even the resentful body of the boudoir. All of this was for the sake of resonating with this new world and combining a little bit of Tao with this world through their poems and poems. After the young man lost all interest, he finally began to wander alone. Finally, he sat on the ground beside a river and clouds. He took out a brush and ink and closed his eyes. Based on his memory, he drew a long scroll of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. He named it Mustard Seed. There was only a little ink on the scroll, but he named it Mountains and Rivers. The young man took out 2 seals. On the Mustard Seed scroll, he stamped, Beautiful place with white clouds and rocks. On the Mountains and Rivers scroll, he stamped, I was drunk with plum blossoms for 10 years and wasted half my life with Osman thus. The young man leaned back and used his hands as a pillow. He smiled and murmured, Those who touched my heartstrings, the bright moon, the beauty, the falling snow, and the sword gleam. The city in the Great Wall of Sword Aura was just named Ascension City. Lu Chong returned to the Qingming world. Priest Sun was 1 step ahead of him and returned to the Xiandu Temple. Lu Chen arrived at the Beko Keikyang building and saw the tall senior apprentice brother. Languid went forward and leaned on the highest railing of the tallest city among the 5 cities. He smiled and said, Don't be angry. Everyone in the Xiandu Temple, from Priest Sun to the youngest Daoist child, has feelings for you. Lu Chen looked at the clouds rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the sea. He said softly, It's reasonable to allow one's own people to have some feelings. To the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyang building, everyone in the Qingming world, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, was actually under the same roof. Many emotions were unreasonable, but Lu Chen said that this was the reason. Daoist Gao remained silent. Lu Chen turned around and leaned against the railing. He stretched and said, How can there be a junior apprentice brother who doesn't help his senior apprentice brother but an outsider? 500 spirit officials, it won't be a problem. Daoist Laroer said, that fellow is still being suppressed by the moon-supporting mountain. Lu Chen laughed, he can't blame anyone else. Who asked him to write on the soles of his shoes for no reason? One wrote Laroer while the other wrote Lu Chen. Now he's suffering from retribution. The boundaries between the mountains and the foot of the Tongyi continent had always been clear. Firstly, there weren't as many immortal forces as there were in the other continents. Secondly, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent had long been used to minding their own business. They were far less interested in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain than in the other 8 continents. Since the Tongyi continent was vast, many of the isolated places on the continent did not know that the world was no longer peaceful. In the capital of a remote vassal state, there was a wealthy family that was both an official and a scholarly family. An old man in his 70s was taking out 2 items for his grandson who had just started studying. One was a porcelain bowl bestowed by the emperor, and the other was a piece of imperial ink bestowed by the emperor. He explained to his beloved grandson why the imperial ink was made, 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 why the imperial ink was retreated, and why the imperial ink was retreated. In a small county town, below the stage, a little girl imitated the woman in the play, bending her waist and raising her orchid fingers. The young men and women didn't take it seriously, but the old man scolded them when he saw them. A traveling scholar was resting at a relay station. He flipped through the writings of the scholars of the previous dynasty. From the books, he saw that the water in the well could tell the time, as well as the flower that grew in the palace. He felt that it was very strange. A certain dissolute man with a mouthful of golden teeth led a group of idle scoundrels to live a comfortable life in his hometown. They only heard that there might be immortals in the mountains, but they were not envious at all. In a county town, there was a profession that specialized in the style of some famous calligraphers and painters. They could imitate them to the point that they could pass them off as the real thing. Hence, they calculated money according to the words and asked for an extremely high price. They were currently bargaining with an old customer. Then, one day, there was nothing left. In a place covered by dark clouds, in the sky above an immortal mountain along the coast of the Tongyi continent, a hole was suddenly torn open. Sunlight shone down, and a weapon fell to the ground. A great demon then fell heavily to the ground. Another huge rock that was as big as a mountain was tilted and smashed into the majestic city of a dynasty's capital. On top of the huge rock, a slender young girl was dragging a blade as she walked. Behind her was an armored puppet that shook the earth with every step. In the 6th year of Jiao Chun in the 5th world. In the huge Tongyi continent, apart from 3 academies and a dozen immortal mountains, all of them had fallen. During this period, a former gentleman of the academy named Zhong Kuei appeared out of nowhere and turned the tide. And in the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent, Cao Ci broke through to the 10th realm in a battle at sea and killed a great demon. In an ice field that was cold all year round in the White Snow continent, a group of northbound cultivators who risked their lives to hunt demons met an extremely strong demon. They were in a desperate situation and could only desperately escape towards the south. After they were exhausted, they all resigned themselves to death. In the vast expanse of white snow in the north, a young girl slowly walked out. She held a mountain staff in her hand and carried a green bamboo chest on her back. 702. The woman appeared in the wind and snow. Her figure was thin, and the white snow made her slightly tanned skin look even darker. Her hair was coiled into a cute bun, revealing her high forehead. She didn't wear any hairpins or hair accessories. The young woman stood still about 100 feet away from the group of bewildered hunters. She took out a map of the northern part of the White Jade continent from the Lion Peak's treasury and looked at it. The closest immortal residence on the mountain to the ice plains was a mountain called the White Banner Taoist Temple in the northern boundary of the White Jade continent. It wasn't a clan immortal residence and was relatively aloof from worldly affairs. The city at the foot of the mountain was Chu City in the Rainshaw prefecture of the Raingong country. She put the map back into her sleeve and first cupped her fists to salute everyone. Then, she asked in a mellow and elegant voice of the White Jade continent, May I ask how far is this place from Chu City? An old cultivator stood up trembling and asked tentatively, Senior, are you Great Grandmaster Liu? This was the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that the other party was actually a big demon in human form and was deliberately teasing them, who were sure to be a meal on the plate. On the vast ice plains, there were 4 big demons, each occupying a direction. The southernmost big demon called herself Shi Liu. She occasionally rode a snow-white lion and patrolled the territory. It was rumored that she liked to appear in the world as a handsome man. More than 10 years ago, she had a life-and-death battle with Great Grandmaster Liu, who came here to earn some money and save some dowry money. At that time, even in the distant Chu City of the Rain Gong country, they could feel the earth-shattering battlefield vision. After that, although Great Grandmaster Liu was severely injured, he benefited from the disaster and broke through the bottleneck as the strongest far-travel state and successfully reached the 9th realm. Shi Liu, the big demon, also seemed to be seriously injured and began to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, the cultivators of the White Jade continent who came here to hunt demons for the ice plains of the Southern Territory for the time being took advantage of the fact that the demons in the ice plains of the Southern Territory had temporarily lost their patron and formed groups to hunt the big and small demons in the Southern Territory of the ice plains, plundering heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Great Monster Shilio had 2 capable subordinates. One of them was a Devil Dao cultivator from the north who called himself Daoist Autumn Water. There was also a great demon who had the face of an old woman and carried a large sack on her back. When she saw the cultivators, she would smile. Her catchphrase was, "Our young master Shilio's appetizer has been found again. I have to thank you all." It was just that both parties rarely met. If they accidentally bumped into each other, they could only hope that they would be reincarnated into a good family in their next life. In fact, in the southern part of the icefield, there used to be an extremely arrogant great demon, but it was skinned by the Great Grandmaster Liu mentioned by the old cultivator. Pei Qian shook his head. No. The way the other party addressed her made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, since they were in a foreign land and had met by chance, Pei Qian did not reveal his name. Pei Qian knew who the Great Grandmaster Liu was. She was a 9th realm martial artist and a woman named Liu Sueyu. She was a registered consecrator of the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent, Liu Sueyu. She was the most promising person in the Snow Mountain continent to become the second 10th realm martial artist. Previously, when they were practicing martial arts on the Lion Peak, Senior Li had roughly explained the martial arts situation of the Snow Mountain continent and the names of the grandmasters. The number 1 martial artist of the Snow Mountain continent was Pei Xiong. His surname was strange, and his name was even stranger. His nickname was Thunder God. His fist techniques were fierce and fierce. The place where he lived was an ordinary Thunder God temple. Liu Sueyu was one of his 3 direct disciples. This old martial artist was the best in both boxing and taking in disciples. On his way to the peak of martial arts, just for the name Xiong alone, he had fought countless times. Among them, he had fought with the oldest 10th realm martial artist in the North Continent, Wang Dengyi. The 2 of them had once agreed to fight at sea. The reason was that the latter liked to call him Sister Xiong. Whenever he met someone, he would say that the Sister Xiong from the Snow Mountain continent was very manly. It was rumored that after Wang Dengyi returned from the sea to the North Continent, although he was covered in injuries, he was in high spirits. When a good friend from the mountain asked about the result, Wang Dengyi sneered. He only said, "How heavy can a Snow Mountain continent woman's cotton fists be?" The result of the battle between the 10th realm martial artists was obvious. In fact, after that, Pei Xiong had indeed closed the door to the Thunder God Temple and had not come out for decades. Later on, Ji Yu and Wen Quan met the sword deity of Ape Crying Mountain, Ji Yu. Both of them died, and the North Continent lost a 10th realm martial artist. The mountain and river gazette of the White Continent was much longer than that of the North Continent. Most of them were gloating. The group of cultivators was uneasy. They did not dare to go near the young woman, who they did not know if she was a friend or foe. The great demons of the ice plains were all eccentric. Did the woman in front of them really just happen to pass by and save them? Was she really not vicious like a cat trying to catch a mouse? Hunting demons in the Snow Mountain continent's ice plains was a money-making business with one's head tied to one's belt. Moreover, the belt was not secure enough. Therefore, they could only rely on numbers. Every hunter who went to the ice plains would sign a life and death agreement with the North Mountain Alliance before they left. They also had to specify the compensation. Of course, if they returned without any results or were completely wiped out, everything would be over. Usually, there would be at least 3 people in a group. The formation master would be in charge of setting traps. This person was the most important. It was best for a pure martial artist or a military cultivator to carry a heavy defensive weapon and an offensive weapon at the same time. They were in charge of luring the demons into the forbidden area of the formation. This was because compared to other cultivators, their bodies were the most resilient. They could protect themselves and also hold back the demons with thick skin. They would not be defeated if they met the demons in a narrow path. In addition, there must be a chi cultivator who was proficient in water spells. They could take advantage of the time and place and use spells to kill the demons. If the leader was able to gather a team of 5 people, he would usually add a chi cultivator who was extremely powerful in attacking. He would rely on the so-called one fresh move to deal a fatal blow to the demons during the encirclement and suppression. Then, he might add a cultivator from the Yarrow family who could help him fight a prolonged battle. In this way, the hunting team could attack or retreat. Even if they did not gain anything during the journey to the icy plains, they could at least preserve their lives and safely retreat to the Catapult City or the Daoist Hall to make further plans. However, even if they traveled together, there were still many accidents. Today, they did not check the almanac and met a Jindan stage demon. Pei Qian knew what these people were worried about. She was not willing to explain too much. She only needed to go straight to the south and rest in the Taokai City. The doubts in their hearts would naturally disappear. Whether it was traveling in the North Continent with Li Huai or wandering alone in the Snow Plain continent, Pei Qian only focused on practicing martial arts. She did not expect to be like her master who made friends with heroes along the way. As long as they hit it off, they could drink without asking for each other's names. Pei Qian admitted that she could not learn and could not do it. Just like what Kui Dongshan thought in private, as long as his master, Chen Pinggan, was not by Pei Qian's side, then the vast world outside of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was still the streets and alleys of the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Everyone was still the same in the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom. To Pei Qian, except for her master and Luopo Mountain, the Jianghu under her feet had always been the same. It was difficult to change this in the past, present, and future. Pei Qian suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stabbed the mountain treading staff into the snow and said to them, "You guys go first. Quickly go to the Taokai City. Be careful on the way. There are still dangers." Then, Pei Qian frowned and glanced at the distance behind the group of chi cultivators. It was a little late. Except for an old woman behind her who seemed to be walking unsteadily but was actually moving as if she was flying. She was carrying a big sack and her shoulders swayed. Wherever the old woman passed, the wind and snow would automatically make way for her. Then, she stopped more than 100 steps away from Pei Qian. The old woman coughed incessantly and squinted her eyes. She laughed hoarsely and said, "What a fierce little girl. You are actually willing to give up all your demon cause all the way to the south and let us find them. A pure martial artist like you who only wants to practice martial arts without asking for money is really more hateful than that crazy woman with the surname Liu." Other than this old woman, on the road south of the group of hunters who were traveling north to hunt, there was a barefoot Daoist who was wearing a crane cloak and walking through the snow. He was loudly reciting the Daoist classic, Nanhua Autumn Water chapter. The Daoist was holding many branches of blooming plum blossoms in his hands. From time to time, he would pluck a few plum blossoms and put them into his mouth to chew. Then, he would reach out to take snow and swallow both plum blossoms and snow. Every time he chewed plum blossoms and snow, his body would overflow with radiance from his meridians to his bones. One in the south and one in the north, blocking the way. Pei Qian saw that the old woman and the barefoot Daoist had no intention of attacking for the time being. She took a step forward and instantly came to the side of the old Daoist. She took down the bamboo box and reminded the group of cultivators who were continuously gathering, "You guys just need to form the formation to protect yourselves. If possible, under the premise that your lives are not in danger, help me look after the book box. If the situation is urgent, just run for your lives. I will try my best to protect all of you." Pei Qian paused for a moment and added, "I will do my best." Since the old woman and the barefoot Daoist were coming for her, Pei Qian had to throw a few more punches. It was only right for her to do so. In the Jianghu, righteousness was the most important thing. Previously, she had casually killed the monster and saved the group of cultivators. It was really just a casual action. Since she had the heart and the strength to spare, she should throw a punch and not think about reciprocation. As for the goodwill and malice of the people in this world, what does it have to do with me, Pei Qian, practicing my fist? Nothing. What Pei Qian cared about was her master's teachings and Grandpa Kui's teaching of fist techniques. The old woman glanced again at the green bamboo stick left behind by the young woman. Previously, when she focused her gaze, she was actually unable to completely see through the camouflage. She could only vaguely sense the wisps of cold air from the bamboo stick. This was also an important reason why the old woman was not in a hurry to attack. The old woman was a great demon who cultivated in the ice field. She was most afraid of provoking the disciples of the Liu family of the Snow Peak continent. She was also afraid of the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the Thunder God Temple's Pei Xiong. Other than that, there was not much of a problem. It did not matter whether she chewed them raw or braised those unlucky cultivators. Apart from these two types of people, there were also some sects who came here to gain experience from time to time. However, most of them were protected by nascent soul earth immortals, so they were allowed to kill some monsters. The old woman still had a good eyesight. Usually, the opponents were more sensible. The group of young immortal masters with delicate skin would not be too ruthless in their attacks. Moreover, they were not that ruthless. Pei Qian turned around and said to the old woman, whose expression was uncertain, "I'm just in a hurry and have not provoked you. However, if my skills are not as good as yours and I become food for the monsters, I'll accept it. My fist technique is not bad, but if the monsters want to eat people and are killed, don't blame me for punching too hard." The old woman smiled and asked, "Judging from the traces of your punches and the route you took, it seems that you went ashore in the north and then kept going south? Little girl, could it be that you are from another continent? The North Continent or the Liuxia continent? The elders in your family actually let you go from the north to the south through the entire ice field by yourself." The old woman's biggest doubt was that the mortal enemy of her family's young master Shi Liu in the northernmost region actually allowed the little girl to cross the southern border right under his nose. If she was not worried that the other party would cause trouble, the old woman would have attacked long ago. The few fights along the way were all fought by cultivators of the Sixth Realm. Even if they held back and deliberately hid their strength, the little girl, who was at most a martial artist of the Golden Body Realm, would definitely die. Pei Qian said, "You don't have to test my background with words. I'll take both the Q-seeking fist and the Q-seeking sword." An old cultivator was very anxious and said telepathically, "Senior, regardless of your true identity, you might as well use the name of a disciple of the Liu family to scare the other party. Otherwise, in this encirclement, you won't be able to fight against so many people with two fists. Moreover, there are definitely many monsters under this old woman's control. In our white border continent, the disciples of the Liu family are the biggest protective talismans. Grandmaster Pei and Senior Liu, master and disciple, are both worshipped by the Liu family. Senior, you practice martial arts and fist techniques, you can disguise yourself as a third-generation disciple of the Thunder God Temple." Pei Qian replied telepathically, "I have my own master, I don't dare to speak nonsense." The old cultivator sighed and did not dare to persuade him again. On the line between life and death, how could there be so many pedantic and rigid rules? At this point, no one doubted the identity of this senior anymore. There was indeed no need. Just the autumn water Daoist alone was enough to crush all the hunting cultivators except for her. The cultivators of the White Border continent whether it was the immortal masters of the archives or the mountain and lake cultivators, were aware of the high and mighty immortals of the upper 5 realms. Even if they had not personally seen a few of them, through the messy mountain and river reports, most of them knew that the number of immortals was actually not less than that of the North Continent and naturally more than that of the Northwest Liuxia continent. However, the number of 8th and 9th realm martial arts grandmasters could be counted with one's fingers. Not only was it far less than that of the North Continent, it was even less than that of the Liuxia continent. The martial arts fate of the White Border continent was known to be pitifully low in the vast world. Legend had it that there was only one martial artist of the 10th realm. Pei Arseong of the Thunder God Temple, who was the most prosperous martial arts fate of the continent, had even lost to Wang Dengbing, who was later imprisoned by the Sword Immortal after he lost his mind. Since the North Continent had a sword cultivator who once crossed the sea to challenge the Sword Immortal, even if Jiuyu was dead, the result was that there was one more martial artist of the End Realm than the White Border continent. This made the cultivators of the White Border continent unable to lift their heads. In addition, the number 1 cultivator of the White Border continent, the god of wealth of the Liu family, had publicly admitted several times that his Dao techniques could at most be considered half of that of the Flat Earth Peak's venerable fire dragon. This made the cultivators of the White Border continent feel that other than money, the cultivators of the White Border continent were all inferior to that of the North Continent. Pei Qian turned her head to look at the barefoot Daoist who was wearing a crane cloak. She had once seen a record in the inverted Immortal book that her senior apprentice brother bought. In history, there was indeed a mountain Daoist who liked to recite the Nanhua autumn water poem. He walked the world barefoot and it was rumored that he wore a Daoist iron crown on his head. His ambition was to use plum blossoms and snow to wash his intestines and carve his bones to build a Daoist temple. He was willing to manifest his Dao techniques and return them to the world. He did not have a fixed residence all year round and traveled far and wide with his staff. He only needed to throw the staff in his hand and it would land on the ground and transform into a green dragon. That mountain Daoist, who was elusive, was a true Daoist. Of course, he would not be this person who pretended to be cultured and blocked the way. Even though Pei Qian had yet to open her fist, she had already cleared her mind. When she held her breath and started to pour out her fist intent, her eyes saw a strange phenomenon. In an instant, everything was silent. It was as if Pei Qian was the only living thing in the world that was not restrained. She was the only one who could walk freely. However, Pei Qian was well aware that what she saw was not the real stagnation of the long river of time, but the flowing speed seemed to have become extremely slow. The closer she got, the more the flowing water of time in all directions tended to be still. After Pei Qian started practicing her boxing alone, there was only one thing she could do. She had to try to make the river of time seem to be completely still, so that only her body and mind would be free. She could punch out between heaven and earth. No matter who the martial artists in the world were, they would be slower than her punches by countless times. Of course, her master was an exception. Pei Qian practiced boxing only to catch up with her master. She never expected to be on par with her master's boxing skills. When she was traveling in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, her master once said something very strange to Pei Qian. He said that he wanted to learn this supernatural power from his first disciple. Her master's jokes were also very interesting. Why should her master learn from her disciple? However, this joke that once made Pei Qian secretly happy and couldn't help but grin when she thought of it, was becoming less and less funny. Her master didn't return to her hometown day after day, year after year. Pei Qian felt that this joke that once warmed her heart was more and more like a cage that made her sad. She almost couldn't breathe and wanted to smash it with a punch. Previously, when she traveled across continents, she gave up riding the wind and chose to run on the surface of the sea. Every time Pei Qian's perfect state punched out, it was towards the invisible long river of time. In an instant, the figure of the young female martial artist disappeared from the old woman's sight. Was it really the golden body realm that she expected? Whether it was a cultivator or a pure martial artist, one's cultivation realm could be concealed. However, as long as the disparity in cultivation realm was not too great, looking at one's foundation, one could still roughly tell one's age. That woman was clearly not more than 30 years old. Could it be that she was a new third-generation disciple of the Thunder God Temple's Pei Arseong? Otherwise, there was no such person among the young generation of martial artists in the White Peak continent. In the White Peak continent, as long as one was a golden body martial artist under 40 years old, their reputation was greater than the heavens. Wealth God Liu had a widely spread saying, "It's a pity that I can't use my immortal money to create martial fate." In a hurry, the old woman turned around and the big sack on her back suddenly opened, protecting the old woman's body. With a bang, it was as if her back was hit by a heavy hammer. The punch hit the back of the old woman's back that was protected by the sack, causing the wind and snow within a radius of several hundred feet to shatter. With her back facing the woman who punched, the old woman did not have the strength to fight back. Her feet left the ground and she rushed forward in a straight line, not giving the old woman a chance to change her trajectory to dodge. From this, one could see the weight of that punch. At the same time, the old woman vaguely felt a gust of wind blow past her. A blurry figure leaped past her and went forward. Then, when it was several hundred feet away, the other party suddenly turned around and punched. The old woman was horrified. Unable to care about anything else, she used a golden core as the center of her body's small world. It spun in her life source chi palace, stirring up countless golden rays of light that intertwined with her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. She did her best to stabilize her trembling soul. Then, her yin spirit left her body and floated away. Carrying 2 life source items, she was about to use spells and divine abilities to prevent the little girl from being too savage. The other life source item left in her body was controlled by the golden core. Suddenly, it shone brightly. A mysterious array of mountains and rivers appeared around the old woman out of nowhere. It was a pavilion that was built by countless snow-white silver lines. It was crystal clear, like a glazed fairyland. On the top of a ridge of this pocket-sized fairyland, there was an old woman's nascent soul that was as tall as a thumb sitting on it. Her hands were making gestures, constantly absorbing the snow and water between heaven and earth to stabilize the array. However, the old woman who was waiting for the attack did not see the second punch coming. A martial artist was able to use talismans to shrink the mountains and rivers, disappearing in an instant. The barefoot daoist who was wearing a crane cloak and holding a plum branch wanted to kill a chi cultivator to relieve his boredom. He pinched a plum blossom with 2 fingers and was about to throw it to one of them. As for the young woman whose identity was unknown, he could roughly see her strength. She was in the golden body state, which was quite good at tempering her body. It was rare, but still inferior to Liu Suiyu who was in the far travel state. Unexpectedly, the barefoot daoist who had just calmed down had a bad feeling. His heart tightened, and the crane cloak on his body shone with white light. He was about to use the escape method to leave the place. For some inexplicable reason, the crane cloak, which had begun to radiate with light, was forcefully shrunk back into its original form. It was like a snowflake being crushed into a snowball. This devil Dao cultivator, who called himself Autumn Water Daoist, inexplicably reappeared. He stood rooted to the ground like a dumbfounded goose and took a direct punch from the woman. Pei Qian also retracted his fist after the punch. Qiu Shui Daoist sank into the snow pit and sat on the ground. He opened his mouth and sucked all the plum blossoms into his mouth. The miserable scene of bleeding from his 7 orifices disappeared instantly. He stood up and shook off the snow from his crane cloak. He walked out of the pit barefoot and bowed to the distance, calling out to his master. Pei Qian reached out his hand and grabbed the mountain traveling staff in the distance. Facing the old woman and the barefoot daoist, Pei Qian did not use the deity drumming style. Because the real enemy was not these 2. Once he punched with all his strength and killed one of them, it would not make any difference. Instead, it would put him in danger. She even noticed the figure earlier than the old woman and Qiu Shui Daoist. In the distance, there was a young master standing on a snow-white lion. He was watching the battle with a smile on his face. He was the master of the southern border of the snowy ice plains. She was Shi Liu of the pure jade state demon race. Pei Qian did not think that a pure jade state demon was a great demon. Because she had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The snow-white lion suddenly appeared beside the old woman. Shi Liu did not hide her curiosity. She sized up the young woman who was most likely in the far travel state. She smiled and said, "Firstly, we are the demons of the ice plains who cannot see the light. We almost never take the initiative to wreak havoc in the south. Secondly, you are a passerby who rarely follows the rules. I will not make things difficult for you. Therefore, there is no need for us to make things too tense. As long as you are willing to leave and hand this group of people over to Qiu Shui Daoist, we will be even." Shi Liu smiled again and said, "Of course, there is another option. That is, all of these immortals can leave and leave you behind. Then they can live, but you will become a guest of honor of Shi Liu. Be it you or these 6 people, one of them will have to stay behind to admire the snow with me." Shi Liu threw a look at Qiu Shui Daoist and the latter immediately made way. The old woman smiled. "My master always keeps her words. You guys should consider it carefully." Shi Liu of the southern land. This great demon was indeed true to her words. Therefore, the group of Qi refinement warriors communicated telepathically and retreated to the south almost at the same time. In the end, only the young female martial artist was left. Shi Liu smiled and said, "Don't you think it's not worth it for you to fight for these filthy people who don't have the slightest sense of loyalty and force a way out and put yourself in a desperate situation?" Pei Qian walked to the bamboo box and shook his head. "I fight for myself." He placed the mountain traveling staff on the bamboo box and slowly rolled up his sleeves. This fight seemed to be going on for quite some time. Very good. She could not ask for more. However, that Shi Liu continued to smile and asked, "Let's not talk about the few fights you fought on your way to the south. Those were all reasonable. But today, you fought for these Qi refinement warriors and killed the demon. Is that right?" Pei Qian still shook his head and said, "I did not kill it. It is up to Senior Shi Liu whether you believe me or not." Since the other party was willing to be reasonable, even if it was only temporary, Pei Qian was willing to say a few more words. Shi Liu was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the old woman. The old woman looked slightly embarrassed. "Master, this young lady only punched that flower away. The golden core demon that chased after the Qi refinement warriors was named Flower. It was only injured by the female martial artist, but it was really scared out of its wits. It mistakenly thought that she was the junior sister or direct disciple of the 9th realm martial artist Liu Suiyu and immediately fled hundreds of miles away. As for the great demon Shi Liu, she was attracted by Pei Qian's fist intent. Therefore, she mistakenly thought that Flower had been killed somewhere. Shi Liu was even more curious. "Young lady, which sect are you from? This is not the style of martial artists from the Thunder God Temple's Arseong." As for the other party's respectful address of Senior Shi Liu, it made the Jade Pure Realm Great Demon standing on the Snow-White Lion's back feel even more amused and even more surprised. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and still shook his head. Shi Liu was a little hesitant. Then, she stretched out her hand and pressed between her eyebrows. She was having a headache. What was going on today? First, it was a reasonable young lady who happened to be in an unreasonable martial arts realm. If only one of them was missing, then Shi Liu would not hesitate at all. Then, there was a woman who made Shi Liu feel a chill down her spine. For Shi Liu to be so wary, of course, she was a sword immortal. A sword immortal in the North Continent was rarer than anything else. In addition, the other party was a woman. Shi Liu was more or less sure of her identity. A sword immortal from the Snow Continent who did not like her hometown, Xie Songhua. It was said that Xie Songhua's sword was extremely lethal. When she fought against an enemy, her sword could determine life and death. Although Shi Liu was wary, she was not overly fearful. In the southern land of the ice plains, Shi Liu had the geographical advantage. She would definitely not be able to win in a fight. Hence, she would only leave after witnessing the beauty of a sword immortal with her own eyes. The female sword immortal with a bamboo box on her back came riding on her sword. The sword aura behind her seemed to have opened up a windless and snowless path. The wind and snow on both sides of her path still covered the sky and the sun. She hovered in the air with a cold expression, looking down at Shi Liu who liked to hide. Xie Songhua had left 2 of her direct disciples who were here to train their sword will in the city behind her. The 2 direct disciples were named Chao Mu and Zhu Xing. Xie Songhua had also sensed that something was amiss here. Hence, she left the city on her sword, intending to join in the fun. Other than Xie Songhua, who was taking in disciples in a foreign land, Li Cai from the North Continent's Fuping Sword Lake also brought 2 sword immortal embryos out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were Chen Li and Gao Yuqing. As for the female sword immortal Song Pin from the Gold Armor Continent, she had also taken in 2 children as her direct disciples. However, they were both little girls, Sun Zhao, Jin Wan. As for Pu He from the Liuxia Continent, who had fallen to the nascent soul realm at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she brought a young boy and a young girl from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After Xie Songhua returned to the Haoran world, she had communicated with Li Cai, Song Pin, and Pu He via cross-continent flying swords. They had made a promise to meet each other once every 60 years. Of course, it was not a competition of swordsmanship, as it was meaningless. Li Cai and Pu He, in particular, were severely injured, which had damaged the foundation of their swordsmanship. Moreover, after experiencing the continuous battles at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even Xie Songhua, who had contributed the most, did not feel that her swordsmanship and her lousy realm were worth showing off. How could she be compared with those great sword immortals? Taking a step back, how could these sword immortals who had returned alive be compared to Xie Ji, Yuan Qingshu, and the other sword immortals who had died in battle? They were incomparable. Since that was the case, the 4 sword immortals would compete in their ability to impart swordsmanship to their direct disciples. They had agreed that in 60 years, Xie Songhua and the other 2 would bring their respective disciples to the North Continent where Li Cai was. Xie Songhua saw the young girl who had a bamboo box and a walking stick by her feet. Xie Songhua wanted to say something but stopped. Back then at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she had heard that the students and disciples of the young hidden official all looked like this. However, the lady before him was definitely not Guozhujiu from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He remembered that there was a young lady surnamed Pei from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even though so many years had passed, she didn't seem to match up with the young lady in the snow. How could there be such a coincidence that she could meet someone related to the young hidden official in the snowy northern icy plains of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Then, the young girl raised her head. Using telepathy, she asked in the dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, "Are you sword immortal Xie?" Xie Songhua immediately landed on her sword. The long sword automatically returned to its scabbard and the bamboo box. She smiled and said, "It's really you. You're called Pei. What was it again?" Pei Qian cupped his fists and smiled brightly. "I'm Pei Qian." Xie Songhua's expression immediately softened. She looked at Pei Qian carefully and said softly, "Very good. You're indeed the first disciple of our hidden official. Not bad, not bad." Xie Songhua raised her chin and pointed at the thin willow. "Why? Did you get bullied?" "That's easy. After I finish my sword, we'll go to Chu City together." Pei Qian scratched his head and said, "I was learning from my master and reasoning with Senior Willow." Helpless, the willow nodded and said, "That's true." Xie Songhua said, "Since that's the case, I'll avoid the southern border and not find trouble with you." Then, Xie Songhua put the thin willow aside and helped to pick up the walking stick and the bamboo box. Pei Qian took the bamboo stick and carried the box on his back again. Xie Songhua said telepathically, "Have you heard of a piece of news? It's related to your master. It's just been spread." Pei Qian's eyes widened. "What news?" Looking at the big and small figures walking away, the willow shook her head. "What kind of news was this?" Xie Songhua said, "I don't know who first came up with a theory and selected the top 10 youths in the world." Pei Qian was in high spirits. "What's my master's ranking?" Xie Songhua shook her head and held back her laughter. "It's clear that there's no ranking among the 10. There's that sword cultivator from Ascension City, Ning Yao. Great Duan dynasty of the Central Divine Continent, martial artist Cao Ci. Beko Keikyang Building, Taoist Shan Qing. First of the 100 sword deities of Moon-bearing Mountain, Fei Ran. Your master isn't in the top 10. Pei Qian was confused. How was it related to his master? Xie Songhua rubbed Pei Qian's head and said, "It's clearly said that there are 10 younger people, but they don't have a ranking. It's very strange, but there are 11 people listed, and only hidden official is listed at the 11th position. Your master is also the only one who isn't named. He's only said to be a peak martial artist and a sword cultivator. So now, all the cultivators in the world are guessing who this hidden official is. For people like me who know your master's identity, we don't want to talk about this with others. We'll just let them guess." Pei Qian shook the bamboo box and clenched the walking stick in his hand. Looking around at the wind and snow, he still shouted, "It's my master." 703. Xie Songhua was not in a hurry to return to Qichu City on her sword. Instead, she brought Pei Qian south. In a small border city, even if there were many hidden talents, they would still have to consider the flying sword of a female sword immortal. Although her 2 direct disciples had yet to enter the middle 5 realms, they were sword cultivators and potential sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if there was a small accident, Xie Songhua's flying sword would arrive in an instant. Furthermore, before entering Qichu City, Xie Songhua had brought Chaomu and Zhu Xing to tour Mount Beiyu. The Mount Beiyu would naturally take care of the 2 children. If anything happened to a sword immortal's direct disciple within his jurisdiction, especially if they were Xie Songhua's disciples, their cultivation would be delayed. A small country's mountain lord would not be able to bear the responsibility. Perhaps the entire Mount Beiyu would be remembered by sword immortal Xie. This was because Xie Songhua's temper was known to be bad in the Pure Crest continent. After chatting with Pei Qian for a while, Xie Songhua sighed. She did not expect that even she could not see the depth of Pei Qian's martial arts. The young lady was only in her early 20s, but she was already a pure martial artist at the far travel realm. She was as rare as a phoenix feather and a Chilean horn. On the mountain, she would be a nascent soul sword cultivator in her 20s. If not for Cao Ci and Chen Pinggan, Xie Songhua would have suspected Pei Qian's identity. However, Xie Songhua felt more gratified. Actually, she had never met Pei Qian before. They were not related. However, when she saw Pei Qian traveling with a staff and a box, Xie Songhua felt close to him. As for whether she loved him because of his love for his dog, it was not important. Heaven and earth should not care about who I, Xie Songhua, like. If you don't like anyone, you can control my flying sword. However, you have to be brave and capable enough. Therefore, Xie Songhua smiled and said, "If you are worried that Aunt Xie's swordsmanship is not good enough and will not be able to win against Xi Liu, there is no need for that. Tell me the truth. I will go and chop Xi Liu. I will be back in half an hour." It is not easy to kill a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator demon. Without the word sword cultivator, it is not difficult. Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head and said, "Aunt Xie, it's not like that. If Xi Liu was aggressive and oppressive, I would have used the ask fist." Xie Songhua nodded. "Then let's count it as Shiliu burning incense. His luck is not bad. Originally, I had planned to bring Chaomu and Zhu Xing to the south of the icy plains to nurture my sword intent. Xi Liu would definitely want to see it for a while. Chaomu had 2 intrinsic flying swords. One was Rainbow and the other was Torrential. Of the 2, Rainbow was rather suitable for nurturing. The Leisure sword was not of much use in the ice plains. That's why I need to pay a visit to Lei Gong Temple's Pei'er and see if there's an opportunity for the Great Dao at Mahu Prefecture. For the time being, Pei Qian did not know what Auntie Xie meant by meeting Xi Liu and visiting Lei Gong Temple. But Xie Songhua was willing to reveal the names of the 2 direct disciples' flying swords to Pei Qian. It showed how close she was to Pei Qian and treated him as family. Xie Songhua did not have a good impression of her hometown, the Pure Jade continent. After she became an Earth Immortal, she spent most of her time traveling in Liu Xia continent and Jinzhou continent. Before she accepted the direct disciples, she would not reveal her whereabouts and was too lazy to show off her identity as a sword immortal. That's why there were a few conflicts. Xie Songhua never thought of herself as a reasonable person. That's why she would fight with both the young and the old. If the founding ancestor was still alive, that would be even better. That's why the cultivators of the pure jade continent were in awe of this sword immortal. Now, Xie Songhua's prestige in the pure jade continent was like the sun in the sky. With the identity of a female sword immortal, she traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi and made great achievements. She killed a pure jade realm sword immortal great demon. And the key was that Xie Songhua returned to the vast heavens alive. To the people of the pure jade continent, a dead female sword immortal was nothing much. The pure jade continent did not have the custom of sacrificing a continent to a sword. The most shocking news of the pure jade continent was that it was rumored that Xie Songhua would most likely break through the pure jade realm within a few decades and become an immortal. She would become the first great sword immortal in the pure jade continent in 1,000 years. A few decades for a cultivator was just a short period of time for an immortal to take a nap. Xie Songhua laughed and asked, "You're already a martial artist of the 8th realm, why don't you travel with the wind?" Pei Qian blushed and said softly, "Master said before, to travel at the foot of the mountain, you have to drop by 2 realms. Don't learn from a certain person, and let him have his first move in the Jianghu." Pei Qian said, "Auntie Xie, you can fly with the sword, I will fly with the wind. Rules are dead, people are alive, you don't have to be so particular when you're with Auntie Xie." After all, Xie Songhua was a senior sword immortal, and this trip to the icy plains was to impart sword techniques to the 2 direct disciples. Xie Songhua laughed, as expected of his first disciple, "No problem, let's continue to walk to Chuhu City, take it as a stroll." Xie Songhua then asked curiously, "Who is that certain person? Can you tell me?" Someone who could be mentioned by the young hidden official was most likely not simple. For example, Sword Immortal Qi, who was addicted to alcohol, was now the leader of the North Continent's Taihui sword sect. Pei Qian laughed, "Auntie Xie, there's nothing I can't tell you. Master's friend is a military cultivator from the North Continent's Ghost Axe Palace. His name is Du Yu, and he likes to roam the Jianghu. When Master was roaming the North Continent in his early years, they hit it off, and he even learned some talisman techniques from senior Du. Xie Songhua nodded and said, "Although I've never heard of the Ghost Axe Palace, since he can let your master have his first move, he must be quite powerful. However, the outcome of the Wen Quan fist will not be good. Don't let your master have his first move." Pei Qian scratched his head. He was no longer the charcoal girl of the past, and he was no longer a young girl. This action was a rare bit of childishness in Pei Qian. At the southern border of the icy plains, Shi Liu brought the old woman and Daoist Choshure back to the mansion, and they were strolling leisurely in the wind and snow. The old woman asked softly, "Master, is it really that sword immortal Xie Songhua?" Shi Liu smiled and nodded. The sword intent in the bamboo box on her back can't be faked. Daoist Choshure, who was wearing a crane cloak and regretting the lack of plum branches, no longer had the demeanor of an immortal. He grimaced and said, "The little girl's fist was very heavy. Even now, my entire body is aching. When I took that punch, my natal Qi palace and 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were all flipped over like an earth ox. That talisman that could shrink mountains and rivers was used by a pure martial artist to fight in close combat. It's really terrible. No wonder the founder of this branch of talisman was scolded for thousands of years." Shi Liu said, looking back, "The little girl must have been hiding her strength on purpose. Perhaps she was hiding her strength when she punched you. Because after I appeared, I was the only enemy in her mind. Perhaps even that talisman was a smokescreen. I'm guessing that once the little girl went all out, she would definitely be faster than if she used the talisman. If that's the case, I have to thank the Sword Immortal for not causing me to lose my men, and also thank the little girl for avoiding a disaster." Shi Liu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The heavens are right, and the retribution is not good. The old woman was puzzled. Master traveled far and restrained his aura, not much inferior to that of the saint of the academy. Even I couldn't detect it. How did the little girl discover it? Shi Liu said helplessly, "How would I know?" Tu City was the capital of the Rainshore Prefecture of Raingong Country. It was one of the 2 important crossings to the southern land of the icy plains. At the city gate, Pei Qian handed in the customs document. Previously, when he traveled to the North Continent, There were many customs documents. Senior Li of Lion Peak helped to create a new customs document for mountains and rivers. It was a special customs document for the cultivators on the mountain. It was also an important collection of miscellaneous items for the rich and powerful families at the foot of the mountain. Xie Songhua naturally didn't have any customs documents. Tu City glanced at Pei Qian and turned a blind eye to Xie Songhua, allowing her to pass. At the Immortal Inn, Pei Qian saw the two-sword immortal embryos. They were about 7 or 8 years old, a boy and a girl. The girl was called Chao Mu, and the boy was called Zhu Xing. They were both beautiful, but Zhu Xing was slightly more mature, and his eyes were still, which didn't match his age. As usual, Pei Qian gave 2 bookmarks specially made by Luopa Mountain as a greeting gift. Hearing her master say that big sister Pei Qian was the first disciple of the hidden official, Zhu Xing's spirits suddenly rose. Chao Mu was also very happy, because the little girl and Guozhujiu lived on the same street, and Guozhujiu liked to call herself my master's temporary last disciple. Moreover, there were too many rumors about the hidden official's deeds. He was a banker who cheated people, sold wine, and cheated money. His mind was filled with all kinds of strange stories. He and Ning Yarrow were a match made in heaven. For her, he traveled thousands of miles twice and passed 3 trials in a row. Even Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji were defeated by him. He took the initiative to replace Ning Yarrow and fought with Li Zhen of the Moon-Bearing Mountain. He became famous after that battle and became the youngest and the first foreign hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He received Yu Zhuanfu's punches and was defeated with 1 punch. In the end, he won 3 consecutive battles. His sarcastic words were too many to count, and even the Great Sword Immortal would be worried if he heard them. He wrote the Ghost Sword Immortal's seal manual and stayed in the Summer Palace to strategize. When he was on the battlefield, he was even more sinister than the Great Demon. He even disguised himself as a woman and liked to pick up scraps everywhere. The little girl who owned the 2 natal flying swords, Rainbow and Torrent, pinched the bamboo bookmark with 2 fingers. She raised it high and twisted it gently under the sunlight. She liked this gift very much. When she accepted the gift earlier, she carefully glanced at Zhu Xing. She only dared to accept the gift after the latter accepted it. After following her master to the vast world, he brought them to the Golden Armor, Flowing Cloud, and Snow Mountain continent. They passed by many immortal residences and many kind elders wanted to give them gifts. When they gave them gifts, Zhu Xing only looked indifferent and covered his sleeves with his hands. Since her master did not care about this, she rejected them as well. Once, the little girl asked Zhu Xing why in private. In the end, the quiet Zhu Xing suddenly became angry and asked her if she was shameless. Chao Mu was so scared and sad that she cried out loud. When Zhu Xing saw her crying, he became even angrier. He told Chao Mu not to talk to him in the future, or he would beat her up. Chao Mu only felt better after her master came to comfort her. Actually, during the journey to the Snow Mountain continent, Zhu Xing did not talk to her at all. It was not that Chao Mu did not want to talk to Zhu Xing, but she did not dare to. She took the initiative to find excuses to get close to him, but Zhu Xing only treated her as a deaf person. Thus, it was a first for Zhu Xing to accept gifts today. Zhu Xing had already kept the green bookmark with a beautiful line of words in his sleeves. He planned to keep it well. In the vast world, studying was the most common thing. Xie Songhua joked, one pretends to be deaf and mute every day, the other cries for no reason. It's so hard to take care of 2 children. Pei Qian, to be honest, your master is better at taking care of children than being a hidden official. Xie Songhua gave her a thumbs up. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. The years when her master brought her to travel were indeed tough. Xie Songhua grumbled, but she was actually more proud. She did not think that Li Xiai's Chen Li and Jiao Yuqing, Piyu his Yidu and Xueju, Song Pin's Sun Zhao and Jin Luan, and the other children who were scattered all over the vast world, would be more outstanding than her 2 disciples. Impossible. She, Xie Songhua, had only taken in these 2 disciples and taught them everything. 60 years later, they would definitely be better than Chen Li, who had the nickname of Little Hidden Official. Even if they were not, so what? Chaomu and Zhu Xing were still Xie Songhua's beloved disciples. Zhu Xing crossed her arms and sat on the railing of the corridor, swinging her legs gently. In her hometown, she liked to sit on the city wall like this. This habit could not be changed in this lifetime. Chaomu retorted softly, "Master, it's only 3 times. I don't cry so easily." Zhu Xing sneered. Chaomu immediately became sick. Xie Songhua stood up and said, "Pei Qian, you guys continue chatting. I'll go find someone to talk to. I've arranged to meet her here. She should be here soon." Pei Qian chatted with the 2 children. Chaomu was like a chattering sparrow. After Pei Qian asked, the little girl told Pei Qian in detail about the 10 young people. Zhu Xing, of course, wanted to fight for the hidden official. He said that other than Ning Yaro and Cao Ci, the other 8 people did not have the right to squeeze the hidden official out of the 10 and only get their 11th. Pei Qian asked curiously, "What's up with the Ascension City?" Chaomu smiled. "The 5th world, the year name is Jiachuan. It landed on the city in our hometown. As the beginning of the world, it was named the Ascension City." Zhu Xing said, "There's news that Sister Ning Yaro is not only the first pure Jade Realm sword cultivator in that world, but she's also in the Immortal Realm now." Pei Qian looked at the cute little girl in front of him and missed Xiaomi on the Luorpa mountain. He also missed Sister Nuanu, who seemed to never grow up. At this moment, Pei Qian finally realized that Sister Baoping had grown up. He had also grown up. If Sister Baoping's junior martial uncle, his master, knew about this, would she be happy or sad? Pei Qian opened the book box and started to copy books. Chaomu sat at the side quietly. She rested her chin on her hand and watched Sister Pei write. Zhu Xing was thinking about the second opening of the 5th world. By then, he could go back to his hometown. He heard that the 5th world would be open for 30 years. After that, it would be completely closed. If he wanted to go back and forth between the 2 worlds, he could only become an Ascension Realm cultivator. Zhu Xing was a little envious of Sister Pei's mountain walking stick and bamboo box. The little boy imitated the hidden official. He sat on the railing in a daze with his hands in his sleeves. The 10 young people selected this time were all below the age of 50. There was no difference in the rankings. The reason was simple. If they were too young, they would need at least 100 more years to cultivate and attain immortality. Ascension City's Ning Yaro. In the 5th world, she broke through 2 realms and entered the Immortal Realm. Darduan martial artist Cao Ci. Outside the mountains and rivers of the Fuyao continent, he was a 10th realm martial artist. Beko Keikyang Buildings Daoist Shan Qing. Pure Jade Realm. He didn't have a single magic treasure because his natal items were all immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons. He walked the path of the 5 elements and was known as the best in the world. Moon supporting mountain's 100 sword deities Fei Ran. Pure Jade Realm sword cultivator. It was said that he liked to suppress realms. There was also a secondary saint's direct disciple. It was said that the young scholar's hometown was Qing Ming Tian. He was brought back to the vast world by the secondary saint. Not only did he obtain a reading style, but he also had the embryonic form of a natal character. A young monk who entered the 5th world held a 12-ringed monk staff. Under the heavens, there was an originally unknown Daoist female Taoist. She was less than 20 years old and had only cultivated for 8 years. She had been stuck at the Willow Tendon realm for 6 years. Then, she had reached the unpolished Jade realm in 1 step. In the vast world, Liu Cai was also an unknown mountain and lake cultivator. His realm wasn't high at the moment. He was only a golden core realm sword cultivator. However, the killing power of his flying sword was beyond imagination. Even if cultivators just read the court bulletin, it was enough to make them speechless. This was because Ning Yaro, Cao Ci, Shan Qing, and the other prodigies all had high enough realms. Only Liu Cai was only at the Golden Core realm. Generally speaking, not to mention Golden Core realm sword cultivators under 50 years old, even nascent Soul realm sword cultivators weren't qualified to be evaluated. Because with this person's appearance, the 2-blade strengthening gourds were also revealed. They were the long-lost worry in my heart, and immediately Liu Cai had 2 natal flying swords. The blade-strengthening gourd nurtured the flying sword Azure Fall. Sword cultivators were known to be able to break 10,000 spells with one sword. Azure Fall could break 10,000 swords with one sword. The blade-strengthening gourd immediately nurtured Liu Cai's second flying sword, White Foal. The flying sword was so small and fast that it could ignore the obstruction of the River of Time. Therefore, there was a saying in the vast world that the only sword cultivator who could compete with Ning Yarrow in the same realm was Liu Cai's 100 years later. The junior brother of the heavenly lord Qi Zhen of the Divine Decree sect. He rushed to the great sect of the Divine Continent in the early years and was appointed as a treasure keeper. It was said that he read all the books of Taoism in 3 years. In the wilderness, he was a young cultivator who broke into the world like Liu Cai and the Taoist female Taoist. He was on credit. Finally, there was a hidden official who seemed to be doing business. He was a young man who finally gained some reputation in other continents, but his reputation was ruined because of the Chen Ping case. It was said that there were 10 substitutes, but they hadn't announced it yet. Chao Mu gathered her courage and turned to secretly look at Zhu Xing, who had ignored her for a long time. Actually, he was younger than her. They were in the same year and month, but Zhu Xing was later than her by a few days. However, the little girl felt that Zhu Xing was much older than her. Zhu Xing sensed Chao Mu's gaze and immediately glared at her. Chao Mu blinked as if to say, "I'm not talking to you. Why do you have to care about me? You're unreasonable." Zhu Xing put 2 fingers together and made a gesture, indicating for the little girl to turn her head obediently. Chao Mu turned her head and leaned on the table, continuing to watch Sister Pei transcribe. The little girl really wanted to ask her sister why she left her hometown when she was still in it. If she could stay in her hometown, she definitely wouldn't have gone so far away. Sister Pei was still alone. She was really brave and could really endure hardships. What Chao Mu didn't know was that the tall, thin, and slightly tanned Sister Pei in front of her, who always made her feel at ease, had actually cried out in pain when Huang Ting gently pinched her shoulder and arm in Old Dragon City's medicine shop before she started learning martial arts. Her tears and snot were even worse than Chao Mu's, and she ran to complain to her master. At that time, Pei Qian was actually slightly older than Chao Mu. As for courage, when Pei Qian was young, she really didn't have much courage. She might not even be comparable to Xiaomi. Even now, she still carried that ordinary yellow paper talisman with her. Sister Pei was very serious about transcribing books. Then, Chao Mu suddenly panicked and quickly turned to look at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing looked at Chao Mu and raised a finger to his mouth. He shook his head, indicating for Chao Mu not to speak. Chao Mu tiptoed and stood up. It turned out that Sister Pei was crying while she was transcribing books. Pei Qian was sad. When her master knocked her chestnuts in the future, he didn't seem to have to bend down anymore. Then, even if they met again in the future and traveled together again, her master probably wouldn't reach out to hold a little girl's hand again. How did she grow up? In the past, the big white goose's little senior brother made a joke. He asked her, the big senior sister, who was the most worried person in the world. Of course, Pei Qian said that it was her master, because her master liked to think and take care of others. At that time, the little senior brother shook his head with a smile and gave a very ridiculous answer. He said that it was the guy called Grow Up. In the capital of Dali, Minister Guan sat on a rattan chair under the eaves. Even though the old man was wearing thick clothes, he was still afraid of the cold. He looked at the green tree in the courtyard. The old man opened his mouth and stretched out his thumb to gently press against a tooth. He sighed endlessly. His travel-worn grandson, Guan Yiran, returned to the capital this time and was officially relieved of his position as the supervisor of Chiju. He was about to fill the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue, but he wasn't promoted to assistant minister like Liu Qingfeng. To be honest, even compared to his junior brother Liu Xuanmei, Guan Yiran's promotion this time seemed too shabby and stingy. Although Guan Yiran, who was born as a border cultivator, was reluctant, it wasn't because he disliked the small position, but because he was used to the rough battlefield. However, he still listened to his great-grandfather's instructions and chose to return to the capital. This time, as soon as he returned home, Guan Yiran immediately rushed to the old man's side. Guan Iran squatted at the old man's feet and put his hand on the stove. The old man smiled and said, "The Ministry of Revenue is an unpleasant yarman. Get used to it. Anyway, forget about the Ministry of Personnel. Don't expect to be an official there in your life. After all, other people think that the Ministry of Revenue in Dali is surnamed Guan, but if you Guan children really think so, you're courting death. As a person, you have to leave a way out for others. If you squat in the latrine and don't shit, or squat there and shit for too long, people will throw stones into the latrine. When the time comes and it splashes on your butt, you can't blame others." Guan Iran smiled. The first batch of important ministers in the Dali imperial court weren't very refined, even if they were born as scholars. The old man looked up at the beautiful sunset on the horizon and sighed, "Teeth fall out, hair fall out, can't walk. Annoying. Seeing a young and beautiful girl, I don't have the heart nor the strength. At most, I can only think of the past and think of the hero's bravery. It's good to be young, there's an official to be promoted. The celestial immortals flying around in the sky also make people sincerely envious." The old man talked to himself, and the young man listened. The country is broken, the mountains and rivers are still there, the grass and trees are deep in the city, but the curtain roller's path is still the same. This is a collection of poems written by a literary giant of the Liu family in the past. It's written beautifully. It's a pity that the article is written well, but being an official is relatively poor. The fragrance of food when you're hungry, the fragrance of young women's cosmetics, in fact, there's still a fragrance. It's also not bad, you know? That's on the summer mat, scratching your feet. Go and steal a jug of wine for your great-grandfather. Your father took away all the jugs of wine that were hidden in the study and put them in his own study. What af asterisk king plaything. After putting down the wine, let great-grandfather sit alone for a while. Ha ha, good wine and chew, don't let the younger generation know." Guan Iran grunted and got up to leave. The old man suddenly shouted, "Iran." Guan Iran immediately turned around. The old man smiled and didn't speak. Guan Iran understood tacitly and said, "I know, bring 2 pots." The old man nodded, "Be an official well, but don't forget to be a person first. Don't learn from those blasphemous supervising assistants who don't go out on normal days, but when there's a chance to follow an official with a bigger hat and inspect the blasphemy together, you have to borrow a pair of worn-out boots first. This kind of smart thing that smart people do, don't do it. Otherwise, great-grandfather really won't be able to sleep well in the future." Guan Iran's eyes turned red, and he nodded hard. "I know." After the young man left the yard, Master Guan tapped the armrest of the rattan chair and softly said, "Master Imperial Tutor? Are you busy? If not, can you accompany me to chat?" The Imperial Tutor of Dali, Kui Dong, showed up. Master Guan didn't greet him, and he just continued to look at the dim sky and murmured, "Master Kui, the world will be better, right? When I was young, I asked you this question, and you just told me to look for myself. Now I am a bit old, and my eyes are old, and I can't see far even if I open my eyes wide. I won't be able to see far in the future. Master Kui, tell me, so I can rest assured." Kui Dong said, "At least when Guan Yingche is an official, the world in Dali is better." The old man said softly, "But there are still many grievances, and it's hard to bear. I don't know what to say, and who to say it to." Kui Dong said, "Every family's food, every family's spring festival couplets, they are all answers to the grievances in the hearts of scholars." The old man nodded. There was a young scholar who was full of poems. He said that the blooming and withering of flowers, the withering of grass, and the flourishing of grass, were all answers to the human world. "Master Kui, you are right." Kui Dong smiled and said, "That's right." In Dali, there was a poor scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial examination. He was only 20 years old, but he dared to say that he was the best scholar in the country. In fact, he was not good at poetry. The old man said regretfully, "I am not afraid of death, but I am reluctant to leave." That young man came from Cliff Academy to study. The old man said, "Master Kui, it is a pleasure to meet you and Mr. Chi. You are studying in the academy, learning from Mr. Chi. You are an official in the court, and you are with Master Kui. Kui Dong nodded and said, I believe that Qi Jing-chun will also be glad to have Guan Yingche as one of his students. The old man asked, then can I scold Dali Imperial Tutor for Mr. Qi? Kui Dong smiled and said, you have to scold the Minister of Personnel first, then you can scold me. The old man laughed and shook his head. Then forget it. Many old people's conversations were more or less final. By the time Guan Yiran brought 2 pots of wine, only the state preceptor could drink. In the 6th year of Jiachuan in the 5th world, half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the wasteland had been isolated from the world by the array. He was truly alone, wandering alone year after year. After Feiran left, he would walk on the cliffs, occasionally using his narrow saber to break the array for a moment, and take a few glances at the mighty demon army heading north. 6 years later, the demon army still didn't retreat to the south. In the end, he simply sat on a cliff that could barely be considered a cave. From time to time, he would use his saber to cut open the restriction. With nothing to do, he could only watch the demon army continue to head north. However, every time Chen Pinggan used his saber, the restriction would quickly close up by itself. After Li Jin learned of this, he suggested that Mount Tuor be more ruthless. Between the 2 cliffs, they set up a stable array that even a pure Jade Realm Sword cultivator couldn't break. They didn't even give the young hidden official a chance to look at it. Unfortunately, the Jiazi camp shelved this plan and didn't care about it for the time being. They only said that they would discuss it later. On this day, a young hidden official in a bright red robe sat cross-legged with his saber on his knees. He stretched out his hand and gently patted the scabbard. One of his sleeves was full of the small refined characters of the landscape travel book. It was densely packed, like an army gathering and stationing troops. In fact, when Chen Pinggan flipped through the book for the first time, he realized the hidden mystery of this book. That was why he had the idea that fortunately, I didn't write the things that I really cared about, otherwise I wouldn't be able to speak properly in the future. Because Chen Pinggan was extremely sensitive to 11. As for Desai, he knew that so many bamboo slips weren't carved for nothing. For rare words and obscure vocabulary, Chen Pinggan was more interested in collecting them than many scholars who had read since childhood. Especially the matter of deciphering. In his early years, when he was a storyteller at the corner of the street near the wine shop, those children had actually already experienced the power of this second shopkeeper. Now that he had used his saber to cut open the restriction, other than observing the number of the demon army and deducing the situation of the battle, Chen Pinggan also had to use this to deduce whether the door would occasionally close. He was worried that Mount Tuor had already noticed the trick of the landscape travel book and would close the door to isolate the 2 worlds. Or perhaps, they had already set up other landscape restrictions. Then, once Chen Pinggan acted hastily, Kui Dong's secret plan would go down the drain. Just knowing that the landscape travel book was unusual was actually meaningless. This was also where Kui Dong was the most meticulous. In these years, after all the words in the book were finished, Chen Pinggan could be said to have racked his brains in order to decipher the secret letter. It was very difficult for him to arrange those words in various ways. He read the travel book again and again. Perhaps, in a certain chapter, he took 1 word out of every 11 words and gathered them all together to see if he could gather them into a secret letter. Perhaps, he worked hard on the 2 words by and by and used various connections to spread them out. Perhaps, he used the method of backtracking to search for clues. Kui Dong Shan once said that as long as one's brain was not sick, they would not be able to pull out the thread of this connection. But in reality, not only did his teacher pull out the thread after reading the landscape travel book for the first time, even the throwing of the book and then retrieving it was a kind of trick. After that, as he refined the words, he thought of thousands of miles away. All the trivial things in life that made people feel uncomfortable might be gathered together in a certain place on the road in the future like dots of light, shining brightly. Chen Pinggan shrunk his body, his hands in his sleeves, and was lost in thought. Today was the 5th of May in the vast world. When there were people around, Chen Pinggan would not care too much about whether it was the 5th of May or not. When there was no one around, he would think about it again and again. After his parents left, one day, the door of a house at the end of Mud Bottle Alley opened. Later, there was a little slug in that house. After that, he met his two neighbors, Song Jisin and Ji Qiu. Later on, he met Liu Xianyang. Later on, when he left his hometown, there was Li Baoping and Li Huai. Later on, there was Zhong Shanfeng, Liu Yuanxia, Pei Qian, and Luo Po Mountain. Even at the Book Slip Lake and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were people around him that he cared about. Only in these years, Chen Pinggan was alone again. Chen Pinggan exhaled softly and patted his chest lightly. Anyway, he could talk to himself when he was alone. 704. This chapter is a little late. The Tongyi continent was filled with immortal tombs. There were only a handful of mountain sects that could still rely on the mountain water formation to resist the demon race. The three enclosures, four divisions formation created by the combined efforts of the Jade Gui sect, the Tongyi sect, the Taiping Mountain, and the Fuyao sect became dimmer and dimmer. If one were to look down at the continent from the sky, the lights in the mortal world seemed to be gradually extinguished. Every time the lights disappeared, it was the destruction of a celestial mountain. It was the loss of the fate of the Tongyi continent, which was taken by the demon clan. As time went by, the courage of the people on the mountain and under the mountains of the continent was shattered. The southern immortal Joju sect had many female cultivators. Their ancestral mountain was the Konghu Mountain, and their ancestral hall was called the Circling Thunder Hall. The immortal mountain was not too big, but because of its geographical location, it was like a chicken rib. It was not attacked by the demon race's army for the time being. Now, the Joju sect had gathered more than 10 homeless cultivators from the mountain. The high and mighty immortal masters of the archives were now all homeless dogs. Among them, there was a green-robed swordsman from a small sect. Previously, he held the jade token of his ancestral hall and paid a sum of immortal money to be able to enter the Joju sect to seek refuge. Today, he came alone to a beautiful place in the boundary of the Konghu Mountain, the Shizhuji water viewing platform. Under the Shizhuji, there was a deep pool with unfathomable depths. The green-robed swordsman ascended the high platform. Under the illumination of a 10,000-year-old rhinoceros horn, he looked at the water creatures in the deep pool. However, under the blessing of the immortal spells, the mortals could see many strange-looking water creatures. After being domesticated by the immortals on the Joju sect for thousands of years, they were unusually docile and leisurely in the water. The green-robed swordsman sat on the water viewing platform. In his hands, there were a few military reports that he had received not long ago. The 30 military tents, including the Jioshan camp, had each occupied an immortal ancestral hall or a secular dynasty's capital. They had completely surrounded the 3 major academies, including the Dafu Academy, and the 4 major sects, including the Jade sect. Every day, the wilderness was constantly devouring, seizing, and transforming the fate of the continent's mountains and rivers. After the demon race's army reached the shore, the pressure of the Great Tao became smaller and smaller. If it wasn't for Zhong Kuei, who kept the withered skeleton Great Demon Bai Ying in check, making it difficult for Bai Ying's army of skeletons to form. Every time they met Zhong Kuei, they would automatically disperse. This Zhong Kuei used his unimaginable natal supernatural power to reduce the number of ghosts in the battlefield ruins at the foot of the mountain. It was as if they died in battle again, bringing great trouble to the battlefront of the wilderness. Otherwise, the Dafu Academy, Fuyao sect, and a few other sects would have already fallen. After the advisor, the Jioshan camp, and Wooden Clog's suggestion, the various military tents took the initiative to absorb the cultivators of the Tongyi continent. At the same time, they began to restrain the various armies that went deep into the hinterland. They could no longer wantonly slaughter the cities and build the capital. They copied the strategy of the Dali Iron Cavalry from the Aquarius continent and made appropriate modifications to it. They drove the dynasties and vassal armies at the foot of the mountain to attack the sects on the mountain. From the green-robed swordsman's point of view, the only flaw was that the various military tents in the wilderness were still inferior to the civil and military officials of the Song clan. They couldn't execute orders and prohibitions. Simply put, they were good at killing people. However, when it came to killing people, it was too lame. However, all of this was within their expectations. Not to mention the wilderness, Even many scholars in the vast world were at a loss when it came to economic strategies. There was no need to be demanding. When the Yugui sect or Taiping Mountain was broken, the morale of the people of the Tongyi continent would be destroyed. However, regarding the strategic choice of the Yugui sect and Taiping Mountain, Fei Ran, the Sword Immortal advisor, and Wooden Clog of the Jioshan camp and several other military tents suggested to break through Taiping Mountain first. As for the Yugui sect at the southernmost tip of the Tongyi continent, it wouldn't matter if they stayed there for a few more years. There was no need to tangle with it too much. They should quickly gather their forces. As long as they took down the Tongyi sect, they could cross the continent and crush the Aquarius continent. They definitely couldn't give the Dali Iron Cavalry the chance to deploy more troops. However, most of the military tents still believed that taking down the Yugui sect and completely occupying the fate of a continent was the safest choice. Furthermore, there were many sword cultivators in the wilderness. Back then, when they exchanged swords at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they were all rebuffed. Now that they were in the Tongyi continent, they could use the Yugui sect to test their swords. Exchanging swords with the Yugui sect and destroying the Yugui sect's ancestral hall would be the best way to end the war of the continent. This green-robed swordsman who came to the Qiangju sect to seek refuge was Fei Ran, who came to the Tongyi continent later. He was the junior of the great demon Qieyun. Therefore, when Fei Ran saw the last spy report, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For some reason, he had become one of the top 10 youths in the world, standing side by side with Ning Yaro, Cao Ci, and Shan Qing. This had already made Fei Ran feel very awkward, especially when he was praised as good at suppressing enemies. Fei Ran couldn't help but feel resentful. She couldn't help but wish that the cultivators of the other worlds wouldn't know of his existence for a very long time. Unsurprisingly, Fei Chen was already at the Yuji Ridge. It was a tough bone to chew. It was a big sect in the Tongyi continent and its protective formation was extremely strong and stable. Instead of beating the grass and alerting the enemy, he deliberately diverted the army to attack other sects and secretly drove tens of thousands of refugees towards Yuji Mound. He only sent a few Earth Immortals under his command to stir up trouble there. During a meeting in the ancestral hall of Yuji Mound, a female ancestral master who was moved by compassion stood firm against all objections. In the end, she chose to open the restrictive spell around the mountain and let the refugees take refuge in Yuji Mound. Unlike Fei Ran who was sightseeing, Fei Chen was rushing towards the ancestral hall of Yuji Ridge. Fei Ran raised his head and looked into the distance. In the direction of the Yuji Ridge, there was a sword light that soared into the sky. There was also an extremely familiar radiance of a spell that Fei Ran was extremely familiar with. It was the work of his senior Qieyun. From this moment onwards, the Yuji Ridge became a matter of history. After a long time, it would become a page of the ancient calendar. A young man ran towards the Shizhuji water viewing platform and came to Fei Ran's side. He said uneasily, "Brother Chen, everyone said that the Chenyu sect would definitely not be able to hold on. What should we do? I've caused Brother Chen to spend so much money. If I die, how can I pay back the money?" The young man squatted on the ground and said sullenly, "I'm not worth that much money. That's divine money." Fei Ran, who was now using the pseudonym Chen Yin, laughed, "To me, that divine money is just the string of copper coins in your pocket, so you don't have to worry too much." The young man still felt sorry for Brother Chen and said softly, "Even a divine being can't spend money so recklessly." Fei Ran laughed it off. Not only did Fei Ran change his name, he even changed his appearance to that of a young Yin official. There was no purpose to it and it was purely out of boredom. As for this rural young man from the Tongyi continent, he was a little woodcutter that Fei Ran met during her travels. The young man had no relatives. He once saved a mountain spirit that was about to transform into a human form. In order to repay his kindness, the spirit often caught prey in the mountains and secretly brought it to the young man's house. Fei Ran happened to see this scene, so she brought him to the Yuanju sect, which was thousands of miles away from here. Fei Ran brought the young man to look at the strange aquatic creatures. As the sun set, several rainbow lights directly broke through the Yuanju sect's mountain and river restrictions. When they saw Fei Ran's figure on the Shizhuji observatory, They changed their trajectory and did not go to the circling Thunder Hall on the peak of the Yuanju mountain. Instead, they landed beside Fei Ran. Senior brother Kie Yun, who had a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist, and sword deity fetus Yu Sai of Shenying. There was also a slender young girl with a short knife, nicknamed Dooku. She was born with a weak body that was out of her mind and out of her mind. It was easy for her to attract yin spirits and ghosts to live in her body. However, the Great Tao was unpredictable, so it allowed her to cultivate a small human world that was like a paradise. The young girl's eyes were listless and empty, but she still nodded at Fei Ran. Kie Yun stretched out 2 fingers and twirled a strand of hair on his temples. He smiled with squinted eyes. "Junior brother, this little guy doesn't even have the talent for cultivation. Why are you bringing him along?" Fei Ran smiled. "Boring." The young girl turned to look at the circling Thunder Hall on the peak of the mountain. Kie Yun said, "Young lady, I beg you. Don't kill indiscriminately like you did at Yujigang. There are many good-looking girls here. Can you not do anything?" The young girl said with a hoarse voice, "I will chop off their heads and give them to Senior Kie Yun. You don't have to care about male cultivators." Kie Yun put his hands together. All right. Remember to keep your word. You must be a girl and treat a girl well." The young girl pulled out her short knife and gently shook her wrist. After the short knife was unsheathed, it suddenly turned into a snow-white giant blade. The young girl rose from the ground and went to the ancestral hall of the Yuanju sect. Yu Sai said to Fei Ran, "Senior Sai Chen is still cleaning up the mess at Yujigang. Our next target is the Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City." Fei Ran nodded. "As you wish." Kie Yun suddenly smiled. "Senior brother just received news that Mr. Ju has already arrived at the gate of the Great Fu Academy. There will be a good show to watch. After I finish touching up my makeup, I will rush over to cheer for Mr. Ju. Junior brother, what do you say? Do you want to go with me?" Fei Ran shook his head. "I'll pass." The woodcutter youth was not stupid. Although he could not understand the language of this group of people, he could still roughly guess their identities. For a moment, his mind was a mess. Fei Ran squatted down and smiled at the youth in the local language of a small country. "Sorry, I am a demon. However, there is no need to be afraid. You can continue to treat me as your big brother Chen. Even if the sky falls and the earth sinks, it has nothing to do with you." Fei Ran liked to learn the local languages of different countries and local dialects whenever she went to a new place. It was because she was bored. The youth's forehead was covered in sweat, and he said with a trembling voice, "Big brother Chen, what is going on?" Fei Ran thought for a moment and said, "It is probably a group of uninvited guests. They broke in uninvited and did not leave any food for the host." The youth's eyes gradually became determined. "Big brother Chen saved me. No matter who it is, whether they are demons or not, they are my benefactors. I don't care how others view Big Brother Chen. I don't care." Fei Ran smiled and nodded. He slapped the youth to death and completely scattered his soul. Kie Yun was a little surprised. He blinked and asked, "Junior brother, you killed him too? What an obedient child." Fei Ran stood up and remained silent. He did not explain. If the youth revealed a trace of hatred, regardless of whether he hid it well, Fei Ran would let him live. He could even go up the mountain to cultivate. Fei Ran raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked, "Senior brother, what happened to the Jade Ridge martial ancestor who insisted on opening the door?" Kie Yun patted his cheeks lightly and smiled. During the discussion in the martial ancestor hall, her voice was the loudest. However, when the fight started, she was the most silent. Yu Sai said, "Senior Sai Chen originally wanted to spare her life. However, when he saw her kowtowing and begging for mercy in the martial ancestor hall, he felt annoyed and changed his mind." Fei Ran nodded his head. "I hope that Aquarius Continent's old dragon city will do the same." Great Spring Empire, Mirage City Imperial Palace. There was a young empress with a frown on her face. She was extremely beautiful. Her expression was gloomy as she twirled the small copper chopsticks in her hands. She gently stirred the ashes in the stove, trying to make the fire last longer. Sitting at the side was a young lady of the same age. She was full of heroic spirit. She and Empress Yarou Jinji were family. Yarou Lingji saw his sister lowering her head and did not know how to comfort her. Their grandfather, Minister of War Yarou Zhen, had already donned his armor and went into battle. The old general led all the Yarou family disciples and rushed to the border. Earlier today, the vassal king who was in charge of guarding the capital and supervising the country came here with an ulterior motive. He said that he was here to discuss military matters, but in reality, his eyes never left his sister's face. If it wasn't for Yarou Lingji protecting his sister and unsheathing his sword a little to signal the other party not to push his luck, who knows what that pervert would do? In the current imperial palace, there was no one that his sister could trust. Even if she was the empress, she was still a weak lady. The vassal king left. When he stepped over the threshold, he turned around and smiled. Not to mention the empress sister that he was staring at, even Yarou Lingji would feel cold. Yarou Jinji raised his head and smiled sadly. I'm fine. Yarou Lingji was filled with grief and indignation. If he was fine, then what was considered fine? Now, inside and outside the imperial palace, from the imperial court to the Jianghu to the battlefield, where wasn't a mess? That bastard wearing the dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne actually left his sister alone and secretly ran away. Most importantly, he even took a large group of Jindan stage cultivators with him and went to the fifth world to seek refuge. The thing that hurt his sister the most was the ridiculous reason that His Majesty did not take his sister with him. It was actually someone from Qintianjian's side who asserted that his sister was a femme fatale and would only bring disaster to him if he took her with him. This young empress of the Great Quan dynasty held a furnace in her hands. Her hands were hot, but her heart was cold. She remembered that when she was on the way to Mirage City, she secretly performed a divination for herself. It was a great fortune for her, but it was not a good divination for the Great Quan dynasty. At that time, she was puzzled. Now that she looked at it again, it turned out that they were both right and wrong. The one who was right was the Great Quan dynasty's throne, which was indeed in danger. The one who was wrong was her fate, which was destined to suffer together with him. If her grandfather was not leading the army at the border and Yarou Lingji was not by her side to protect her, Yarou Jinji really did not know what to do. She did not dare to die. When she saw the beam, she did not dare to think about the white silk. Once, she gathered her courage and glanced at the well in the palace from afar. Then, she became even more afraid of death. After Yarou Lingji entered the palace, she stumbled and fell to the ground in the corridor after a meeting. Then, she fell to the ground and cried. When she raised her head, she was like a pear blossom in the rain. She cried and asked her younger sister if there was any way to die in the world that didn't hurt. At that time, Yarou Lingji squatted on the ground and hugged her sister. She did not dare to tell her that if she fell into the hands of those monsters, her life would only be worse than death. At this time, Yarou Jinji suddenly said, "These days, stay by my side and don't leave me. Otherwise, I can't hold on. But when the monsters attack Mirage City and we can't hold on anymore, you can kill me. Just remember to attack quickly." Yarou Lingji's face instantly turned pale, and she nodded gently. The young empress suddenly smiled. Looking at the snowy scene outside the door, she suddenly thought of a person. If only he was here. No matter what the final result was, she would not be so worried. All these years, she would only occasionally think of that man whom she didn't really like. In the remote Mahu prefecture of the small country of the White Jade continent, also known as the Huanglang Hazy, there was a small Lei Gong temple. The temple attendant was a young man named Pei Aziang. Today, this handsome young master walked out of the Lei Gong temple after lighting 3 incense sticks in the incense burner to welcome the guests. Those who knew his identity did not dare to disturb him. Those who dared to come were usually guests that Pei Aziang was willing to entertain. He was wearing a white robe and a jade belt. There was a green bamboo flute at his waist and a yellow bead hanging from the tassel. The bamboo flute was made of green bamboo. It came from the green immortal mountain of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. The bead was a common item in the marketplace. Ordinary rich families would not even bother to look at it. The 3 guests were Liu Yuju, the son of the Liu clan's god of wealth, Liu Mema, and Liu Sueyu, Liu Mema's daughter. She was one of the 3 direct disciples of Pei Aziang. Liu Suiyu wore a short saber with a black scabbard and a snow-white fox fur coat. A few years ago, she had reached the 9th realm as the strongest far-travel state. Liu Suiyu was a frequent visitor to the northern ice plains. Liu Yuju shouted from afar, "Aziang, Aziang." Pei Aziang smiled. Seeing that this little brat was too rich, she did not mind. Liu Mimar had to remind him in a low voice, "Young master, didn't we agree that when you see Senior Pei, you should not call her Aziang?" Liu Yuju laughed and said, I couldn't help it. Pei Aziang was the only 10th realm martial artist in the White Jade continent. He was the 3rd person of the Liu clan's god of wealth. Pei Aziang sat on the steps of the door. Liu Yuju sat down beside him. Liu Suiyu saw his master and smiled. "Master, you look energetic today." Pei Aziang joked, "It's hard not to be happy when I see the child of wealth." Liu Mimar let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Grandmaster Pei was with the young master. It was easier to talk to him. Liu Yuju took out an incense burner. Pei Aziang glanced at it and waved her hand, sending the incense burner into the Leigong temple. Liu Yuju had just returned home from the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent. He took the route of the Jinjia continent, the Liuxia continent, and the White Jade continent. Liu Yuju gave out more than 10 talismans at the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent to new friends he had just met. It was a loan. Liu Yuju wanted them to return it to him. It was not that he did not want to give up the talismans, but he did not want those people who he had just remembered to become his old friends. Pei Aziang asked, "That Cao Ci, which 10th realm martial artist is she at?" Liu Yuju shook his head, "I didn't ask." Pei Aziang was speechless. Liu Suiyu sat on the side and patted his knees. "Among the 10 young people, there's a peak realm cultivator called Yingguan. He's a sword cultivator. Plus, his martial arts fate went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He's probably the young man Liu Yuju knows." Pei Aziang was confused. "What do you mean?" Regarding this matter, he had never heard of it before. Liu Yuju pretended to fix his collar. Liu Suiyu immediately kicked Liu Yuju. In the Liu family's mansion in the White Jade continent, there was a painting that Liu Yuju wrote himself in his study. It was so clumsy that it looked like a child's handwriting. It was a small boat floating on the sea, and a young man with a sword on his back was standing on the bow. The young man's figure was just a circle with a few branches. Nobody would recognize him as a person. When Liu Suiyu saw this famous work in the early years, she asked about it. Liu Yuju then showed off to her, saying that his water pattern painting technique was 70 to 80% of Ma Yuan's water diagram. Liu Yuju was still a young man at that time. He was afraid that Aunt Liu would not believe him, so he picked out an authentic water diagram from the pile of brushes on the desk and asked Aunt Liu to identify it. Liu Suiyu was a female martial grandmaster, so she was not interested in the priceless water painting of the immortals. She only asked who the young man was. Liu Yuju then told her about the incident when the ferry on Osmanthus Island passed by the Flood Dragon Gully. Liu Suiyu remembered the strange young man who climbed up the inverted mountain but did not go to the Yuan family's mansion. Liu Yuju chuckled and said, "His surname is Chen, he's from the Baoping continent. He's a very generous person." Pei Axiang smiled and said, "How generous is a person that you call generous?" Liu Yuju said, "I gave him a grain of grain rain money. Of course, I'm stingy. He's generous. That's how it should be." Pei Axiang smiled. The entire Yuan family's mansion was sold. "Didn't your father feel bad?" Liu Yuju shook his head. "My father only hates the fact that there's only one Yuan family's mansion on the inverted mountain." Pei Axiang sighed. "Sometimes, I have to admit that rich people like you deserve to be rich." The old woman said softly, "Young master predicted the future of the Yuan family's mansion." The old master was very happy about it. He said that his foresight alone was worth the Yuan family's mansion. Liu Yuju said helplessly, "I don't think it's a good thing." "Granny Liu, why are you saying this?" Pei Axiang turned around and asked, "Suiyu, you're in the peak state. So is the hidden official. Do you have the confidence to be the strongest?" Liu Suiyu said, "Let's try." Between the two of them, whoever broke through first and obtained martial arts fate would be the winner. Both of them didn't use the Q-ask fist. Pei Arxiang looked into the distance. You're all together? Did you discuss this? Liu Suiyu followed his master's gaze. It seems to be that sword immortal Xie Songhua. Other than the two new direct disciples, there's a young woman with her. Pei Arxiang nodded. She's a pure martial artist. She's much younger than you. Fortunately, she's not as good-looking as you. Otherwise, I'd be worried. Pei Arxiang frowned. She stood up and murmured to herself, is it that remote travel state? How is it possible? Liu Suiyu's eyesight wasn't as good as Pei Arxiang's, so he noticed the traces later. Xie Songhua traveled on her sword to take care of the two disciples. However, the young woman didn't need Xie Songhua's help. The group landed on the deserted square outside the Thunder God Temple. The female sword immortal went straight to the point, Xie Songhua. Pei Arxiang ignored her. When Xie Songhua reached the immortal state, she could scare people with her name. Liu Suiyu stood up abruptly, looking energetic. She was a martial arts fanatic. To be able to exchange fists and swords with a sword immortal was a delightful experience. Xie Songhua glanced at the famous Liu Suiyu and laughed. Before we get down to business, you guys can chat. Pei Qian cupped his fists. Junior Pei Qian would like to exchange fists with Senior Pei. Pei Arxiang was amused. She waved her hand. I'm not free. Pei Qian scratched his head. After putting down his hand, he cupped his fists again and said, all right. Since Senior Pei Arxiang wasn't willing to exchange fists, as a junior on the path of martial arts, Pei Qian could only give up. Martial artist asking fists wasn't seeking death. The old lady couldn't help but laugh. This young lady was rather interesting. The old lady looked at her young master. Zhu Xing and Chao Mu, the two sword immortal embryos, looked at each other. They were originally prepared to help Sister Pei carry the bookcase and the bamboo cane. Pei Arxiang finally became interested. Young lady, how many times did you reach the remote travel state? Pei Qian hesitated for a while, then said, only 5 times. Liu Yuju opened his mouth wide. 5 times? Don't say only. How could there be such a young lady in the world? What was her name? Liu Yuju wanted to make friends with such a person. One could complain about having too much money, but one couldn't complain about having too many friends. Liu Suiyu rubbed the spot between his eyebrows. Pei Arxiang's expression became serious. Liu Suiyu asked curiously, which 2 realms did you have problems in? Pei Qian shook his head and didn't say anything. Liu Suiyu smiled, if you tell me, I'll agree to exchange fists with you even if I'm in the remote travel state. Pei Qian thought for a while, then said, Senior, can you not do that? I'm going to exchange fists with you, but you're not going to teach me fists. Why would you do that? Liu Suiyu walked down the stairs. All right, I won't do that. Pei Qian nodded and gave the mountain walking cane to Chao Mu. Then he took down the bookcase and took it with both hands. Chao Mu waved his fists and said in a low voice, Sister Pei, be careful. Pei Qian rubbed the young lady's head and said with a smile, stay away from me later. Xie Songhua rode the wind and flew up to the sky with her 2 disciples. Liu Yuju squatted on the stairs behind Pei Arxiang and tilted his head. He looked at the young lady and asked softly, Arxiang, how can an 8th realm cultivator fight a 9th realm cultivator like Aunt Liu fight? Pei Arxiang said, go and ask that young lady. Liu Yuju rolled his eyes and said, I met a pretty girl, but I didn't dare to talk to her. The old woman couldn't stop smiling. That young lady wasn't pretty at all. Liu Suiyu took off his fox fur coat and threw it on the stairs behind him. She put one hand behind her back and extended her palm with the other hand. She said with a smile, I'm Liu Suiyu, a martial artist from the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Prefecture. Pei Qian stepped forward and lowered his body slightly. He clenched his fists and made a simple fist pose. He said in a deep voice, I'm Pei Qian, the first disciple of the Luopa Mountain. I'll exchange fists with Senior Liu. In the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Zhengyang Mountain. Apart from the 2 patriarchs who rushed to Old Dragon City, the rest of the Old Sword Immortals, including the Dao family's patriarch, were gathered here today. There were many matters that required the patriarchs to decide together. In the North Continent, where sword cultivators were common, even nascent soul sword cultivators would feel uncomfortable if they were addressed as sword immortals. However, there was no such custom in the Aquarius continent. Every golden core sword cultivator was a true sword immortal of the mountain. An average-looking woman sat at the back with a red string tied to her wrist. She sat upright and still, appearing a little reserved. She was in charge of Zhengyang Mountain's Mountain View Bulletin and Catoptric Reflections. On Zhengyang Mountain, she had always been an errand girl. Because she was not a sword cultivator and often went out, she was not as revered as the sword immortal patriarchs. It was especially so in Zhengyang Mountain's ancestral master hall. In the eyes of the sword immortal patriarchs, she was a shrewd woman who was not smart enough. In short, she was an unimpressive woman. Initially, Su Jiao was a disciple she had brought to the mountain gate. In the end, he was transferred to another mountain. In exchange, she received a magic weapon. Later on, Su Jiao was accepted as a direct disciple of the ancestral master hall. As it turned out, she had made a loss in that deal. Otherwise, the status of a mother at the foot of the mountain depended on her son. There were also many old cultivators on the mountain who were waiting for death. Of course, Su Jiao did not end well. He lost to the current Garden Lord of the Wind Thunder Garden, Yellow River, at the Wind Snow Temple's divine immortal platform. His sword heart shattered and Su Jiao could not even keep his status as a sword cultivator. However, Zhengyang Mountain's ancestral master hall only took back the purple gold blade strengthening gourd. They did not remove her name from the ancestral master hall's register. They only removed Su Jiao's status as a direct disciple. The first matter was to discuss the candidates for the direct disciple. They would choose an auspicious day for their names to be officially recorded in the ancestral master hall's register. Zhengyang Mountain was Dallas' designated successor. Therefore, they were already preparing for the location of their next sect. It had to be in the territory of the old Zhuiying dynasty. Zhengyang Mountain had absorbed a considerable number of young sword cultivators from the old Zhuiying dynasty. Apart from that, there was also a rather impressive potential sword immortal. The Dragon Spring Sword sect was blind not to nurture him properly. He cultivated at Shenxiu Mountain for several years, but Ruan Cheng was unwilling to take him in as a direct disciple. After the youth came to Zhengyang Mountain, he broke through very quickly. Now, he had hopes of becoming Daoist companions with Fairy Tongzhen of the Cold Dew Peak. The first matter was actually a small matter. There was no dispute. The second matter was to discuss the second batch of disciples of Zhengyang Mountain. The first batch had already rushed to Old Dragon City under the lead of the two patriarchs. Zhengyang Mountain had always had a good relationship with the vassal King Song Mu. It was all thanks to Dao Zi's trip to Lizhu Grotto Heaven. She had formed a great relationship with the youth who was still called Song Jisin back then. However, for the second batch, who would be in charge of the Dao protectors and which disciples should be sent down the mountain were all important matters. If there was not enough weight, it would easily anger the Song clan. However, if there was too much weight, Zhengyang Mountain's vitality would be easily damaged. Therefore, they needed to know their limits. The patriarch of the Dao family clearly had a draft in mind. He gave a set of rules and did not have many objections. Next was to discuss the matter of participating in the night banquet of Zhongyue Mountain's Lord Jin Qing. It was also a small matter. The only thing they needed to be careful about was to sound out Lord Jin Shan's intentions. This was to prevent unnecessary disputes about the location of their next sect in the future. After all, Jin Qing's friendship with the old Zhuiying dynasty was known throughout the continent. The next matter was the icing on the cake. They were to discuss the marriage with the Shu clan of Qingfeng City. On Zhengyang Mountain's side, it was the cultivation genius, Dao Zi, whom the patriarch of the Dao family doted on the most. On the Shu clan of Qingfeng City's side, it was the son of the city lord. Both sides had traveled to Lizhu Grotto Heaven together and had a good relationship all these years. Moreover, the elders of both sides felt that this was a match made in heaven. The Shu clan of Qingfeng City that had been making bad moves in the past had later formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan clan of Shangzhou nation. They did not hesitate to marry off their daughter of the first wife to the son of a concubine. Only then did they mend the rift between Qingfeng City and the Dali dynasty. The woman with the red string on her hand asked softly, "Is Daozi willing to do it herself?" A hint of gloominess flashed across the Dao family's patriarch's brow. However, there were some words that were hard to say. Daozi was indeed unwilling. Moreover, the Dao family's patriarch himself was actually hoping that the vassal mansion in Old Dragon City could give some hints to Zhengyang Mountain. However, it was unknown whether that young vassal king was playing dumb or really treated Daozi as his sister. The Dao family's patriarch gave the woman a look. The woman understood tacitly and said, "There's no rush anyway. Why don't we let Daozi go to Old Dragon City and meet her fellow disciples?" The Zhengyang Mountain's lord only stroked his beard without saying anything. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have heard the voice in his heart. He nodded and said, "All right." After making this decision, the lord's expression turned solemn. He said with a heavier tone, "We must give a clear explanation for the Wind Thunder Garden's matter today." On the surface, Zhengyang Mountain only had two nascent soul sword cultivators. One was the lord of Zhengyang Mountain, while the other was the Dao family's patriarch. The other patriarch with the highest seniority had been in seclusion for many years and was about to emerge. There were also three golden core sword cultivator patriarchs. In truth, Zhengyang Mountain had always lacked a sword immortal of the upper five realms. That was why they had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden for several hundred years. Now that Li Tuanjing was dead, the matter of challenging the new garden lord, Huang He, was of utmost importance. That Huang He's talent was just too great. Zhengyang Mountain could not afford to lower their guard against him. Huang He was too showy. Now that he was a nascent soul sword cultivator, it was very likely that he would become the second Li Tuanjing. That was why this matter could not be delayed any longer. Now, Zhengyang Mountain had to find a suitable candidate to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. However, whether it was the lord of the same realm as Huang He, or the patriarch of Yupu, who had emerged from seclusion, it was not suitable for them to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. They were both inferior in seniority, and the latter was even a realm higher. The problem was that among the direct disciples of Zhengyang Mountain, there was no one who could match Huang He. Perhaps even Liu Baqiao would be able to defeat the sword cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain. There was a suitable candidate for the position of consecrator and guest elder. He was a genius sword cultivator from the old Zhuang dynasty. In the past, he was known as one of the twin paragons and had obtained much of Zhuang dynasty's sword Dao's providence. Unfortunately, it would not be appropriate for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. Unless that person was willing to become a direct disciple of Zhengyang Mountain's Patriarch Hall. Even if that person was stupid and agreed to it, Zhengyang Mountain's actions might cause Beiyu Jinqing to hold a grudge against them. That was why the matter of choosing the Wind Thunder Garden had become the common worry of the patriarchs and sword immortals of Zhengyang Mountain. In the end, they still could not come up with a foolproof plan. The Dao family's patriarch said angrily, "If it really doesn't work, I'll just throw away my dignity and challenge the Wind Thunder Garden." The mountain lord shook his head, "That's not appropriate. It's best if we can win in a convincing manner." The Dao family's patriarch had a higher chance of ascending to the upper five realms than him. If he were to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden, it would be fine if he won. However, if he were to lose, or if an accident happened and he died under Huang He's sword, his position as a mountain lord would be over. Of course, the mountain lord knew that the Dao family's patriarch was just putting on a show. He knew very well the situation he was in as a mountain lord. Moreover, his words were extremely knowledgeable. Since the Dao family's patriarch was challenging the Wind Thunder Garden, challenging the Wind Thunder Garden's junior, it would be embarrassing for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. It was also inappropriate for him, the mountain lord, to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, the woman said, "Perhaps there's a way for that guest elder to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall." On the seat opposite her, a patriarch leaned forward slightly. He asked with interest, "What do you mean? If he becomes our direct disciple and challenges the Wind Thunder Garden, are you sure he can win?" The woman shook her head. It's very difficult. Although Yuan Bai is also a nascent soul sword cultivator, he's still lacking compared to Huang He. The only thing Yuan Bai can rely on is his flying sword's intrinsic divine ability that allows him to trade injuries for injuries. The patriarch twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this woman really asking for a scolding? The woman immediately added softly, however, there's a chance for Huang He to be confirmed as the second Li Tuanjing. For example, his identity and his realm. However, if that's the case, our Xingyang Mountain might lose the Wind Thunder Garden. Once she said that, half of the sword immortal patriarchs in the ancestral hall remained indifferent. This group of elders had never liked to bother with the affairs of Xingyang Mountain. They were obsessed with sword cultivation. However, the other half were usually people in important positions. They quickly communicated with each other through telepathy. The patriarch opposite the woman sneered, that Yuan Bai isn't stupid. If he becomes our ancestral hall's direct disciple today, he'll have to fight Huang He to the death tomorrow. After that, there might not be a day after tomorrow. Who would be willing? The woman wanted to say something but stopped. The mountain master frowned. Speak frankly. Only then did the woman carefully say, the reason Yuan Bai is willing to become our guest elder is that he hopes to protect that batch of sword cultivator embryos from the old Zhu Ying as much as possible. If our Zhengyang Mountain agrees to this person's request, we'll give the old Zhu Ying people an additional direct disciple slot every 60 years. We'll also guarantee that this direct disciple will ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future. The deadline will be 500 years. After that, the contract between both parties will be nullified. If that's the case, it'll be difficult for Yuan Bai to refuse. He might even be grateful to us. The patriarch opposite the woman nodded and said with a smile, since we can openly challenge the Wind Thunder Garden and protect the juniors of our homeland, Yuan Bai should indeed thank us. He should thank us for giving him a worthy death with a clear conscience and a glorious end. An old sword cultivator suddenly stood up and silently left the ancestral hall. Soon after, several other elders followed suit and left. Zhengyang Mountain's mountain master did not find this strange. The Dao family's patriarch did not even bother to look at them. A bunch of stubborn old farts. Don't you like to practice the sword? Don't you think it's beneath you to play tricks? If you're so capable, you should cultivate to the jade unpolished realm. It's a pity that you're a bunch of trash. You're not even nascent soul cultivators. If Zhengyang Mountain relied on you guys, would they be able to become an immortal clan with the word sect? Would they be able to have a subordinate sect and suppress the Dragon Spring Sword sect? If we rely on you old trash who have practiced the sword for hundreds of years, would Xingyang Mountain be able to become the leader of Aquarius Continent? The woman was anxious. She was probably regretting her words at that moment. The mountain master looked at the woman and said with a rare smile, this matter is settled. You go and persuade Yuan Bai to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall. After it's done, we will immediately spread the word that Yuan Bai wants to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. The woman nodded lightly. The mountain master was in a good mood. He found the woman pleasing to the eye. In the entire Zhengyang Mountain, he was the only one who knew the inside story. The violet gold blade strengthening gourd that Su Jiao was bestowed by the ancestral hall was something that this woman had found. She was very tactful, so she exchanged it for a seat in the ancestral hall. This matter was leaked by his teacher in the early years. It was enough for him to keep it in his heart and not spread it out. After his benefactor's death, the only one who knew about this not-so-big secret was him, the mountain chieftain. The mountain master said, one last thing. Tell me about that Liu Xianyang. At this point, the mountain master glanced at the Dao family's patriarch with resentment. In the early years, the Dao girl and the mountain guardian consecrator traveled the Pearl Grotto heaven together. They did not expect that they would not be able to retrieve the sword manual, nor eliminate the root of the problem. They did not even get rid of a country boy who worked as a kill worker. In the end, they left behind such a huge hidden danger. Although Li Tuanjing was still alive at that time, and Liu Xianyang's natal porcelain was said to have passed through the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden, the mountain moving ape had some misgivings. It was also for the sake of Zhengyang Mountain. It was inappropriate to completely fall out with the Wind Thunder Garden at that time. But now that he thought about it, it still gave the Mountain Master a headache. Of all things, the most hateful thing was to know earlier. The Dao family's patriarch turned his head and lifted his chin, pointing at the woman. Then he said to the Mountain Master, according to her information, Liu Xianyang is now a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral hall. Because the Liu clan's ancestors were once the tomb keepers of the Melo Chen clan's ancestral graveyard, he later studied at the Melo Chen clan in the South Swirl continent for 10 years. What realm is Liu Xianyang at now? Did he have selfless contact with the Wind Thunder Garden? The woman stood up and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. The Dao family's patriarch reached out and grabbed it, browsing through it first. The Mountain Master's expression was calm. He did not care about it at all. The Dao family's patriarch frowned and said, "It's just some trivial matter. Since he can become Wan Tuanjing's disciple, what realm is he at? Is he a sword cultivator? What's the natal magic of his flying sword? What kind of connections did he have when he was studying at the Melo Chen clan in the South Swirl continent? You don't even know." The Dao family's patriarch pushed the piece of paper to the Mountain Master. After the Mountain Master finished reading it, he said, according to the intelligence, this Liu Xianyang was someone who could not keep a secret when he was young. He loved to be in the limelight. When he returned to his hometown, did he talk to anyone about his studies? The woman shook her head and said, his temperament has changed greatly. Although he likes to stroll around every day, he only talks with his neighbors about old stories from his hometown. He never mentions the Melo Chen clan. In fact, in the entire Huaihuang County, apart from Supervisor Cao and a few others, not many people know that he has become a disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. And on the spiritual Grace Mountain, there are too few people from the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Ruan Chi's direct disciples can be counted on one hand. It's not suitable for us to spy on him, lest we become enemies with Ruan Chi. A cultivator like Ruan Chi is not only the chief consecrator of Dali, but he also has the Windsnow Temple as his backer. It's said that he has a good relationship with that sword immortal Wei. He's also a sword sect that competes with our great Dao. For the time being, it's not suitable for us to provoke him. The Dao family's patriarch laughed out loud and said, he did say a few words that are quite knowledgeable. The Mountain Master lamented for no reason, if we have Wei Jin, our Xingyang Mountain will not have to worry about the future. I can even give up my position as Mountain Master to Wei Jin. Wei Jin had asked the Northern Reed Continent's heavenly monarch Xiesha twice. He was fully deserving of being the #1 sword immortal in the Aquarius continent. The woman turned a deaf ear. The Mountain Master asked, are you sure that Liu Xianyang's natal porcelain is in the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden? The woman nodded, there should be no mistake. The Mountain Master stretched out his fingers and rubbed his temples. Now that things have come to this, it can be considered a death feud. Especially these young people who can't suffer any losses, they are the most vengeful. What if he asks the sword with us as a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect? When the time comes, how will Xingyang Mountain deal with him? Kill him or not? It's a problem no matter how you look at it. What if he colludes with the Wind Thunder Garden, causing the Wind Thunder Garden and the Dragon Spring Sword Sect to target Xingyang Mountain together? Even if it's not a big problem, it's ultimately not a good thing. The woman said tentatively, I have an idea. Mountain Master, listen to it. The Mountain Master said with a gratified smile, tell me about it. If it really works and solves a potential problem, Xingyang Mountain has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. When the Mountain Master said that, he glanced at an empty seat that was slightly in front of the woman's seat. The woman understood and immediately smiled, but she suddenly hesitated. The Mountain Master was even more understanding and said, there's nothing important for today's discussion. Everyone, go back and cultivate your swordsmanship. Some old sword cultivators stood up and left, leaving half of the ancestral hall empty. The woman then said, when a female cultivator of our Cheongji Peak was traveling in the Fox Nation, she fell in love with a disciple of the Lu family from the Liju Grotto Heaven in Clearwind City. Why don't we go with the flow and let them tie the knot and become a pair of immortal Tao companions? Then, we can discuss with the Shu family of Clearwind City to let that man marry into Zhengyang Mountain. This person's ancestral home was Huaihuang County in Dali. He was from the Liu family of Fortune Street and had a death feud with Liu Xianyang more than once. That disciple of the Liu family almost beat Liu Xianyang to death in a shabby alley. Later on, when Last Dao was traveling in the Lizhu Grotto Heaven, this person was also chosen by the woman of the Shu family of Clearwind City and helped to lead the way. Therefore, Liu Xianyang must have a lot of resentment towards this person. The mountain master nodded. He already understood the general idea. It was another unexpected surprise. Could it be that Zhengyang Mountain was really going to put this woman who always abided by the rules and didn't like to be in the limelight in an important position? The woman continued, "We'll make the wedding more lively and then deliberately spread the news to Huaihuang County. Liu Xianyang will definitely hear about it. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Even if Liu Xianyang causes a ruckus at the wedding and kills that disciple of the Liu family, it's still better than Liu Xianyang suppressing his resentment in his heart. After that, it's actually a good thing. In the future, he won't have an excuse to be entangled with Zhengyang Mountain." The ancestral master sitting opposite the woman smiled again and said, soft-hearted. The woman didn't refute. The ancestral master said, "As long as Liu Xianyang dares to make a move at the wedding, I can make that disciple of the Liu family die just right. Not only that, we can make that disciple of Chengji Peak who just put on her dowry commit suicide afterwards. As for whether she really dies or fakes her death, it's not important. It's all up to us. At worst, we can just let him learn from Su Jiao and conceal his identity. Zhengyang Mountain won't mistreat him. I don't believe that Ruan Jie still has the face to protect that Liu Xianyang after such a ruckus." The woman said softly, "Ancestral Master Yang is farsighted." The ancestral master leaned back in his chair. "Well said." The mountain master said, "We still have to think of another reason for Liu Xianyang to have no choice but to come." The Dao family's ancestor smiled. "Simple. Let the patriarch of the Shu family from Clearwind City attend the wedding. He's still wearing Liu Xianyang's ancestral blackmail armor. I believe Clearwind City wishes for Liu Xianyang's early death even more than we do." The woman exhaled softly. It seemed that she was rather tired after speaking so much today. On a snowy peak of Zhengyang Mountain, a master and servant were admiring the scenery in the corridor of an immortal mansion built on the edge of a cliff. The man was the sword cultivator of the old Zhuiying dynasty, Yuan Bai. The servant by his side was called Liu Cai. In front of outsiders, she was expressionless. She was lifeless and ugly. She was extremely unlikable. Yuan Bai was rather dejected. He didn't think that he would lose his home and country after just a trip to the snowy peak continent. The servant's hometown wasn't actually a vast world in the true sense. It was the renowned Tianjing blessed land of the snowy peak continent. The Tianjing blessed land was the private property of the snowy peak continent's Liu family. When it was first discovered, it was still a low-class blessed land with thin spirit qi. It was a high-class blessed land that was forcefully created with the money of immortals. Every year, there would be a grand occasion of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Every spring, the young women of the Liu family would wear rainbow-colored robes and scatter snow to spend money. It wasn't that the Liu family didn't have enough money, but that the blessed land was suppressed by the invisible Great Tao. It was at most a high-class blessed land. Even the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect could not compare to the Tianjing blessed land. Being unable to raise the rank of the blessed land was not a problem for the snowy peak continent's Liu family's god of wealth. It was rumored that the son of the first wife, Liu Yuju, accidentally made a joke when he was young and smashed a small grotto heaven. Thus, the snowy peak continent's god of wealth felt that it was feasible. After that, seeing the Liu family's attitude of smashing money, even if it was a bottomless pit, it would be filled with snow and money. Thus, there was a joke in the vast world. Whoever could marry the snowy peak continent's Liu Yuju would be the richest housewife in the world. The man turned to look at the servant and said softly, "Don't worry, I will help you find the previous owner of the blessed land." The servant nodded. A woman who rode the wind from the ancestral hall landed in the corridor. Yuan Bai and her bowed. The woman spoke telepathically with a troubled expression. She told Yuan Bai about the proposal from the ancestral hall of Zhengyang Mountain. After Yuan Bai heard it, he said without hesitation, "I agree." The woman sighed softly. Yuan Bai, who had not left his house since arriving at Zhengyang Mountain, smiled. "Senior, you don't have to do that." After the woman left, Yuan Bai said to the servant with guilt, "Liucai, I will try to help you obtain the identity of a direct disciple of Zhengyang Mountain as a protective talisman on your future cultivation path. I'm afraid I will have to break my promise about finding your master." The servant nodded. "It's all right." The woman slowly rode the wind back to her own mountain. The rules of Zhengyang Mountain were strict. Every cultivator's sword kinesi's flight's trajectory had its own rules. When she arrived at a very simple place for cultivation, the woman sneered. She sat on a praying mat and reached out to twist the red string on her wrist. Thinking of the enmity between Zhengyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden, it was like a clay doll fighting in the water and a crab flipping the waves in the pot. The only thing she was interested in now was why her senior brother, who had not shown up for a long time, would take the initiative to find her and ask her to help take care of Liucai, who had walked out of snowy mountain continent's Tianjing blessed land. There was no need to be nosy. It was fine as long as she did not die. However, she definitely did not dare to make any unnecessary moves, nor did she dare to do anything to her. Otherwise, with her usual style, that Liucai, Yuan Bai, and Liu Xianyang could have some marriage affinity. Her senior brother's heavenly plans could be said to be unimaginable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the entire Midland Yin-Yang school of Lu clan by himself. At most, she could play with and control the flow of a continent's sword Dao fate, and use the continent's general trend to temper her own great Dao. However, her senior brother was far more than that. Her senior brother's eyes seemed to be looking at the entire world. She muttered to herself, "Senior brother, why do you want to eliminate one with one?" In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Liu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and dozed off under the sun. Previously, he had obtained 2 mountain and river court bulletins from Spiritual Grace Mountain, which made Liu Xianyang very happy. The first court bulletins were about the 10 young people of the various continents, and the latest bulletins were about the 10 candidates. Liu Xianyang admired the person behind the 2 bulletins, and also admired the person who could quickly provide more detailed insider information. Could it be that these immortals on the mountain liked to wander around and inquire about other people's news when they had nothing better to do? Liu Xianyang instantly woke up from his nap state. He looked up and greeted with a smile, "Brother UMI." It was Sword Immortal Miu, who was thrown in front of him by Wei Shanjun. Miu carried a bamboo chair and sat beside Liu Xianyang. Then, he handed Liu Xianyang a handful of melon seeds. As they munched on the melon seeds together, Miu said with a smile, "Cloud Pinning Mountain just learned that the young man surnamed Lu from Fortune Street is going to become Dao companions with a fairy from Zhengyang Mountain's Chengji Peak." Liu Xianyang chuckled and said, "Then, City Lord Shu from Clearwind City will definitely appear at the wedding." Miu was stunned for a moment. "You didn't think of going there to cause trouble? I've already made plans to accompany you to Zhengyang Mountain." Liu Xianyang spat out the melon seed shell and said with a smile, "Didn't my little Pingan tell you early on to keep an eye on me and not let me act on impulse?" Miu shook his head and said, "I really didn't." Liu Xianyang said angrily, "This guy is so heartless. He didn't even let brother UMI protect me. Damn it, he forgot about his brother after getting a wife. He probably forgot the taste of a monkey stealing a peach." Miu felt a headache coming on. Liu Xianyang's brain was not working according to common sense. As expected of hidden official's brother, Liu Xianyang continued to munch on the melon seeds and bent over to look into the distance. "If not for that landscape bulletin, I would have really gone to Zhengyang Mountain. But since little Pingan is still alive, it's a different story. I'll wait for him in the future. If he's not loyal, I'll be loyal." Miu said with a smile, "Among the 10 substitutes, there's Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley." Liu Xianyang nodded and said, "Poor brother wood mover. He must be disgusted to be with that fool Ma day and night. Miu was puzzled. Brother wood mover? Who? Liu Xianyang explained. Song Jisin from Mud Bottle Alley, the current vassal king Song Mu. Miu did not ask any more. Miu was not interested in the past matters related to hidden official. Liu Xianyang finished munching on the melon seeds and hugged the back of his head with both hands, and said helplessly, Uncle Liu is useless. Not to mention that I didn't make the list, even the North Continent's Treasure Vase Continent's top 10 youths did not have me. Is it because I haven't found a wife? Otherwise, there's no reason for me to be worse than little Pingan. Miu did not care if he heard about it. Otherwise, in his own Luo Po Mountain, and this palm-sized Huaihuang County, it was easy for outsiders to become dizzy and not be able to understand. What Miu was interested in was the two lists. There was no ranking for the 10 freshly selected substitutes. Except for Zhenwu Mountain's Ma Kushuan. And the head disciple of Savageland's king-level great demon Liu Cha, Zhu Gong. Qingming Tian Die Xiandu Temple, a certain female disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. A monk from Shoshin Temple. Traveling to the Fifth World, a talisman sect cultivator suffered from heat stroke. Born in Liu Xia Continent's heavenly pool grotto heaven. The cave master's only son. When he was born, there were auspicious signs. Coincidentally, on the night of mid-autumn, there were white lotuses blooming in the supreme liquid pool. A goddess held a white jade lingji in her arms and personally blessed him, nodding on his forehead. Not only that, she also gave him a language-understanding flower. The flower bloomed with 6 petals, each with a word. A word was natural and eternal. The 7th petal that was about to bloom would most likely be the word new. Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, a young girl, Chun Qing. She was the only disciple of the Green Immortal Mountains Madam. Proficient in alchemy, talisman, swordsmanship, martial arts, there was nothing she did not know. The young girl was also the only one among the 10 youths and substitutes whose age was detailed down to the year and month. She was only 14 years old. Qingming Tian Die Xiandu, a Daoist Wang Yuanlu of the Rice Thief sect that was not recognized by the Beko Keikyang building. Middle-earth Divine Continent, a young man called Shu Bai. Born in a small vassal state, there was a wishing bridge in the marketplace. The bridge keeper was surnamed Shu and had a son. The young man's charm was extraordinary, like a banished immortal, hence his nickname, Shuxian. It was said that when Shu Bai was young and studying, there was a deity's spirit behind him that lit the lamp for him. Later on, when he slept on the bridge at night, the young man dreamed of an old Daoist walking towards him with a cane. The old Daoist's appearance was that of the wild mountains and seemed to have the aura of Tao. The young man seemed to be asleep. After suddenly lighting the lamp, he was in the sea of stars and fish in the sky. Liuxia Continent, a young man with great fortune, gave a strange saying that he was a dreamer. Qingming Tian Die Xiandu 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 was a pure martial artist. Close to 50 years old, the bottleneck of the peak realm. Apart from this, there was also an 11th person among the 10 substitutes. Because of the previous hidden official's saying of 11th, this person was given the nickname of 22. This person's life was not considered long, but it was simply the most bizarre legend. In the beginning, his aptitude was not bad, so he only became an unofficial outer disciple of the sect. He was looked down upon, experienced ups and downs, and was also hurt in love. Then, on a trip down the mountain to train, in order to save others, he unfortunately met with misfortune and was eventually reduced to a half-dead ghost. When he saw the light of day again, he held a grotto heaven in his hands. At such a young age, he was already the sect master of a sect. He reorganized the sect, and within the sect, there was a large group of ancestors. Yet, he was able to convince the masses. It was rumored that he had interacted with the Confucian school's secondary sage, as well as his own sect's Beko Keikyang building's third sect master Lu Chen, Xuanju Monastery's Daoist son, and the #1 alchemist. They all taught him Tao techniques and knowledge. His celestial companion was even more shocking. She was the ascendant realm founder of another sect. Regardless of whether it was age, cultivation, or identity, The disparity between the two was extremely great. The key point was that the two sects were originally mortal enemies that had been enemies for thousands of years. So when the two of them became Tao companions, almost half of the cultivators in the Qingming world were dumbstruck. Liu Xianyang shook the small bamboo chair, causing it to creak, and muttered, "Liu Xia Continent's dream tourist, interesting." Currently, many of the Aquarius Continent's cultivators, other than feeling honored, they were even more regretful. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin had just passed 50 years old, and vassal King Song Jianqiang had the same logic. If not, Song Jianqiang and Wei Jin would both be in the top 10 young people, each occupying a spot, and then Ma Kuxian would follow closely behind, becoming one of the 10 substitutes. Under the heavens, 2 lists, a total of 21 people. The world's smallest Aquarius continent would monopolize 3 people. Liu Xianyang suddenly turned his head and stared at Miu, and said in a serious tone, "Brother Umi, you are so outstanding and elegant. In the future, if Luopo Mountain has that mirror flower water moon job, you will definitely earn a lot. At that time, bring me along, I will be your green leaf." Miu was dumbstruck. He suddenly understood the sincerity in Master Hidden Official's eyes. So Miu immediately straightened his back and said, "Bring Wei Shan Jun along, we will enjoy together." Liu Xianyang immediately said, "Let's have some more melon seeds, to celebrate." Miu then took out the melon seeds given by Xiao Mi Li, and gave half of it to Liu Xianyang. In the bustling Clear Breeze city, people from all walks of life mingled together. It was bustling with activity, all of them seeking wealth. The Shu family also had the Fox country, so the Clear Breeze city was a famous hero's mound in the Aquarius continent. There was a young man who opened a perfume shop. He should not have reached the age of 30, his name was Yang Fang. He had a graceful bearing, as though he was a noble young master whose family had declined. A few years ago, in the Clear Breeze city that was filled with immortals, this shopkeeper was still unremarkable. The people that the perfume shop dealt with were naturally females, most of them were well-off women, or young ladies who loved to look beautiful. The man looked like he had not reached the age of 30, but from his eyes, it was as though he was already in his 40s. A man like that, who sold perfume, even if he did not treat his customers well, and was only considered to be courteous, his business would not be bad. A lady's hair, pearl hairpins, clothes, this shopkeeper knew everything. The young shopkeeper liked to shop in bookstores to buy books, and he got to know a bookseller friend from a rather well-off family. The bookseller's family was rich, and in the bookstore business in the Clear Breeze city, he was considered to be the biggest. But in the Clear Breeze city, he was not considered to be a wealthy household, and compared to the residences of the rich and powerful families where immortals frequented, it was not even worth looking at. Today, Yang Fang was dragged to the bookseller's house to drink, and after drinking, the bookseller started to call shopkeeper Yang his brother, and started to complain that it was not easy for him to establish himself in the Clear Breeze city, that it was so difficult to marry a beautiful daughter, and that he was being looked down upon by his future in-laws. He said that his business, if placed in any small vassal country, would be considered to be the richest county, but in the Clear Breeze city, he was being despised for having such low standards. And that daughter of his who had been filled with hidden bitterness, was no longer washing her face with tears every day. Just like today, she would come every few days to ask her father if there was enough food and wine. Shopkeeper Yang then gave him a rather strange way to make money, as he swirled his wine cup and said slowly, "Brother Yuan, I may not be able to help you make a lot of money, but I can help 3 generations of your children and grandchildren to have a small income." The bookseller was taken aback and he said softly, "Brother, I am all ears." The young shopkeeper then said with a smile, "I admit that I am proficient in calligraphy, painting, literature, and seal engraving, but I am not too good at it and I am not destined to become a master. But it is not difficult for me to make a living out of it. But I lack the capital and Brother Yuan happens to have it, and I can use it to make a fool of myself. Since Brother Yuan is the biggest bookseller in the Clear Breeze city, it will be easy for you to engrave books. Every other year, I will be responsible for compiling a set of seal engravings for Brother Yuan, with 100 square blocks of seals, and I will piece together a total of 97 or 98 square blocks. They are all authentic and well-documented works of masters, and the rest are all fake." The bookseller then asked in puzzlement, "Fake? How do you sell it?" It is not that I do not trust your seal engraving skills, but those who have a lot of money in their pockets are all shrewd and not easy to fool. Yang Fang took a sip of wine and said with a smile, I have read many history books of various countries and local county records. For example, I will help Brother Yuan engrave a seal that imitates a famous seal engraving master. The seal engraving master will deliberately change the name or a certain word, purposely giving a flaw that is not a flaw. In fact, it is in line with the records of the genealogy, so this business will not earn money from the common people, but from the refined people who have read enough books. As long as they do a little research, they will mistakenly think that they have picked up a big bargain. There are many similar unorthodox methods. The bookseller was slightly moved. Can it really work? Yang Fang glanced at the woman behind the screen and said with a smile, let's make it clear first, if Brother Yuan loses money on the engraving, I will drink as punishment and apologize to Brother Yuan. I really do not have money. If you make money in the future, Brother Yuan, remember to treat me to a pot of immortal wine. After a detailed discussion, the bookseller felt that this was most likely feasible. In the end, he staggered to his feet and sat back down. He could only let the daughter send manager Yang off. When the daughter returned, the bookseller was already sitting at the table and asked, Are you sure that it is the accent of the old Zhuang dynasty's Yuzhou? The woman nodded. It is a pity that he is not a sword cultivator, but a sixth realm martial artist. However, he is already very talented. As long as we can confirm that he is a remnant of the Zhuang people, we can recruit him. The bookseller frowned. He does not seem like a greedy person. He speaks elegantly and is not ordinary. The woman joked, Brother Yuan sincerely treats him as a brother, but he wants to be Brother Yuan's son-in-law. The bookseller could not help but shake his head. A vixen like you may not be able to truly move this person. It is wishful thinking to ask him to serve our Shu family wholeheartedly. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, We can ask our ancestor to do it himself. Are you joking? The bookseller hesitated and began to weigh the pros and cons. There is no need to mobilize so many people, unless, the woman nodded, unless this person can reach the golden body realm. It is best if there is a glimmer of hope that he can become a far-travel grandmaster. Our Clear Breeze city does not lack literary luck, but martial luck. The bookseller said, There is no hurry. Let's observe for a while. Whether your ancestor will appear or not is not up to you and me to decide. We have to ask Madam. Yang Fang walked back to his shop in a drunken stupor. His expression was desolate as he muttered to himself, beside the Vermilion Bird Bridge, at the mouth of the Black Cloak Alley, in front of the Wangxia Hall, in the homes of the common people. What day was yesterday? What day was today? What day was tomorrow? Parting with you in the snowfall, meeting you again in the falling flowers. When not drinking, one's wishes come true. When drunk, one's dreams come true. A pedestrian walked quickly behind him and accidentally bumped into the young shopkeeper's shoulder. Unexpectedly, that person staggered, apologized, and continued to walk quickly. This person took a detour back to the bookseller's house and repeated the young shopkeeper's words word for word. Then he said, The foundation of a sixth realm martial artist is very good. It even makes me suspect that this person is already at the seventh realm. The bookseller and the woman looked at each other. This martial artist who had been temporarily transferred here was a true sixth realm martial artist. As for whether that Yang Fang would be suspicious because of this, it was not important at all. Perhaps it would not be long before they would be colleagues in Clearwind City. Near his spice shop, on a secluded street that was somewhat similar to the Dragon Rider Alley, the young shopkeeper slowly walked down the steps. At the bottom of the alley, there was a young girl in a cotton-padded jacket being chased by a large white goose. She was dirty and black. At first, she was laughing as she ran. After being pecked, she was crying as she ran. Shopkeeper Yang stopped in his tracks and looked at this scene. When he smiled with narrowed eyes, his expression was gentle. A woman happened to be at the bottom of the alley and slowly walked up the steps. When she raised her head and saw this scene, she could not let it go. Yang Fang brushed past the woman. A light breeze blew past the young man's sideburns and his body swayed slightly. The man had the faint fragrance of the sachet at his waist and also the smell of wine. When a man did not have a woman in his eyes, it was possible that the woman would pay more attention to him. When he returned to the temporarily closed shop, it was still early. There were already some women waiting there, complaining endlessly. When they saw the young shopkeeper, they immediately smiled like flowers. Business was still very good today. The shop had not yet closed, but there were no customers for the time being. Yang Fang carried a small stool and sat at the door. He saw a young boy and girl who were childhood sweethearts walking together on the street. After a while, the youth returned the way he came and came to the young shopkeeper. He squatted down and said in a muffled voice, "Shopkeeper, I did not dare to give that sachet to her." The youth then raised his head and encouraged himself. "Tomorrow. I will definitely give it to her tomorrow." The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "It's all right. You gave her a gift and she accepted it. It's better than the sachet." The youth was puzzled and said, "I didn't give her anything." The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "You gave it to her. It was even a box of rouge." The youth was puzzled. "What?" The young shopkeeper raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky and said softly, "When you look at her attentively, she blushes." The youth thought about it, but did not fully understand. He picked up the small stool and closed the shop. Returning to the backyard, he waited until the imperceptible ripple of qi gradually dissipated. The young shopkeeper was still lying on a rattan chair, gently fanning himself as a cool breeze blew. All these years in the Clear Breeze City, this foreign businessman had always been so languid. The folding fan in his hand had been known as a cool friend since ancient times, and was also known as a facade. One day, a woman with 2 maids came to buy spices. Her eyes were rather picky and the young shopkeeper leaned against the counter, answering whatever the woman asked. After that, the business of the spice shop was too good and the young shopkeeper felt that it was too busy, so he hired a woman to help. Unexpectedly, the shop's business took a nosedive. The young shopkeeper was still not too concerned and left the shop's business to the woman to manage while he hid in the backyard to enjoy the cool breeze. Under the moonlight, the woman lifted up a bamboo curtain and stood at the door to the backyard. She looked at the young shopkeeper lying on the rattan chair and asked with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" The young shopkeeper was still fanning himself with his jade bamboo fan. "Languid," he said, "it's not that Madame Shu." The woman said, "You've actually met her before." The young shopkeeper made a sound of acknowledgement. The woman said, "I know, you've covered up your face. If you're willing to see me with your real face, I'll see you with my real face." The young shopkeeper closed his folding fan and twirled it lightly before he held it tightly and tapped it lightly on his forehead. He said, "But I'm used to your current face." The woman was a little embarrassed and she bit her lip lightly before she glared at him and said, "Since you've known that I'm not some common woman, why have you always pretended not to know? Or are you actually plotting something against the Clear Breeze City? Deliberately keeping me by your side?" The young shopkeeper turned his head slightly and looked at the woman who had used the camouflage technique. He then said with a smile, "You have the final say." The woman asked, "Who are you really?" The young shopkeeper turned his gaze back and looked up at the sky. "Me, just a drunkard." The woman sneered, "If I remember correctly, you never drink." He said casually, "I'll drink tomorrow." The young shopkeeper who was about to become the Shu family's worshipper still had a hurdle to overcome. But the woman had been with him for a long time and for the first time, she could not bear to see him like this. But when she thought of the Shu family head's methods and the fact that she was living under someone else's roof, she removed the camouflage technique and called out softly to Yang Fang. He slowly turned his head when he heard her and immediately opened his folding fan to cover his face. He no longer looked at her and said with a smile, "So it's the ruler of the Fox Kingdom. The human world is really blessed." The woman frowned and with a wave of her sleeve, she slapped the folding fan out of his hand. She came before him in an instant and stretched out a finger to press against his forehead before she asked a few questions. She breathed a sigh of relief and retracted her finger. Looking at the young man who seemed to be asleep, she smiled and stretched out her finger again to press against his temples and tugged lightly. She could not help but take a few steps back. Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth with one hand and her other hand over her heart. The man frowned slightly and woke up. He opened his eyes and said coldly, "Get out." She calmed herself down and said with a smile, "Oh, so it's a hidden golden body realm cultivator." He reached out and grasped the folding fan in his hand. He stood up and suddenly smiled. He walked to her side and gently tapped her cheek with the folding fan. He smiled and said softly, "Good girl, be my maid from now on. There's no need to repay me with your body. You're actually not good looking and I'm afraid I'll be taken advantage of." She tilted her head slightly and looked away before meeting his eyes again. She raised her hand to push away the jade bamboo folding fan and said with a smile, as expected of a drunkard, "You really like to talk drunkenly." When the folding fan was pushed away, he slapped her face with the back of his hand. She seemed to be a little stunned. The ruler of the Fox Kingdom, a nascent soul realm cultivator, actually got slapped. He looked up at the night sky as if nothing had happened. She smiled sweetly and turned around. Quietly, she accompanied him to look at the night sky. Strangely, a full moon just happened to disappear into the clouds. The bright moon hid in the clouds, ashamed to see the people beside it. Zhu Lian used his voice to form a line and asked, "I've been waiting for you for many years. I can't take the initiative to look for you. I can only wait for you to come see me and wait for you to show yourself. What I'm going to say next is not drunken talk. Listen carefully." She began to feel conflicted. Based on her intuition, she didn't dare to listen to what he was going to say next. She said, "You'll soon be a third-rank consecrator of the Shu clan in Clearwind City." Zhu Lian smiled, "Of course I'll continue to be a consecrator." She shook her head, "I advise you not to say unnecessary words. It's easy to draw legs on a snake. As a golden body realm cultivator, with a little effort, there's hope to become a first-rank consecrator in the future." Then she felt a chill in her heart. Something's wrong. This person definitely isn't just a golden body realm cultivator. As expected, that person said helplessly, "Unfortunately, I don't have that much free time. At most, I'll stay for another 3 years. A Clearwind City really doesn't have the qualifications to make me spend more time." She sneered, "You'll die. It might be tonight, or at most tomorrow." Zhu Lian said to himself, "Do you want to move the entire Fox country to a place where your body and mind are free? At least it won't be like it is now. Every year, there will be a fox skin talisman leaving Clearwind City. I'm not in the 6th realm, 7th realm or 8th realm, but in the peak realm. If you don't agree, I can only kill you with one punch," she said in a trembling voice. "Are you crazy?" Zhu Lian held the fan to his chin. With an intoxicating smile, he said, "Forget it, I really can't bear to kill you. If you don't agree, then go and inform the mistress of the Shu clan in Clearwind City, and then let the city lord come and kill me. I want to experience the strength of the #1 person in the Aquarius continent below the 5 realms. The premise is that he is willing to destroy half of Clearwind City. But if you agree, I will tell you the specific steps of the relocation in detail. 3 years is enough. After hearing it, you should be able to confirm that I'm not talking nonsense with you." She turned her head and stared at the side of his face. She didn't dare to look, but she had to look. This person's nonsense had moved her a little. But for some reason, she felt that he was more looking forward to her not agreeing. Zhu Lian took out a mask from his sleeve and gently covered his face. It was exactly the same as the young face from before. His movements were gentle and meticulous, like a woman putting on yellow flowers. It was as if he had expected that there would be a day where she would personally tear off the mask and agree to his request, so he used the mask. Zhu Lian lay back on the rattan chair. She stood in the same place, but when she turned her head and looked, she could no longer see the face from before. It made her feel relieved, but also a little regretful. She asked, "What is your real name?" Zhu Lian pointed at the bamboo curtain with his fan. Bamboo curtain. Homophone Zhu Lian. And the Shu clan of Clearwind City was very concerned about the Luo Po mountain in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. As the mistress of the Fox clan that was related to half of the wealth of Clearwind City, she was very clear about this matter. She said angrily, "Do you really think I won't tell Clearwind City?" If this person hadn't taken the initiative to reveal the heavenly secret, she would never have believed that the person in front of her was the stooped old steward on Luo Po mountain. He waved the closed fan, saying, Come and rub my shoulders. Her face was gloomy. Do you believe that I won't send a message to that lady? He said, do you believe it yourself? She said dejectedly, tell me about the steps. I'll make a decision after I hear it. Unexpectedly, Julian tapped her shoulder with his fan. She gritted her teeth, walked over and crouched down. She was about to suppress her shame and anger and help him rub his shoulders. Unexpectedly, Julian lay on his side and looked at her. He said with a smile, don't sneak into my room tonight. It's summer, there's no need to warm the bed. She asked curiously, take off your mask. He tapped her forehead with his fan, then lay back down. On such a bright moon night, you and I spoil the mood. She was speechless, then suddenly said something that Julian had said before, actually, I'm still used to your current face. He grunted in agreement. She asked, are you really a peak martial artist? He nodded. Senior Kui had passed away, Li Erjeng had left Aquarius continent long ago. Her young master had not returned. Even Pei Qian had gone to another place. In the current Aquarius continent, there was only Song Jianqiang left, who was a 10th realm martial artist. If he could not quickly become a 10th realm martial artist, no matter how much face he had, he would not have the face to see anyone. He was just short of 1 or 2 fights. So the intuition of the master of Fox Country was not wrong. This martial maniac truly hoped that she would send a message to Clear Breeze City's Shu family. In the past, when young master Zhu Lian was roaming the Jianghu, when he was drunk and punched, it was the most mesmerizing to women, it was enough to make them drunk. She took a stool and sat beside the rattan chair, admiring the moon with him. The two were speechless. Zhu Lian gently opened his fan, fanning a cool breeze. The cool breeze brushed past their hair. She said, Zhu Lian, can Fox Country really successfully move to Luopo Mountain? Can I really trust you? I'm afraid of death, and I'm even more afraid that the entire Fox Country will be implicated by me. He said, believe in yourself first, then believe in me. She was silent for a long time, and finally could not help but ask, a person like you, why are you willing to work for Luopo Mountain? He did not answer the question. Who isn't a bird in a cage, who isn't a guest in the human world? Zhu Lian, Zhu Lian, Zhu Yang Lian. 705. Outside the Thunder God Temple in the Mahu Mansion, Pei Arxiang praised sincerely, good fist. It seemed that the words good fist were not enough to describe the power of this fist. Pei Arxiang rubbed her knees and nodded repeatedly. She added, in terms of the length of the fist technique and the weight of the fist intent, I am not as good as the founder of this fist technique. What a good fist technique! What a waterfall hanging in the sky! The fist technique is very high and the fist is very heavy when it lands. None of the martial artists in the 10 states were easy to deal with. It was actually not easy to make a martial artist of the ultimate state sincerely admire the brilliance of other fist techniques. It turned out that the girl who called herself Pei Qian could throw out 17 punches with the same fist intent and hit Liu Suiyu, Pei Arxiang's favorite disciple. Liu Suiyu had to stop the fist intent and did not dare to let Pei Qian add more fist intent. Liu Yuju, who was hiding behind Pei Arxiang, stretched his neck and whispered, Aunt Liu could only defend herself with more than 10 punches in a row. It is too exaggerated. No one would believe it if it was spread. Pei Arxiang laughed and scolded, you know nothing. The 17 punches of the girl are only 1 punch. On the square outside the Thunder God Temple, the fist intent was surging. Pei Arxiang's fist intent flowed slowly and quietly protected Liu Yuju behind her. As for Liu Mema, she did not have such treatment. Even though she was in the Earth Immortal state, she still felt uncomfortable watching the fight from afar. The square was affected by the fist intent and the light was distorted everywhere. This was the sign of a pure martial artist shaking the world with his fists. Liu Mema was not worried that Suiyu would lose. There were thousands of martial artists in the Snow Mountain continent. Of course, Pei Arxiang of the Thunder God Temple had the highest state. However, as long as Suiyu could reach the peak state, he would be the strongest. Liu Suiyu had been the strongest 3 times. It was strange. According to her master Pei Arxiang's prediction, according to the signs of the martial arts fate in the world, Liu Suiyu had missed the title of strongest several times. It seemed to be related to the small Aquarius continent. This meant that other than Dali Song Jiangqiang, there were at least 2 grandmasters in the 9th state hiding there. Liu Yuju was filled with emotions. He spoke slowly. I've heard of Treasure Vase Continent's Luo Po Mountain. They have a close relationship with Cloud-Splitting Mountain's North Peak Mountain monarch Wei Ba. The business of Oxhorn Mountain's ferry is very good, and they are currently doing business with Julu Continent's Beaded Hemp Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Just that I have never heard of such a young lady with such a powerful fist technique. The Aquarius continent is truly a strange place. The size of a grain of rice always makes people surprised. Pei Arxiang teased. Kid, who are you siding with? Liu. Hearing his tone, it seemed like it was normal for Liu Suiyu to not retaliate from the start. Arxiang could only patiently explain for this layman, this young lady is a Wen Quan practitioner and also a guest. With Suiyu's age and cultivation, she can be considered his senior. She is also half a host. According to the rules of the underworld, she has to receive the fist first. Of course, the young lady has trained her fist to perfection. If the opponent's fist is good, we have to acknowledge it. As for Suiyu's fist, it is the great river horizontal stance that I comprehended when I saw the flood dragon crossing the river. Of course, it is not bad. Actually, the great river horizontal fist that Liu Suiyu used to break the opponent's fist intent was also amazing. It was taught by Arxiang. Of course, Liu Suiyu's fist intent was at the peak of the mountain peak realm. He was 1 realm higher than Pei Qian. Otherwise, if they were both in the far wandering realm, this Wen Quan fist would probably be able to determine the winner with Pei Qian's fist. Liu Suiyu not only broke the opponent's fist intent with 1 fist, but also hit Pei Qian's temple with the 2nd fist, sending the latter flying dozens of feet away. Pei Qian's head shook, and his body flipped upside down in the air. He placed his palm on the ground and grabbed the ground, stopping his body from moving horizontally and flipping backward. In an instant, Liu Suiyu appeared beside Pei Qian and threw out half a fist. Because Pei Qian did not appear at the expected position, if Pei Qian took the fist, the Wen Quan fist would have ended. If a fist from a peak of the 9th realm hit him, this junior would have to stay in the Leigong temple for a few months to recuperate before continuing his travels. Liu Suiyu took back his fist, but did not chase after Pei Qian. Instead, he stood where he was. This female martial artist of the mountain peak realm was a bit surprised. The young lady's body was unbelievably tough. Arxiang smiled. If you can make the young lady a consecrator of the Liu family, your father can at least earn back an upside-down mountain. Liu Yuju shook his head and said, my father told me not to do business with a true friend. It's easy to not be friends, and business can't end well. Either way, it's a loss. The Liu family had an ancestral rule that there were 2 kinds of wealth in the world. One was the real divine wealth, and the other was the human heart. Arxiang said sarcastically, how can the young lady be your friend? Have you asked her? Did she agree? Liu Yuju was silent. He looked at the beautiful young lady, who was slightly darker than the snow. In the sky above the Leigong temple, Xie Songhua's sword aura was like floating clouds, giving the 2 direct disciples a place to stand. Zhao Mu was holding the bamboo box, and Zhao Mu was holding the mountain walking staff. She realized that the green bamboo staff was very heavy. Her master explained that the mountain walking staff was a camouflage. Its real material was similar to the liquid of the thunder pool, and it was refined into the shape of a mountain walking staff. Zhao Mu said that there seemed to be strands of pure sword wills in the mountain walking staff. Xie Songhua took the mountain walking staff and sensed the sword wills carefully. She sighed slightly, saying that it was a gift from the female sword fairy of the Great Wall of Sword Energy, Zhu Cheng. Zhao Mu asked, Master, is Sister Pei's martial art realm comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator? Xie Songhua said, as long as the opponent is not a sword cultivator, Pei Qian has a chance of winning against a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, the female sword fairy soon changed her mind. She has a great chance of winning. It was because once Pei Qian experienced a life-and-death battle, she could break through the realm again and kill a nascent soul realm cultivator on the mountain peak. Seeing Liu Suiyu stop and pull back his fist, Pei Qian had no choice but to stabilize her stumbling body. She furrowed her brows slightly, as if she was wondering why Senior Liu didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue her. As a result, her fist missed its target. She had been punched by Liu Suiyu on one side of her temple. Of course, it wasn't a good feeling. However, Pei Qian didn't think that it would affect her fighting ability. Otherwise, it would be a big joke for her to practice martial arts in the bamboo house and Senior Lia's Lion Peak. In the Luo Po mountain where she was from her master to Grandpa Kui, the old chef, and herself, who was the weakest and had the lowest cultivation level, the only use of injuries was to increase the fist in 10. It was also a camouflage. When the time came, the next punch would be the drum-beating style of the deity, and it would be faster and heavier than the first punch. The old chef once said, "Unless I die, the question-seeking fist won't stop." The most important thing for a martial artist to practice martial arts was to first punch to kill the human body's instinct of being afraid of death and pain. At that time, Pei Qian had just gone to the second floor of the bamboo house to practice his martial arts. Many of old chef's casual words when he was wearing an apron, cooking with a spatula, or eating with a spoon were ignored by Pei Qian. It was not until later when he traveled to the North Continent with Li Huai and had nothing to do that they practiced their martial arts every day that Pei Qian picked up those words that he had deliberately forgotten. They were like strips of pickled vegetables in a jar. Pei Qian would take them out and chew them repeatedly until they were crunchy. Pei Qian felt that old chef's words were actually quite good. Liu Suiyu smiled and asked, "Pei Qian, the martial arts of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion are not just for being beaten. Once you use your fist, it won't be light. Should we stop at a certain point in this question-seeking fist, or should we stop at full strength?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "I choose the latter. Senior Liu, you don't have to worry about whether I will be injured or not. When the question-seeking fist ends, both of us will be standing, so it won't be counted." Liu Suiyu nodded with a smile. Pei Qian's temper was really good. Since she was able to block Pei Qian's fist with the Great River Crossing and then break her opponent's fist intent, she could be considered to have won the first round of the question-seeking fist. However, Liu Suiyu was one level higher than Pei Qian after all, and he didn't let her use her full fist. Therefore, the first round could be considered a draw. Pei Qian stepped on the ground lightly and stared at Liu Suiyu. "Senior Liu's previous punch showed your style. I appreciate it. But if you still deliberately let me use your fist technique, it means that the martial arts of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion look down on the martial arts of the Luopa Mountain." Liu Suiyu laughed and said, "Okay, then I will think highly of you, a martial artist of the Luopa Mountain." Pei Qian said in the end, "If I lose, it's because I am not good at martial arts, not because the martial arts of the Luopa Mountain are not good enough." Liu Suiyu slowly opened a fist stance. The woman's arms were intertwined with several lightning bolts. Her eyes were pale golden. She said, "I don't care if you are good or not. Just lie down and talk." Pei Arxiang rubbed between her eyebrows and said, "This little girl seems to be used to asking for a beating." Liu Yuju said, "Don't hurt the harmony." Pei Arxiang straightened her back and held the green bamboo flute from the green immortal mountain. She said, "If the cue-seeking fist is vague, it will hurt the harmony. The way of martial arts is to be fair and square, and there are differences in strength." Liu Yuju saw that Aunt Liu had gained the upper hand in the fight. Liu Youzhou's level was not high enough. He was not an earth immortal yet, but a dragon gate cultivator. He couldn't even see the figures of the two clearly. He could only judge the situation by the color of the two women's clothes. Every time Aunt Liu punched, there would be thunder and lightning. Therefore, when she punched many times, the square was like a pool of lightning created by the will of the fist. Aunt Liu was like a deity of the Thunder tribe who had been banished to the human world. In fact, the disciples of the Thunder God Temple in the Snow Mountain continent were all like this. They were like a deity who was born with a deity's armor. Ordinary spells couldn't break the will of the fist, which was the biggest headache for the Qi cultivators who fought against them. However, among the direct disciples and secondary disciples of Pei Arxiang, Liu Suiyu was the one who understood the essence of the fist the most. Seeing Suiyu's punches, Mammy Liu felt very gratified. Xie Songhua said to the two disciples telepathically, "Behind the Thunder God Temple, there is a small hill. That is the famous Thunder Fan Mountain. Few people know that it is near the small Thunder God Temple. That hill is the place where the deities of the Thunder tribe forged their weapons. Raise your natal flying sword, Thunder Lake, and it is the most suitable place for you to practice it. You can get twice the result with half the effort. If a sword cultivator's flying sword can reach the level of a half-immortal weapon, it will be much better than a half-immortal weapon refined by a chi cultivator. Of course, sword cultivators needed immortal money and heavenly materials. It was a bottomless pit of endless money. It was much better than other chi cultivators, and it was a well-known fact on the mountain. For example, if Reyes wanted to practice his sword on the Thunderfan Mountain, Xie Songhua had prepared 3 attacking magic weapons and a large sum of money for the rain of grains as compensation for Pei Axiang in the Thunder God Temple. The problem was that Pei Axiang might not agree. Therefore, Xie Songhua had to use the bamboo box to hide the sword on her back to bargain. Chao Mu said happily, "The evaluation of the Summer Palace has rated Reyes' Thunder Lake as a B grade. It is very high. Every A-grade flying sword in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, such as Wu Chengpei's Sweet Rain, was most suitable for large-scale battles. Therefore, there were only a few of them. They were more of a strategic choice for the Summer Palace. If they were to be used in a battle between sword cultivators, they might not be at an advantage. Therefore, after leaving the battlefield, it was more about catching and killing between cultivators on the mountain. On the other hand, the B-grade flying swords selected by the hidden officials had the most outstanding killing power, especially the B-grade flying swords. Without exception, they all had the innate supernatural powers that only appeared once in 100 years. For example, Chen Sancho's White Deer was only ranked B-grade because of Wen Yun. As for Reyes' Thunder Lake, it was naturally because of the innate supernatural powers of Reyes' Thunder Lake. Not only could it be used to catch and kill people, it had great killing power, but it was also suitable for the battlefield and had a myriad of phenomena. On the other hand, although the young lady Chao Mu had 2 innate flying swords, Tong Tuo and Hongni, they were only rated as B-grade and C-grade respectively. However, the so-called only was only relative to Reyes. Other than A-grade, B-grade and C-grade, there were a total of 6 grades. In fact, the innate flying swords were all good. Including Xie Songhua's Reyes, Chao Mu, and Li Cai's direct disciples, Chen Li and Jiao Yuqing, these sword cultivators who were taken away from the Great Wall of Sword Aura by the Howran Sword Immortal all had B-grade and C-grade flying swords. However, the grade of the flying swords was one thing. After all, it was still on paper. It was another thing to actually fight on the battlefield. There were no absolutes in the world, and there were always accidents. Of course, it was just like the officialdom at the foot of the mountain. Coming from the Hanlin Academy, it was easier to become a high-ranking official than to become an officer. Reyes said stubbornly, "Master, I don't like to use others to nourish my flying swords." However, he added, "But if you insist, I will not slack off on sword refinement." Reyes said this, a little discouraged. Chao Mu was a little worried that her master would be angry. Xie Songhua stretched out her hand and pressed the child's head. She said gently, "Hidden officials said that after all of you arrive at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. You must learn to do as the Romans do." Just like when he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he must first learn to respect all the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. "Reyes, can you do what hidden official hopes for all of you?" Reyes nodded vigorously. He said with a bright expression, "I often read the letter that hidden official sent to you through Deng Liang. The letter said that we should slowly learn the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. There is no rush, but we must remember them carefully. We must read more about the good and the bad. After reading, we must think more about why. At the end of the letter, we must practice our swordsmanship well. When we reach a high level and can at least protect ourselves, we can then reason with others." Zhu Xing then glanced at the young lady beside him who was holding the walking stick. He smiled at his master and said, "Master Yin Guan has given me a lot of advice in the letter. Chao Mu is just a small piece of tofu. It seems that Master Yin Guan also knows that she is useless. Master, don't worry, I am enough. The little girl scrunched up her face in grievance. She was about to cry, but did not dare to. She looked very pitiful. Seeing Chaomu's expression, Zhu Xing felt a rare sense of regret. Back in Chufu City, Sister Pei had privately told him not to always be so stern towards Chaomu, because Chaomu was a girl and he was a boy. Bullying her wasn't something to be proud of. Since they were from the same hometown and from the same sect, it was a rare fate. Therefore, he should protect her more. At the very least, he shouldn't let others bully her. Zhu Xing felt that Sister Pei's words made sense. He patted his chest and agreed. But sometimes, he could not help but say a few words to Chaomu. Moreover, he was not just anyone. Alas, it was a pity that no one bullied Chaomu. Master was too good. He was too invincible in the White Mountain continent. On the square, Pei Qian was hit in the face by Liu Suiyu's elbow. He fell to the ground with a thud. He immediately blocked with his hands, blocking Liu Suiyu's foot that was aimed at his heart. If Pei Qian was hit by the foot, the Wen Quan would be over. Pei Qian slid back 100 feet on the ground. As soon as he hit the ground with his palm and got up, Liu Suiyu, who followed him like a shadow, hit him in the chest with his knee. The slender young woman flew out with a loud bang and fell to the ground. When Liu Suiyu's feet landed on the ground, he let out a mouthful of murky air. He punched out a series of 9th-level fists. Although he did not use all of his power, the pure zhenqi of a martial artist stopped there. Liu Yuju thought that today's Wen Quan was a good match for both sides. He looked at the young girl who stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Then, she got into a fist stance again. It seemed that she didn't notice her injury at all. For some reason, Liu Yuju thought of the Wen Quan Kao Ci in the ruins of the ancient battlefield in the Jinjiao state. It was a similar scene, but a little different. Liu Yuju was not a martial artist, so he couldn't tell what the difference was. Maybe Yu Zhuanfu knew he was no match for Liu Yuju. Maybe Yu Zhuanfu knew that Yu Zhuanfu knew he was no match for Auntie Liu. But the more Yu Zhuanfu behaved like this, the more powerful Auntie Liu would be. Liu Yuju couldn't bear to watch any longer. He turned around and glanced at the bamboo flute in Pei Arsyong's hand. Arsyong, the ancestral bamboo of the Green Immortal Mountain, seldom leaves the bamboo sea cave. Most of them are given by that madam herself. Including the Confucian Temple and the Forest of Merit, there are only 4 or 5 places in the whole world. Let alone the ordinary green bamboo in the bamboo sea cave, all the bamboo products made from the ancestral bamboo are recorded by the mountain god government. Your bamboo flute has never been recorded. Is there a reason? I asked Auntie Liu before, but she refused to tell me. Pei Arsyong's expression turned strange. She shook her head and gently twirled the bamboo flute in her hand. The yellowed bead gently tapped the bamboo flute. Pei Arsyong smiled. I can't bear to look back on the past. Liu Yuju wasn't afraid of this. He lowered his voice and said, I'll double the offerings for the next 10 years. Pei Arsyong raised 2 fingers. Liu Yuju slapped Arsyong's fingers away and smiled. Arsyong, you're a straightforward person. Deal. Pei Arsyong then said, have you heard of a bastard called Alliance? Liu Yuju nodded. Arsyong, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course I've heard of that senior's name. Besides, my auntie has never forgotten that man. Who doesn't know of this in the White Border continent? He broke the Great Blasphemy River in the Central Continent with 1 fist. He once carried the ancestral mountain with the word sect and moved it over 10 li. But these are not what I admire the most. I heard that before he fights, he likes to recite a poem. I admire him the most. He called himself the little butterfly in 100 flowers, handsome brother in 10 li 8 villages. In my opinion, this is not an undeserved reputation. There are so many fairies who admire him. Hearing this, Nanny Liu was extremely worried. It would be best if his young master did not learn from that man. Pei Arsyong raised her finger and pointed at the bamboo flute. I was beaten up by him, and received this as compensation. Liu Yuju touched a sore spot. How many of you fought him alone? Pei Arseong said helplessly, 5 or 6. Liu Yuju patted her shoulder lightly. Arseong, you're good. If this gets out, you'll gain face. Pei Arseong smiled. That's true. It was not embarrassing. After all, there was once a mountain where 10 people besieged one person, and only one person escaped. Actually, when he was in the vast world, that man's swordsmanship was not obvious. It was only after he had traveled for 100 years in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and slain a great demon at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm with his sword that the entire vast world, especially the central divine continent that he was used to wreaking havoc on, came to realize that the son of Ab*TCH was actually so impressive. As for later, this person ascended and left the vast world, went to the sky beyond sky, and finally exchanged a punch with the Beko Kekyung Building's really invincible second brother, and each of them beat the other back to their hometowns. It was even more shocking. Being the same age as some people, in the same era, seemed to be both worthy of sorrow and glory. Just like Pei Arseong's group, they met Alliance. Earlier people met the most proud person in the world who attracted the water from the sky with a sword. Now, all the young martial artists in the world met Cao Ci and the 11th hidden official. Thinking of this, Pei Arseong glanced at the two people who were still practicing on the square. Pei Qian was hit by Liu Sueyu's whip kick again, and his body swayed. After trying to stabilize his body, Liu Sueyu gave him 6 punches in a row. His forehead, cheeks, and neck were all hit by 2 punches. The 2 punches in the same place was one of the essence of the fist art of Ma Hu Mansion's Thunder God Temple, called Stacked Thunder. It was a new move that Pei Arseong comprehended after reaching the 10th level. It seemed to be the same fist art, but the fist intent was exactly the opposite. It was the best way to hurt the martial artist's fist intent or chi refining palace. In the end, Pei Qian's chest was hit heavily by 2 punches in a row. His feet left the ground, and he fell to the ground. The skinny girl, who was only in her early 20s, was actually able to immediately stand up and stand still after touching the ground with her elbow and twisting her body. She had suffered quite a serious injury. The outcome of the battle was obvious, but the little girl's fist intent did not decrease, but instead increased. Bleeding from the 7 orifices was a small matter for a martial artist in the far travel realm. Pei Arseong nodded. Liu Sueyu's expression became serious. At the same time, he was a little angry. He had already changed 2 puffs of pure zhenqi, but his opponent had not changed a single puff. Of course, it was not that Liu Sueyu had weakened his opponent's fist intent, but he wanted to teach her the fist art. That was why he changed his zhenqi twice. But this little girl was too stubborn. Did she really think that the fist art of Ma Hu Mansion's Thunder God Temple was not as good as Luo Po Mountain? Could it be that he had made up his mind from the very beginning to measure the strength of Liu Sueyu's fist, which was in the peak state of martial arts in the 9th state? Zhu Xing and Chao Mu were very nervous. They realized that Sister Pei was a completely different person when she was practicing the fist art with others. She was serious when she was copying books, silent when she was traveling, and smiling when she was chatting. Xie Songhu sighed. The hidden official had a good eye for taking in a disciple. Chen Pinggan did not have many opportunities to teach Pei Qian the fist art. After all, Pei Qian was so young, and Chen Pinggan had gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi long ago. Therefore, the Luo Po Mountain, which was always covered by clouds and fog and was not famous in the continent, must be guarded by another master. As for Liu Yuju knowing about the Luo Po Mountain, it was because this future god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent was too idle. From Xie Songhua's point of view, Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian, this master and disciple pair, had the same spirit and energy, as if they were carved from the same mold. Looking at the fist art and fist techniques they chose to fight, the two sides were not alike. Pei Qian, in front of her, punched out with an indomitable will. As Pei Qian's master, Chen Pinggan had to think carefully, and rarely pursued that kind of satisfaction. He had many fist techniques, and his fist techniques were unpredictable. He emphasized on the difference between the time, the person, and the place, almost nitpicking. Every fist was a foundation and calculation, and finally achieved the greatest benefit. But Pei Qian was completely different. When he punched out, he had a heroic spirit, as if at a young age, He understood the saying, "There are no two people in the world, the ask fist asks only oneself." Xie Songhua was after all a sword immortal who liked to travel, and had interacted with the martial artists of the Flowing Dawn continent and the Golden Armor continent, and some of them were good friends. Among them, the two had different fist techniques and temperaments, but the only thing they had in common was that they advocated the profound state of for all eternity, one person with two fists. It was just that this grand principle was easy to say, and it was not difficult for others to understand, but to go there with one's feet on the ground, it was too illusory, and it was difficult to use one's own martial Tao to manifest such a grand principle. It was truly too difficult. But Xie Songhua had another question. Since they rarely met in their hometown, why did Pei Qian respect his master so much? Her two direct disciples, Zhu Xing and Chaomu, were of course sensible and grateful. Not only did they see her as their backbone, they were also like family elders, so Xie Songhua was very satisfied. She could not find any fault with her disciples, but compared to Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian, there seemed to be some differences. Although there was an old-fashioned saying in Jianghu, that following a master was like reincarnation, and that master and disciple were like father and son. But that young hidden official, in the disciple Pei Qian's heart, seemed to have merged into one. Young hidden officials were indeed the best at taking care of children. Xie Songhua could only explain it this way. Pei Axiang, who had been paying attention to the ask fist, clicked her tongue and said, "To be able to use the ask fist like this, the benefits will not be small. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains." Liu Yuju muttered, "Axiang, you have not said the origin of the bamboo flute. That sum of money, junior is not embarrassed to give it, but senior is not embarrassed to accept it." Pei Axiang laughed, "There is nothing that cannot be said, but it is fine if you have heard it, don't spread it around." Liu Yuju nodded. It turned out that in the beautiful Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, Pei Axiang, as the youngest ninth realm martial artist in the history of the Jade Mountain continent, was at her most high-spirited. At that time, as a guest of the Green Immortal Mountain Banquet, Pei Axiang had once drunk and traveled the mountains with several good friends, and got into an argument with a sloppy man who was sneakily digging bamboo sticks and bamboo shoots. She had never seen such a shameless person. At first, he said that he was the local god of the Green Immortal Mountain, and that he wanted to dig bamboo shoots to entertain guests. Later, when he was exposed, he kept saying that he was the guest of the Green Immortal Mountain Madam's private banquet, and that it was nothing to dig bamboo shoots. In the end, a young sword immortal immediately sent a flying sword message to the Green Immortal Mountain deity. That person was very brave, leaning against a bamboo pole with his arms crossed over his chest, saying that it was bad luck for them to provoke him. Just wait for the madam's order to chase them out. Then, the mountain deity residents replied that the madam did not recognize this person, and so Pei Axiang and her group chased after the thief like chasing a dog. At first, no one took it seriously, but more for fun. But when a sword cultivator accidentally used too much force with his sword, that person shouted, "One punch, one little brother," and they were all beaten down. Not only that, that man even buried everyone in the ground, saying that there would be a lot of unrefined jade sword immortals and peak martial artists the next day, and that he would return the favor to the Green Immortal Mountain. When that person buried Pei Axiang, he asked Pei Axiang how his fist technique was. The rest of the people who wanted to break out of the ground were all knocked out with a punch. The ground that was buried under everyone's necks was like bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain. Pei Axiang did not dare to move, so as not to embarrass herself. That young man from before, his sword immortal friend, was the one who was buried the most, because that man was grumbling while gathering the soil to bury people. "You sword immortals are the most romantic. How annoying. You're going to fall into my hands today." Later on, it was a messenger female official from the mountain deity residence in the Bamboo Sea Cave who appeared to help everyone out. The man who was squatting on the ground with his buttocks sticking out to bury Pei Axiang saw that female official and stood up at lightning speed. He leaned against the bamboo pole, tiptoed on the ground, spat on the palm of his hand, and stroked his hair with all his might, revealing his forehead. He cupped his fists and called out "Miss," calling himself Brother Alliance, smoothly and smoothly. It was so natural, as if he was familiar with it. That woman ignored the man and asked directly, "You're both a Confucian scholar and a sword cultivator. but you want to use your fists to fight the enemy. Are you deliberately humiliating these people? The woman glanced at the man who was carrying a sword on his back and asked again, if you dare to steal bamboo shoots and bamboo sticks here, then you have nothing to do with being a scholar. Do you want to challenge our azure immortal mountain? That man shook his head and gently pulled up his belt. He slightly shifted his gaze, not daring to look at the woman, and smiled shyly. A real man would not easily use his sword. Everything was understood without words. After that, there was a chaotic chase. That guy called Alliance ran all over the bamboo sea cave, which happened to be his deliberately vague catchphrase. Do you believe that I've been chased by countless fairies? Chasing after people was probably also considered a pursuit. Until he met the legendary beautiful, barefoot, and peerless green hair madam of the azure immortal mountain. There was a new story that was not known to outsiders. After that, there were different opinions, and there was no conclusion. Alliance liked Pei Arxiang, so they got to know each other after a fight. He helped Pei Arxiang cut a piece of green bamboo from the azure immortal mountain and let her take it out of the bamboo sea cave. After hearing this wonderful story, Liu Yuju couldn't help but ask, Arxiang, didn't you return to the azure immortal mountain later and participate in the night traveling banquet? Did Alliance take your surname? Pei Arxiang said helplessly. He meant that he didn't mind changing his surname and becoming our ancestor. Liu Yozhou's eyes were opened. How could this work? It made sense. Pei Arxiang stood up with the bamboo flute, intending to ask both sides to stop fighting. If they continued fighting, there would be a sickbed in the small thunder god temple. That one-track-minded girl had already fallen to the ground 7 times. Liu Suiyu was also really angry. Every time he punched, he was getting closer to the completion of the peak of the 9th state. Half of the ordinary people in the far-wandering state would have been hit by the overlapping thunders. They would have fallen to the ground and vomited blood. And it was not as simple as a broken bone. No matter how strong the body of the far-wandering state was, it couldn't withstand the destruction of a warrior in the peak state. Both sides were only using the Q-asking fist. Even if Liu Suiyu could use this to increase his fist intent and help her improve further, Pei Arxiang didn't think it was in line with the rules of Jianghu. People in Jianghu were pure warriors. There should be a limit to protecting the weak. Severely injuring a girl 1 state lower would increase the martial arts fate of the Thunder God Temple in the Mahu Mansion. It was very embarrassing. Pei Arxiang couldn't afford to lose face like this. So Pei Arxiang said, "It's about time." Xie Songhua nodded slightly. Pei Arxiang was kind. Otherwise, she would have attacked if he didn't say anything. She would directly ask the oldest and most senior member of the Thunder God Temple. Although Liu Suiyu wanted to continue, he still hurriedly pulled back his fist. Pei Qian seemed to have forgotten herself and still threw out a punch. But she suddenly woke up and forced a puff of pure genuine qi to go against the flow. She wanted to pull back her fist and take a few steps back even though her qi and blood were in turmoil. The slender and weak young woman's figure was on the verge of collapse. Her slightly tanned face was lacerated, and one of her eyes was extremely red and swollen. She appeared to be in a very sorry state. She tilted her head slightly, and blood flowed out from her ears. They were both girls, but the 9th state fist was indeed not light. Pei Qian's miserable state made Liu Yozhou's scalp numb. It was too horrifying. Pei Qian raised her hand and wiped the blood from her temples to her cheeks with the back of her hand. Liu Suiyu started to withdraw his fist intent. He looked at Pei Qian with admiration in his eyes. He nodded and smiled. "I didn't win this time, and you didn't lose. It's a tie. When you break through to the next state, we can fight again. You can come to Mahu Manor to find me, or I can go to Luopa Mountain to find you." Pei Qian cupped her fists and bowed. But she didn't say anything, as if she had something to say. Zhu Xing realized that his palms were sweating. He turned to look at Chaomu, who was holding the mountain walking staff. She was sweating even more. Chaomu sensed his gaze and turned to him with a forced smile. Zhu Xing got angry immediately. "Sister Pei is injured. Why are you smiling? Why don't you just smile until the corner of your mouth reaches your ears?" Before Zhu Xing could finish, Xie Songhua smacked him on the head and scolded him. Chaomu is just a little girl. You tell her when she cries and laughs. Do you want her to learn from you and be a taciturn person? Zhu Xing sighed. She's so stupid. How can she learn from me? Xie Songhua remembered something. She said to Zhu Xing seriously, apologize to Chaomu. What did Yin Guan tell you in the letter? You should be serious when you make a mistake. You can change if you know you're wrong. Zhu Xing was stunned. Great, even his master knew that she was using Yin Guan to suppress him. Even though he was unwilling, he still said angrily, then I'm sorry. Xie Songhua raised her hand and pretended to hit him. You better be more sincere. Zhu Xing saw that Chaomu was foolishly shaking her head and waving her hand. His heart softened. He braced himself and said softly, I'm sorry. Mother ***, this is so awkward. Chaomu broke into a smile. Xie Songhua suddenly thought of another sentence in the letter. Previously, she felt that the young Yin Guan was too fussy and didn't care about the details. It was too early for him to write such big words for two little kids. But for some reason, she felt that it wasn't too early. Instead, she felt that the young man had written too little in the letter. Things like when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Great sword deity who transforms customs were indeed not enough. She believed that in the future, Zhu Xing and Chaomu would truly realize how much hope the words great sword deity who transforms customs carried for the young Yin Guan. Standing on the steps outside the Leigong temple, Pei Axiang had a whole new level of respect for Pei Qian. On the path of martial arts, one could reap what one sowed. The younger a genius was, the easier it was to leave behind a hidden danger that would hinder him from reaching the peak of martial arts in the future. Martial arts grandmasters asked each other to temper their bodies. There were often pros and cons. The good thing was that they could increase their fist intent and perfect their fist techniques. But they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to fully recover from their injuries. They would leave behind many subtle and undetectable problems. The higher the realm, the bigger the problem. For example, the first level of limitless realm was the flourishing of energy. The human body was a small world. Once the bones and meridians in the body were broken, how could one flourish? Pei Axiang himself had suffered a huge loss. Although he had a very feminine name, his fist techniques were famous for being fierce. In his early years, he was even more arrogant. The reason why he became the third consecrator of the Liu family wasn't because he was greedy for money. As a pure martial artist, he cared about nothing else. The main reason was that he was worried about his disciples' path of retreat and inheritance. Although Pei Axiang had the appearance of a handsome young master, he was actually old. He was about the same age as the old man from the North Continent, Wang Dengyi. Pei Axiang had made too many enemies when he was young, and Wang Dengyi was just one of them. Pei Axiang knew that because he had indeed reached the second level of level 10 martial artist, the pure realm. Unfortunately, his foundation of flourishing energy was terrible. Now, Pei Axiang was trying his best to keep himself from feeling hopeless. Therefore, in the past few years, Pei Axiang had occasionally taught Liu Suiyu and the other two direct disciples. He wanted them to remember one thing. Their fist techniques should not only be good, but also great. They had to pursue a grand and magnificent fist technique. For example, they should learn from the traveling sword immortal from the North Continent. However, other than Liu Suiyu, the other two direct disciples and the 7 direct disciples obviously didn't really understand what Pei Axiang meant. None of them went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train their body and fist intent. Some pretended that they didn't know. They didn't want to die at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The reason was simple. Even sword immortals would die. Martial artists would only die faster there. Usually, once they left the city, they were destined to die. Some thought that they had reached the end of the path of martial arts and started to enjoy life. They tried their best to pass on their fist techniques to the third-generation disciples of the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion. They said that they wanted to help their ancestor, Pei Axiang, spread his family and conquer a continent with his fist. Of course, there were also some who served as generals in the mortal dynasties. They needed to help the monarch suppress and gather the martial arts fate of a country. They couldn't leave. Pei Xiang's first disciple was in such a situation. Most of the time, after careful selection, he would finally accept a few disciples that he was proud of. He would cultivate them wholeheartedly for decades and pass on the true meaning of the fist art. However, as time passed, the disciples would have their own lives. Over time, all that was left was the title of master and disciple. Even if it was the fist art lineage, the master and disciple would gradually drift apart. Even though those disciples still respected their master in their hearts, most of them didn't have a choice. Pei Xiang felt a little regretful about this, but he wasn't too sad or disappointed. In the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Mansion, other than Liu Suiyu, there was still the last disciple who was young enough to inherit his legacy. In fact, when he bumped into Alliance at the Bamboo Sea Cave, he had already told Pei Xiang to be more open-minded. After all, he was sure to become a 10th realm martial artist. He shouldn't stare at this realm with his eyes wide open. He couldn't run away. He should look at the higher and more magnificent scenery. He should climb the peak of Sui Mountain, take a look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, visit the North Continent, visit the Heaven Gate Cave. It was a pity that Pei Xiang didn't think much at that time. Of course, it was that bastard Alliance's fault. He quickly changed the topic. His eyes lit up. He wiped his mouth drunkenly and talked about the figures of some fairies. Pei Xiang sighed in his heart. Life was always a sudden punch. It was neither light nor heavy. It was just that one couldn't block it. This was probably the so-called feeling of powerlessness. 10th realm martial artists were no exception. Pei Xiang stopped thinking about it. He smiled and said, "Pei Qian, if you don't mind the small space, you can rest here and recuperate." This little girl who called herself the first disciple of the Luopa Mountain was indeed the strongest far-wandering realm 5 times. Her foundation was so good that it was unimaginable. It wouldn't take long to recuperate here. Pei Xiang was even more curious about the master in Luopo Mountain of the Aquarius continent that taught Pei Qian his fist technique and helped him temper his physique. Who was he? Could it be a 9th realm martial artist other than Song Changjing of the Aquarius continent? It was unlikely that he was a martial artist of the limitless realm. Otherwise, Pei Xiang would have heard of him. There were far too few 10th realm grandmasters in the world compared to the upper 5 realms cultivators. For example, in the neighboring North Continent, Wang Dangyi, Jiu Yu, and Mr. Li, a 9th realm martial artist, were already involved in the flow of martial arts fate in a continent. It was difficult for them to hide too deeply. After the Q-seeking fist, Pei Xiang was troubled by the female sword immortal Xie Songhua. She didn't look like she came with good intentions. Pei Qian, who had been silent, finally said, "I still have one last fist. I would like to ask Senior Liu for advice." Liu Suiyu stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them on his temples. He rubbed them gently. Xie Songhua hesitated and asked, "Pei Qian, are you sure?" Pei Qian nodded and turned to look at Xie Songhua. Pei Qian grinned. "Just one fist." Liu Suiyu turned to look at his master. Pei Xiang thought for a while. "Then let the little girl stay here for a few more days." He meant that Liu Suiyu didn't have to worry about seniority and the difference in realms. But Pei Xiang used his voice to remind his disciple, "Remember, you can punch harder, but you can't hurt the opponent's foundation." He didn't want to become enemies with the Luopa Mountain, which was against the martial artist's will. Liu Suiyu smiled and answered, "How can I bear to do that? The more of such good seedlings in the world, the better." Pei Qian cupped his fists at Liu Suiyu and said, "I know I was rude. Senior Liu." Then he looked at Pei Xiang and said, "Apologize to Grandmaster Pei." Liu Suiyu nodded and said, "Then let's exchange a fist. You give me a gift, and I'll give you a gift in return." Xie Songhua held back her laughter and said to the 2 children, "Learn from your sister Pei. That's the style of a master." Zhu Xing nodded and said, "I can learn if I want to, but it's hard to say for someone else." Chao Mu pulled Xie Songhua's sleeve gently and said with a trembling voice, "Master, I'm scared." Then Pei Qian stopped and made a strange movement. She raised her hand and patted her forehead gently. In the Lion Peak of the North Continent, Chen Pinggan reached the golden body level 7 from the 6th realm under Li Er's punches. Li Er's punches were always targeted. Therefore, many of his punches were not suitable for a 6th realm martial artist, but they were suitable for training Pei Qian's body. Fortunately, Li Huai spent half a year in the small town at the foot of the mountain to help his mother make money. He didn't see Pei Qian's punches even once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the mood to practice. Practicing punches was too hard. It was real. Pei Qian of the past and Li Huai of the present were exactly the same when it came to being afraid of suffering the most. However, Li Huai was luckier than Pei Qian. He didn't know that he didn't need to suffer. Normal people could compete with Li Huai in terms of knowledge and courage, but they couldn't compete with him in terms of going out and stepping on dog shit. Pei Arxiang suddenly asked, what was the name of the first punch? Since the fist intent was clear, it wasn't against the rules of Jianghu to ask about the fist technique. Pei Qian slowly retreated and kept a distance from Liu Suiyu. She answered, the punch came from Luopa Mountain, but it wasn't taught to me by my master. It's called the deity drumming style. Pei Arxiang smiled and nodded. How old is your master? Pei Qian shook her head. Pei Qian knew what she should say and what she shouldn't say. If she couldn't say it, she would keep her mouth shut. It was also considered treating people with sincerity. In the past at the Great Wall of Sword Energy, Yu Zhuanfu had broken the fist intent of her master's deity drumming style. Today, outside the Thunder God Temple of Mahu Manor, Pei Qian was also broken by Liu Suiyu. She only gave out 17 punches. As expected, there were many strange people in the world. Pei Qian was sure that if she could give out 24 punches, the opponent would fall to the ground. It was the same for level 9 martial artists. However, the opponent could still break her fist intent after the 22nd punch. No matter if it was a spar or a fight to the death, she would lose. She had no choice. The difference of one level between martial artists could be ignored by her master, but Pei Qian couldn't do anything. All she could do now was give out this punch. Pei Qian figured it out herself. She didn't think of a name and had to wait for her master to come back. Her master was good at naming things. Jingqing, warm tree, how beautiful was that? Looking at herself, Pei Qian, compensate. Pei Qian looked around and held his breath. His mind was immersed, and his eyes were shining brightly. She bent her knees slightly and sent out a palm, one fist clenched in front of her. She didn't punch out, just a fist stance. Xie Songhua brought the two kids and rode the wind a few hundred feet away. Pei Arxiang squinted her eyes on the steps and then took a step to block in front of Liu Yuju. Behind the young girl, it was like a sun had broken through the surface of the ocean, rising into the world and then suddenly hanging in the air. When I punch out, I am like the sun in the sky. All martial artists in the world can only kowtow. The 6th dynasty of the Central Plains Divine Continent, Shao Yuan dynasty. Imperial tutor Chao Piyu and his proud disciple Lin Junbai started to review the early plans of Embroidered Tiger in Aquarius Continent. It was as warm as spring inside the pavilion, but outside it was snowing heavily. However, this grand tutor was a man of few words. He let Lin Junbai explain to him the intricate and complicated strategies of the Great Li dynasty on and below the mountain, commenting on their advantages and disadvantages and explaining where the advantages and disadvantages lay. Lin Junbai did not have to worry about making mistakes in his understanding and could speak freely. This wasn't strange in the imperial tutor's residence, because Chao Piyu always thought that the biggest problem in the world was that everyone had different levels of knowledge, but he liked to be a teacher, but he didn't know how to be one. Therefore, Chao Piyu had a strange habit of teaching and dispelling doubts. He liked to let the disciples who thought they had achieved something, regardless of their age, imitate those teachers in the school. They could either explain the principles to others in the school, or convince themselves in the study room first, using reason to convince others and themselves first. When Lin Junbai was deep in thought, Chao Piyu would talk about something else. Between teacher and student, they wouldn't be distracted. This imperial tutor, who was second only to one person in Shao Yuan dynasty, wore a laurel belt, had a thin appearance, and held a snow-white horsetail whisk on his arm. The key was that the old man was very scholarly and easygoing, He didn't look like a person who was entrusted with the power of the country by the emperor, but more like a scholar who was leisurely traveling in the woods. Chao Piyu smiled. The 3.5 direct disciples of the literary sage can barely be counted as 4. Of course, now there's one more disciple, the hidden official Chen Pinggan. Our Confucian orthodoxy is generally divided into 6 main branches, and the branch of the old scholar is the most withered. Especially one of them, he has never admitted that he belongs to the Confucian branch. He only recognizes teachers, not the orthodoxy of the Confucian temple. Because of their different temperaments, these 4 people were once known as the spring, summer, autumn, and winter seasons. The old Confucian said slowly, no matter who it is, they will feel refreshed when they get along with Qi Jingchun. Lin Junbai asked, I heard that before Mr. Qi became the hill master of the academy, his temper wasn't very good. His teacher could call Qi Jingchun by his name, but Lin Junbai had to respectfully call him Mr. Qi. Even though they were teacher and disciple, Lin Junbai didn't want to overstep the rules. Chao Piyu smiled. The cold of spring kills the young. The old man then said, scholars are approachable, reasonable, and courteous. They're not trying to be nice. Scholars have spirit and strength of character. How can they be a pile of mud? That sword immortal was like a scorching summer, easily making people feel the heat. Outsiders from the branch of the literary sage couldn't get close to him. Scholars were upright and unapproachable. Later on, he turned to swordsmanship, and accidentally became the best swordsman in the world. There's no reason to talk about it. The one called Blockhead by the old scholar, his real name has never been confirmed. Even the brothers from the branch of the literary sage are used to calling him Liu Shiliu. This person disappeared after leaving the Forest of Merits. Some say that he's an old martial artist of the 10th state, while others say that he's an immortal with a ghostly body. He's even related to the one he's most proud of. It's said that they once went into the mountains to gather herbs and visit immortals. There's no record of this person in the Confucian temple. It's probably written before, but the old scholar secretly erased it. This person doesn't speak much, and is the quietest person from the branch of the literary sage. Some of his sayings are mostly spread by alliance, and can't be trusted. The autumn wind is chilly, and the only time this person made a move, he caused a huge disturbance. However, the old scholar was the one who stepped in. I don't know if it's to clean up the mess, or to make an even bigger mess, causing a mountain to sink. However, the world only knows about the aftermath, and not the real cause. Lin Junbai heard this and was puzzled. Such a hidden character, he didn't show up when Pearl Grotto Heaven fell, and he still didn't show up when the left sword deity rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Now, Xiu Hu is guarding the vast continent, and there's still no news about him. Teacher, isn't this too unreasonable? Chao Piyu nodded. That's why there's a rumor that this person has gone to another world, to the Western Buddhist kingdom. Lin Junbai's expression was strange. Alliance once caused a ruckus in a certain academy, and there was a popular saying that advised the gentlemen and sages, don't stay up late, it's not easy to get a monk's genealogy certificate. Be careful not to go bald, or the temple won't accept you. Chao Piyu waved his horsetail whisk and changed his arm, and laughed. Alliance was able to get too close to the branch of the literary sage, and there was a lot of controversy in the beginning. After the battle between the 3rd and 4th ranks ended, Alliance went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and it's not like he wasn't disappointed. The old Confucian then talked about Xiu Hu. As the first disciple of the literary sage, Kui Dong had the potential to become the amiable Winter. The hill master of the academy, the chancellor of the learning palace, and the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple in the central region. Eventually, he became a sage of the Confucian temple who was ranked quite high. If everything went according to plan, these titles would be as easy as pie for Kui Shi. Most importantly, Kui Dong had a good relationship with many forces outside of the Confucian temple. He played the colorful cloud art with the city lord of the martial emperor city, was a good friend of the Yu family's patriarch, and was also a chess partner. The hill lord of the academy, whose natal name was Water, was also a sword immortal, and the patriarch of Paper White Blessed Land, and so on. They all recognized Kui Dong's knowledge and character from the bottom of their hearts. However, Dong wasn't the kind of person who liked to call his friends, so Dong became quieter and quieter. It wasn't until the world was turned upside down and the mountains and rivers changed color that Dong reappeared in the eyes of the world. It was difficult to ignore him now. For example, Chao Pu didn't like Dong. He wanted Dong to die of old age as the imperial tutor of Dali. Now, Dong helped Dali occupy a continent and stopped the demons from heading north to the Aquarius continent. Chao Pu admired Dong, but he only recognized Dong's profound knowledge and foresight. It didn't mean that Chao Pu could accept Dong's betrayal of his master. So much so that Chao Pu had always viewed Dong's hasty introduction of knowledge and his betrayal of the literary lineage as the crucial turning point of the literary saint lineage's decline. But Chao Pu was also the imperial tutor of a continent, and compared to other scholars, he had to admit that Dong's knowledge was pushed to the extreme in the Aquarius continent. Up and down the mountain, the entire continent was in the hands of Dong. Chao Pu sighed softly. Winter is the best time to dry books. People's hearts are dark and selfish, and it was brought out by Xiu Hu to see the light of day. If not, which vassal state of the Aquarius continent doesn't have enmity with their country, and their hearts will definitely not be any better than the Tongyi continent. Lin Junbai lowered his head to look at the Aquarius continent's chessboard, and said softly, Xiu Hu is truly ruthless. His heart is ruthless, and his hands are even more ruthless. Even in the Aquarius continent where a country is a continent, in the face of a calamity, there were many scholars who resigned from their positions, immortal masters who left their sects, and cultivators who went into hiding. But the Dali dynasty seemed to have predicted this, and did not wait for the situation to escalate, and quickly came out with a set of countermeasures, and worked extremely quickly. It was obvious, as though they had always been waiting for these people to surface. Dali's young emperor Song He issued an imperial decree, and ordered all the vassal states of the continent. All the vassal states' generals and ministers, who dared to disobey the laws of Dali, or disobeyed in the back, or were passive and lazy, would be held accountable, and there would be evidence to check, and laws to follow. Those who dared to not report, those who reported the good news but not the bad news, and those who stirred up trouble, would all be recorded by the vassal states' rulers, and the detailed records would be immediately handed over to Dali's civil and military officials. The local Dali army had the authority to go over the vassal states' rulers, and act first and report later. The hundreds of officials who resigned in the Aquarius continent, according to the new Dali law, their descendants for 3 generations would not be able to enter the official path, and would be reduced to nothingness. Not only that, the various imperial courts and government offices would also cancel all the banners, arches, and plaques that were given to the families in history. They would either remove them on the spot or take them back. Not only that, the imperial court ordered the local officials to repair the county records, and record the names of the people who resigned. In Lakeview Academy, a scholar who was known as a great gentleman was personally in charge of this matter, working together with Dali's Ministry of Personnel and Ministry of Rights, and went everywhere. This scholar, who was cultured and refined, was a strict scholar, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, his personality was gentle and too kind. However, during the trip to question the various vassal states' rulers, he displayed an extremely swift and decisive way of doing things. This person appeared beside the rulers time and time again, and exhorted them. Especially this time, he actually went beyond the rules of the academy, and directly appeared in the court where the ruler and his subjects were discussing matters, and scolded the entire court, especially the group of nobles and officials, who were scolded badly. Since the Shao Yuan dynasty, where Lin Junbai was from, knew about his words, the entire Confucian temple and the academy must have heard about it as well. Eating books is like eating shit. Normally, I'll just let you guys be the rotten Confucians. At this juncture, whoever dares to shit on the books of the saints, I'll hold them accountable. If any ruler dares to cover for them, I'll give up my title of gentleman and kick them off the dragon throne. Also, I'll give up my title of sage and chase away another ruler. Also, I'll give up my identity as a Confucian scholar and change to the identity of a ruler. Because of the tyrannical attitude displayed by this great gentleman of Lakeview Academy, coupled with the strict enforcement of Dali's harsh laws in various places, during this period, an old Confucian scholar said that at this critical juncture, shouldn't they put aside right and wrong first, and then slowly recover? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to the overall situation if they allowed those people to make up for their mistakes? In the end, this person was kicked to the ground by the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel of Dali, who had been watching coldly from the side. On the coastal battlefield, the Dali cavalry had all died first, but this group of pampered officials was not in a hurry at all. Another Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights sneered on the spot, "Everyone who is an official is an expert. Unfortunately, when you become an official, you forget to be a human." In the court, all the civil and military officials of the court trembled. As for those immortal masters who retreated in the face of danger, Dallas' military order was sent to the various immortal ancestral halls, with the head of the law as the head. If the head of the law had already joined Dallas' army, the other ancestral masters would be responsible for capturing them and bringing them back to the mountain. If there was resistance, they would be executed immediately. If they were not captured within a year, Dali would directly take responsibility for the mountain, and then the cultivators following Dali would take over. One of the three Dali supervisors, Liu Xuanmei, and the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice of Dali, were jointly in charge of this matter. Lin Junbai suddenly said, if the local civil and military officials of Dali were given another 30 years to digest the strength of a continent, it would not be so rushed and strenuous. Chao Piyu nodded, and then shook his head. Lin Junbai understood and said with a complicated expression, "Does Dali have the embroidered tiger?" Chao Piyu's words were a step further, "Of course it's best if there is the embroidered tiger. If there is no embroidered tiger, as long as the knowledge of the School of Merit can be sustained, Dallas' national strength can continue to rise." Qi Jingchun cultivated a large number of scholars in the Cliff Academy for half a continent's land. Kui Dong imparted and used the knowledge of merit. This is the tacit understanding between Qi Jingchun and senior apprentice brother. The knowledge of both sides not only restricts but also complements each other. Chao Piyu pointed at the chessboard, "Junbai, talk about some details. Also, talk about some subtleties that our Shao Yuan dynasty wants to do but can't." Lin Junbai said, "In all the strategic locations on the coastal front, Dallas cavalry is divided into two armies, front and rear. The rear army's military strength is relatively thin. The front army is the main attack, using generosity to die first to raise morale and ensure the army's morale. The rear army supervises the vassal troops everywhere." Speaking till here, Lin Junbai sighed. Often, with a few thousand troops, they dare to supervise tens of thousands of troops. From this, it can be seen how powerful Dallas cavalry is. Lin Junbai continued to say that the Mountain View Bulletin of the Immortal Mountain was actually able to be posted in the various prefectures and counties of the vassal states of the Aquarius continent. This showed that the Great Li dynasty had astonishing control over the cultivators of the continent. There was a flying sword message in the pavilion. Chao Piyu held the horsetail whisk in one hand and held the flying sword with 2 fingers. After opening a secret letter sealed with purple mud, he sighed and said, "The Fuyao continent cannot be defended anymore. Zhu Shunji has already died in battle. Qi Tingji has started to lead the troops to retreat to Jinjiao continent. He will continue to be the mainstay, but most likely, he can only fight to defend half of Jinjiao continent and wait for reinforcements. So many scholars in the Learning Palace are gone just like that." Lin Junbai's heart was heavy. Before this, there was bad news. Compared to the orderly retreat of Fuyao continent, a large number of Fuyao continent cultivators retreated to Jinjiao continent. Tongyi continent was even more tragic. Peace Mountain was broken through. Not a single cultivator of Peace Mountain survived. After losing the 3 enclosures 4 divisions formation, Fuyao sect followed closely behind and died in battle. Not a single one of them was able to survive. Dafu Academy was personally suppressed by the sovereign Great Demon of Wasteland, Zhu Mi, using Confucian methods. This meant that in the entire Tongyi continent, there were only 2 places that still had some hope left. One was the deep-rooted Yugui sect, and the other was the Tongyi sect. Although not all of the mountains and rivers of the continent had sunk, most of the continent's fate had fallen into the hands of the demons. Lin Junbai asked, "Mr. What about the mellow scholar Chen?" Chao Pu was even sadder because he was from the secondary sage's bloodline. The mellow scholar Chen Chunan of the South Swirl continent was the pillar of the secondary sage's bloodline. Chao Pu said helplessly, Mr. Chen made the worst choice. When the world thought that he deserved to die, he did not die. When he deserved to live, he did not live. Chao Pu stood up and looked at the falling snow outside the pavilion. He mumbled, "What do you mean by deserved to die?" In the eyes of the world, he became the first Ascendant Realm cultivator to die in a grand battle. What do you mean by deserved to live? Whether it was merit or demerit, as long as Chen Chunan was alive, as long as he defended the South Swirl continent, he would have a chance to explain why he did not die. Even if Mr. Chen did not say it, I, Chao Pu, and the secondary sage bloodline, would explain it for Mr. Chen. Lin Junbai stood up with Mr. Chen. But without Mr. Chen, the South Swirl continent cannot be defended. Even with the mountain search map that Mr. Bai gave us, we cannot defend a continent. If Mr. Chen chooses to leave the South Swirl continent to protect his reputation, it may seem like he is going to die, but he will be the true sinner of the world. Chao Pu said, as long as Mr. Chen doesn't leave South Swirl continent, all the cultivators who are related to Tongye continent and Fuyao continent will still hold a grudge against Mr. Chen, even if they know the truth. This is human nature, but there are so many people in this world who only care about grudges and don't understand. Going up the mountain to cultivate the Tao, cultivating the skin and hair, only cultivating the strength and not the heart. There will be endless trouble. The old Confucian looked serious. Legend has it that in the Fu Academy, Zhu Mi laughed and said, "Since you Confucians are in power, why did you give it to the secular king? Since you know the human heart, why didn't you do anything for 10,000 years? The human heart is good by nature, and you Confucians have only yourselves to blame. Then, I'll hold the demon-revealing mirror and let you all see if you're full of righteousness, or if the good and evil of human nature is revealed under the demon-revealing mirror. Since one Tongyi continent is not enough, I will look at a few more continents." This was not Zhu Mi's alarmist words. How many people in the South Swirl continent were whispering and pointing at Chen Chunan? 2 continents had fallen, but the South Swirl continent was not involved. When it snowed in the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent, there were not many snowmen left to sweep the snow. Chao Pu smiled, then turned to Lin Junbai and said, "By the way, I have a piece of good news. The young vassal king of Great Li, whose mansion is in Old Dragon City, has refused to allow any cultivators from Tongyi continent to come ashore. Not only that, this Song Mu has also given an order that any cultivators who come within 10 miles of Old Dragon City will be treated as an enemy of Great Li. Not only can all cultivators from the Tongyi continent not enter Old Dragon City, they can't enter any part of the Aquarius continent. If they are found, they will be killed without question." Lin Junbai praised, "No wonder Xiao who let this person build the capital and guard Old Dragon City." Chao Pu continued, "But the bad news is that the demon's core has always been the Tongyi continent, the Aquarius continent, the North continent, and the White Jade continent. Just you wait. The first time the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor makes a move in the world, it will definitely be on the Aquarius continent. And it will definitely be the work of someone powerful." The old scholar glanced at the sky. He was silent for a while, and then said, "Junbai, turning the tide is a magnificent feat. Mending the mountains and rivers is also a feat. You have to become close friends with righteous and innocent people. You also have to learn how to control those flies and dogs. Only then can you really do something. Otherwise, at most, you can be a lecturer, a teacher, or a famous talker. It's not bad, but it's not good enough." Lin Junbai bowed, "Mister, you have taught me. I am temporarily unable to stop the fall of the heavens. I am willing to be a heaven-mending craftsman." Chao Pu nodded. The snow was getting heavier, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. But when the snow melted, the roads would be even more muddy. When the snow melted, it was the coldest, and the most visible. The old scholar suddenly asked, "That hidden official, what kind of person is he?" Lin Junbai thought for a while, then answered, "A smart and good person." Chao Pu muttered to himself, "Qi Jingchun has passed away, and he is trapped in the Tongyi sect. Kui Dong is guarding the Aquarius continent, and his last disciple is left alone in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old scholar is really willing. Lin Junbai could not help but say, Chen Pinggan once said that a truly magnificent feat can be seen everywhere in the human world. The light of human kindness can be seen everywhere. It depends on whether we are willing to open our eyes and look at the human world. Chow Pu smiled. Traveling tourists on a snowy night, even if there is a flickering light, it will still be comforting. On the road of life, it is true that every bit of light you see, even if you are in the human world at night, your eyes and heart will be brighter. The old scholar suggested that the fifth world be named the Pure World, but the Central Earth Confucian Temple did not agree, and the matter was still shelved. Chow Pu suddenly laughed out loud and said, Good fellow, let's not talk about human nature and talk about good and evil first, only talking about good and kind people so that the Confucian orthodoxy can put more effort into the matter of education. This sentence is clearly borrowed from your mouth to say to the scholars of our secondary sage lineage. Lin Junbai was slightly nervous. Another flying sword message arrived. After Chow Pu read the secret letter, he was in a daze. Lin Junbai said softly, Teacher? Chow Pu came back to his senses and said, Our Confucian lineage specially wrote a moral essay, explaining what a mellow scholar is. Lin Junbai's face was gloomy. Was it instigated by someone behind the scenes, or did it come from the heart? Chow Pu threw the secret letter and smashed it with his horsetail whisk. He sneered, How stupid. Lin Junbai rubbed his face with both hands. The old scholar said self-deprecatingly, I'm suddenly a little envious of Kui Dong. Apart from the Ascension City in the middle, the sword cultivators, under the lead of the criminal official lineage, opened up 8 immortal mountains with abundant spiritual chi in the surrounding area of the city in a spurt of energy. They either built manors on the mountains or built cities near the rivers. They also created mountain and river formations and secretly placed treasures. This was equivalent to drawing a different type of restriction that covered a radius of 1,000 miles. This would be the first mountain and river boundary of the Ascension City. Naturally, it would continue to expand outwards. A sword cultivator who had traveled to this place became the first guest to visit the Ascension City. Actually, he wasn't really a guest. He could even be considered half a family member. This was because he was Deng Liang of the Snow Mountain continent. As a sword cultivator of the old secluded official lineage of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had stayed in the Summer Palace for many years. He was naturally very familiar with Shu Ning and Guozhujiu. When he left the inverted hanging mountain, the young secluded official wrote a personal letter to Deng Liang, who was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul Realm. The sect that Deng Liang belonged to quickly began to operate in secret so that Deng Liang could enter the fifth world and find an opportunity to break through there. There, he would obtain additional fortune. Whether it was for Deng Liang or the sect that he belonged to, it was a good thing. In the letter, the young secluded official reminded Deng Liang that if he could convince the sect's Hall of Ancestral Masters to let him go to the New World, it would be best to go to the Tongyi continent and not the South Swirl continent or the Fuyao continent. However, regarding this matter, he must not mention it to the sect. Finally, at the end of the second year of Jiao Chun, everything was ready. Deng Liang chose to travel to the North Continent, the Aquarius continent and the Tongyi continent. Deng Liang purposely passed by the Tai Hui sword sect's Pianran Peak in the North Continent, the Fuping Sword Lake in the middle, and the Luopa Mountain and the Feng Shui Temple in the Aquarius continent. However, Deng Liang did not visit any of them. Even though the sect had already spoken to the Confucian Temple and an academic palace to help Deng Liang obtain a very important document, Deng Liang was still a little worried. He was worried that the Tongyi continent, which was too far away, would be a mess of brains. In fact, the root of the problem was that Deng Liang's impression of the Tongyi continent was too bad. He didn't even have a good impression of the 3 academies there. Deng Liang was even prepared to be rejected there. Deng Liang arrived at the gate of the Tongyi continent at the turn of summer in the 3rd year of Jiao Chun. Then, Deng Liang changed his mind and stayed there for almost 3 years. He guarded the gate with seniors Zhuo and Wang Shizi. Deng Liang only entered the fifth world when the gate was about to close. Then, he rode on his sword all the way to the Ascension City. Along the way, Deng Liang relied on the sword will accumulated from the 3 years of guarding the gate with seniors Zhuo and Zhuo. Together with seniors Zhuo's guidance, he finally entered the unpolished Jade Realm in the New World. Coincidentally, at the Zifu Mountain in the southeast of the Ascension City, Deng Liang met the leader of the penal officers who was supervising the formation. He was Qi Shou, who had also entered the unpolished Jade Realm. Qi Shou was clearly very surprised by Deng Liang's arrival. He was even more enthusiastic and personally brought Deng Liang to tour the Zifu Mountain. He saw the ancient stone tablet that had already been set as a forbidden area. There were 2 lines of ancient seal characters inscribed on it, 6 holes red cloud mysterious book, 3 purities green seal of the purple mansion. Qi Shou and Deng Liang did not hide anything. They frankly said that they had already dug out a simple jade box at the foot of the mountain. However, they could not open it for the time being. They really did not dare to act rashly. They were worried that they would trigger the ancient restriction and destroy the box along with its contents. Even if Deng Liang came from the lineage of the old hidden officials, Qi Shou's sincerity towards this foreign sword cultivator who had gone out of the city many times to fight was truly from the bottom of his heart. This was because the 2 of them had cooperated once on the battlefield and cooperated very well. In reality, Qi Shou did not have a good impression of Cao Gun and Shenshen, these young foreigners. He only hit it off with Deng Liang. After arriving at the Zifu Mountain, Deng Liang was no longer in a hurry to enter the Ascension City. In any case, he had to wait 100 years before he could leave this new world that did not even have a name. Deng Liang was not delusional enough to think that he could break through 2 realms in a row within 100 years and enter the Ascension realm. Fortunately, there was still an era name. It was said that the time and weight of these 2 matters were still undecided at the moment. After Qi Shou heard this, he was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he did not realize the significance of these 2 matters. Deng Liang did not hide anything and directly told Qi Shou why these 2 matters could not be underestimated. One was related to the time and some kind of great Tao manifestation of the calendar, while the other determined the weight of all things in the world. As for the undercurrents that were surging within the Ascension City, Deng Liang could roughly guess the general situation after thinking about it for a while. After all, when it came to the matters of the sects, the mountains, and the vast world, the immortal masters of the archives were much more familiar than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Deng Liang would not take the initiative to get involved. Therefore, Deng Liang followed Qi Shou to the Ascension City. However, he did not restore his identity as a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. Instead, he became the first honorary official in the history of the Ascension City. Then, Deng Liang went to see Dong Bujue, a lady who made Deng Liang understand that he was destined to be unable to get what he wanted. Dong Bujue had just returned to the Ascension City and went to drink at the Stacked Cliff wine shop. Deng Liang walked on the street that was not unfamiliar to him. He realized that the shop did not have the head shopkeeper and the second shopkeeper, but business was still good. However, the substitute shopkeeper had become a hunchbacked man. At this moment, he was drinking with Dong Bujue at the same table. Luo Zhoni and Guozhujiu were also there. It was just nice that each of them had a bench. The shopkeeper with the surname Zhang was the only man. No wonder he was full of smiles and spittle as he talked about the local customs of the Aquarius continent. When Deng Liang sat down, the man happened to talk about the past of the Pearl Grotto Heaven and the young hidden official. No one would be courteous to Deng Liang. After greeting him, there was no need for pleasantries. Deng Liang said that he had finally broken through. At most, Luo Zhoni congratulated him. Guozhujiu applauded him. Dong Bujue did not even bother to say anything. Deng Liang liked this kind of familiar atmosphere because he was not treated as an outsider. Guozhujiu kept pouring wine for Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng continued to tell the story of how Chen Pinggan earned a copper coin by delivering a letter. Dong Bude came here to drink to relieve his boredom, so he let Zheng Dafeng talk nonsense. Guozhujiu, on the other hand, pestered Zheng Dafeng to talk more about her master. Luo Zhani, on the other hand, only listened and drank occasionally. She did not speak. Guozhujiu heard Zheng Dafeng talk about her master. When he was young, he ran around Fulu Street, Peachleaf Alley, and Fence Gate every day. It was there that he met Ning Yarrow for the first time. As for the handsome and confident manager Zheng who could hold his liquor, of course, he was the witness of both parties. Guo Zhujiu felt that she had heard the most exciting story in the world. She clapped her hands together. There's no need to think about it. My master must have recognized mistress as his mistress the moment he saw her. Her master had never mentioned these things back then. Mistress had never mentioned it either. Zheng Dafeng nodded and said, yes, yes. At that time, Lu Duan, your master was already very experienced. He already knew the difference between women who learned martial arts and those who did not. Back then, I was stunned by what he said. It took me a few days to recover. There's no need to be surprised. Poor children take charge of the household early and know a little about everything. Guo Zhujiu tilted her head slightly and frowned. Why did manager Zheng's words sound a little strange? Luo Zheni was slightly surprised. She lowered her head and drank silently. She still did not speak. Zheng Dafeng coughed and said, I'll tell you more about Mud Bottle Alley. That place is really a place with good feng shui. Other than the master of Luopa Mountain, there's also a devil incarnate called Jiyu Kan and a sword immortal called Cao Shi. The ancestral residences of the three families are all in the same alley. Speaking of this, Zheng Dafeng was slightly embarrassed. It seemed that talking about this in vast heaven could scare people, but it was meaningless to talk about this with the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Guo Zhujiu leaned on the table and suddenly said, Master has been walking around Mud Bottle Alley alone for so many years. When he leaves the ancestral residence, he's alone. When he returns home, he's still alone. Does he feel lonely? Zheng Dafeng rubbed his chin and nodded. Probably a little. Anyway, every time your master travels home, he will first go to the ancestral residence in Mud Bottle Alley to sit for a while. Guo Zhujiu whispered, Manager Zheng, what did my master look like when he was young? I can't imagine it. Alas, when he was young, I can't even imagine it. Zheng Dafeng smiled. He's always exposed to the wind and the sun. He's dark and thin. He's not very tall, so he's very inconspicuous. When he was younger, except for wearing straw sandals, he's probably the same. Guo Zhujiu scratched her head and continued to lean on the table, staring at the white wine bowl in front of her. I thought my master would turn into a young man with a whoosh, and then become the master I'm familiar with. Zheng Dafeng took a sip of wine and said no more. Deng Liang suddenly said, previously, someone ranked the top 10 young people in the world. Just the hidden official alone was ranked as the 11th. At least it means that the hidden official is still in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and has reached the peak of Martial Mountain. He is also a sword cultivator of the Jindan stage. Guo Zhujiu sat up abruptly. Really? Deng Liang nodded and said with a smile, absolutely. Deng Liang glanced at Luo Zheni. Dong Bude glared at Deng Liang, who was up to no good. Deng Liang punished himself with a bowl of wine. Even Luo Zheni was unhappy with him. Deng Liang could only change the topic. He asked, Sword Immortal Ning hasn't returned to the city? Guo Zhujiu sighed. What can I do? Master's wife must miss my master more than anyone else, but she's too embarrassed to drown her sorrows in alcohol in front of us. She could only run far away by herself, and then miss my master as much as she can in a place where no one can see her. Sigh, if only master's wife brought me along. I could even use your sleeve to wipe my tears. Guo Zhujiu's head was suddenly pressed down, and her forehead was pressed against the table. Guo Zhujiu, whose head was pressed against the table, could only laugh. She then tried to curry favor with a muffled voice. Master's wife, why didn't you use your sword to create a series of thunderbolts in the sky? I didn't even have the chance to beat the gongs and drums to announce your arrival to the world. Master's wife is the only immortal in our world now. Ning Yarrow pressed down hard twice, and Guo Zhujiu's head was thumping. Only then did Ning Yarrow release her hand. Before she sat down, she greeted Zheng Dafeng as Uncle Zheng, and then greeted Deng Liang. This was the first time Zheng Dafeng saw Ning Yarrow again since they parted ways in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. The young man was no longer a teenager. The young girl of the past was now a shocking immortal. Zheng Dafeng smiled. Ning Yao, don't worry. At least on that desolate mountain where I watched over for many years, Chen Pinggan definitely didn't have any bad intentions towards anyone. Ning Yao dismissed it with a smile. Guo Zhujiu sat beside Ning Yao. She raised her hand and said softly, Master's wife, before you came, I calculated with my fingers that Master is already at the peak of the mountain, and is about to become a Jade Raw Realm Sword immortal. Deng Liang was a little helpless. It was a pity that Jiyu Jianlong, Cao Zhen, and Shenshen were not around. Otherwise, not to mention the Jade Raw Realm, even the Ascendant Realm would be in the bag. In the fifth world. Even though the two gates of Fuyao Continent and Tongye Continent were closed, there was still chaos. There were countless strange people and strange things. The Grotto Heaven's only son, Shu Nanyuan, suffered from heatstroke in Shu. After creating a transcendental platform, he met a black-robed scholar who came to visit. The latter was called Chen Wen. He came from the North Continent, but was not a sword cultivator. Some of the Tongye Continent's cultivators who coveted the transcendental platform were scared out of their wits when they found out that this person was one of the 10 young people. There was a Qi refinement warrior called Yang Hengxing. He was good at talisman and had a bad temper. He constantly quarreled with the Tongye Continent's cultivators. In the end, he angered everyone and was hunted down by almost 100 Qi refinement warriors. No one expected this guy to secretly enter the nascent soul realm and the far travel realm in this world. He killed more than half of the large group of cultivators. There was also a rumor that a female sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi once traveled south alone. She was extremely close to the southern gate and killed many people. And in the vast Central Plains Divine Continent, there were people traveling alone and passing by the Wishing Bridge. In the night, Shu Bai, who was wearing a white robe and reading at night, stood alone on the bridge. He looked at the bright moon on the mountain peak opposite him and saw a woman riding a horse on the mountain ridge. Shu Bai looked into the distance and saw the woman in red riding a white horse. A narrow saber hung by her waist and a wine pot tied to her waist. It was as if she was riding a horse into the moon. In the Thunder God Temple of the Horse Lake Residence in the Snowy Mountains, Pei Qian, a martial artist of the 8th level, delivered a nameless punch that was equivalent to the perfected 9th level. Liu Suiyu, a martial artist of the 9th level, returned a punch of the 10th level. They exchanged a punch. Pei Qian's punch was both a punch and a punch. She slid back dozens of feet. Although she was covered in blood and her body swayed a few times, she still took a deep breath and sank her feet into the ground a few inches before she fainted. But she still stood upright. Liu Suiyu was hit by that punch and broke through the outer wall of the Thunder God Temple. He staggered in the Thunder God Temple and vomited a mouthful of blood. Pei Aziang muttered softly, another one with the surname Pei. When Pei Qian woke up, it was already 3 days later. She then recuperated in the Thunder God Temple for more than a month. During this time, she ignored the stranger named Liu Yuju. She only asked Auntie Xie, Zhu Xing, and Chaomu about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She asked about what her master did and said after she left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became a hidden official. She also asked Auntie Xie if it was difficult to become a golden core sword cultivator. Finally, before she left, Pei Qian went out alone and helped Zhu Xing and Chaomu make a normal book box and a bamboo cane as a farewell gift. Since they called her Sister Pei and she was more than 10 years older, she was actually half an elder. Pei Qian first thanked Pei Aziang and Liu Suiyu and then left. She carried the bamboo box and held the mountain cane in her hand. She bid farewell to Auntie Xie and her master outside the Thunder God Temple. She bent down and smiled at the 2 sword immortal embryos. Practice your swordsmanship well. Read more books and travel more. Stay together and don't separate. Zhu Xing, who was carrying the new bamboo box, nodded vigorously. Sister Pei, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely be 2 levels higher than someone. Chaomu held the mountain cane in his hand tightly and said like a chicken pecking rice, Sister Pei, when we go to Luopa Mountain in the future, we must stay at home. Pei Qian smiled and straightened her back. She patted the two children's heads. Master is by your side. Don't be in a hurry to grow up. Xie Songhua asked the two disciples to stay. She sent Pei Qian off alone for a while. The two of them walked together. Zhu Xing and Chaomu looked from afar. Sister Pei seemed to have grown taller. Liu Yuju sat on the steps outside the door. His mind was no longer in the Thunder God Temple. He took out a snow coin and held it up high. It was really beautiful. In the distance, Pei Qian looked at the ground and said softly, Master once told me in my hometown that he had the ability to take care of himself. He wasn't bragging. It was rare in the world. Master lied. Xie Songhua was speechless. Pei Qian walked out quickly. Then, she smiled and walked backward. She waved goodbye to Auntie Xie. Xie Songhua smiled. Be careful on the road. Take care of yourself. Pei Qian turned around again and walked quickly. He performed a 6-step stance and suddenly rose from the ground, riding the wind to travel far away between heaven and earth. Liu Yuju looked up. The snow coin in his hand was beautiful. The moonlight tonight was beautiful as well. The world was vast. The old scholar appeared in the north of Fuyao continent. He shouted in his mind, Hey, 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 Brother Bai, are you there? Answer me. Mother ***, there was a guy who said that you didn't have a sword in your hand. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Daoist Sun returned to the gate between the two continents without any warning. He said loudly, What sword? Just take it. Thus, a green-robed scholar who was originally guarding the Peach Blossom Hall and the Grass Hall slashed open the sky with his sword and returned to the center of the vast Fuyao continent. Looking at a sovereign great demon, the scholar said indifferently, All right. Bai is also here. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.